are in Clearwater. Wonderful to be with you as we are here. Of course, you, a lot of snow. Us, not exactly a lot of heat, but more than you've got. Anyway, great to be here as this is an annual trek that we enjoy and certainly always look forward to the start of the baseball season. Still about a month away, but we're getting closer, which is good. Now, look, quiet night last night in sports, obviously, but today will not be a quiet show. We have Kyle Schwarber at 7:30. We have Bryce Harper on the show at 8:30. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman spoke. We're going to get into that coming up shortly. That'll also include Elliot Shorr-Parks at 7:50. The NFL Combine starts today. Needless to say, we got a lot to do. You can join us on all of it at 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Good morning there, John.
Lettuce is a member of the sunflower family.
Wow. Would not have guessed
It's just mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing. Lettuce, as well as dandelions, artichokes, and marigolds are all linked to the same family of flowering plants.
Well, how about that? Let me ask you this question, and I guess we'll ask this in 2.5 hours. Are Bryce Harper and Dave Dombrowski both part of the Phillies family happily?
What a segue.
How about that segue?
Don't try that at home.
All right, so
You might hurt yourself.
First time we convene as a show, us, since Friday. And obviously there was a lot over the weekend. The Olympics wrapped up. I thought it was a great Olympics. Obviously, we've seen a couple Philly spring training games so far. But, action's really going to start firing now fast and furious because, like I said, Bryce Harper today, that's going to be – I mean, John, that's we're going to find out. We're going to ask him, you happy? You happy being a Phil? And do you want to be a Phil long term, which I think he'll say yes to. But, John Middleton came out recently. Let's get to this right out of the gate because – I felt like this flew a little under the radar with everything going on, which, by the way, I know back home includes a lot of snow thought. And if you want to tell us how your snow experience is, please do. But I want to get to something John Middleton said just a couple days ago, and then we're going to get to Howie and Nick because they spoke to the beat reporters recently, and we'll detail that in just a second. But John Middleton was quoted in the Scott Lauber Inquirer story over the weekend as saying the following about Bryce Harper. He said, let me get to this. I'm sorry here. This gets a little confused. When I don't have paper printed out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I know.
Gets a little confusing.
Let me tell you, listening audience, when Joe does not have his sheets of paper in front of him, it could be an adventure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Middleton talked about the fact that since last week when Bryce made those public comments, Bryce, Rob Thompson, and Dave Dombrowski, the three of them got together and talked and basically indicated things are more settled down than certainly we all thought they were, and that they were, let's be real. I mean, Bryce was not a happy camper with what he said last week. So, John, one of the things we'll get into with Bryce today is, do you feel good? And I mean, look, we got 2.5 hours to preview that, but I guess at 8:30 today we'll find out, is he a happy camper with the Phillies?
Sure. You clearly have demonstrated your desire to win the whole thing. Do you feel like enough has been done to give you that support to win this?
Here's the exact quote from Middleton to Scott Lauber the other day. He said, the good news is Dave and Rob and Bryce talked about it, talked it through after the last set of comments that Bryce made down here, and they've agreed that everything is fine. I'm happy that they've reached that point, and I'm comfortable, confident, knowing that everything is behind us now. Rhea, you sound skeptical.
Again, I have a very specific word in mind when anybody says everything's fine.
It's fine.
It's just fine is a bad word. It's just
that's why there's the meme, the this is fine meme with the drinking tea while the fire burns around.
I think they've agreed that they're not going to talk about it publicly anymore. That's all I think that they've talked about.
Could be.
I don't think that everything's fine.
Could be as simple as that. James, that'll be interesting to see how Bryce answers those questions.
Yeah, I think that's my biggest takeaway from what you said is I'm even more intrigued to see what Bryce has to say today and to see how he feels. And I think we'll learn a lot about what this meeting was like. And to Rhea's point, because we'll see how Bryce, how full-throated he is in what he says and how, strong he feels about it.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting, John. Typically, from what I remember, Bryce doesn't normally like swat it aside. If he's agitated, he'll indicate in some way. Mm-hmm. It might be a direct, or it might be the way he isn't so direct but leaves breadcrumbs. I mean, John, normally.
So he knows well enough what the parameters are of what he can. How far he can push things, but we know that he can get testy, he can get emotional, just like anyone else can, and that emotions run high when you're talking about this is a career we're talking about. This is his livelihood as he sees it, and we know this is a man who feels like he deserved getting paid. And then this offseason.
Well, that's another thing. You still want the new deal?
There's no.
Well,
we don't see any extra money.
Say it.
And I think that what you brought up about how media savvy is what makes today's interesting with him interview with him so fascinating to me, because he knows the reactions to what he says.
Yep.
This is not someone who just said something by mistake. Oh wow, I can't believe that blew up. Like,
and James,
he knows exactly,
and he knew it last week.
That's my point. And it's going to be fascinating after John Middleton's come out and said, quote unquote, everything's fine. Yep. I am this is as interesting an interview as I think as we've had in a long time. Just his head is at, and if it really reflects what John Middleton said.
It feels to me in many ways like the most important interview we'll have as a show since, you ready for this? Since the Eagles season was crashing out in 23.
Yeah, you're right.
Honestly, because like we were talking to Nick as that thing in December every single week. Now look, there was a mini crash out this year, meaning 25 season, but it wasn't
6 out of 7 and falling apart.
23 was, let's put it this way. At least they played a competitive game versus the 49ers in the playoffs. 23, it wasn't even competitive.
And they won the division this year. Like remember? Yeah.
So look, all of this on the table. We'll ask you in light of what was said by the Phils owner. And again, John Middleton, it was just a couple days ago to the Philadelphia Inquirer talking about the situation, says that things have settled down. Do you buy it? Let us know at 215-592-9494. Again, the quote from Middleton. The good news is Dave and Rob and Bryce talked it through after the last set of comments that Bryce made down here, and they've agreed that everything. I'm happy that they've reached that point. I'm comfortable and confident knowing that everything is behind us now. Do you buy it? Let us know, 215-592-9494. I think that they, have probably said, hey, guys, let's put some of this behind us. But do I think typically when a player, particularly of Bryce Harper's stature, has expressed the level of frustration he has, do I think it can bubble up and bubble up fast? I do. So I tend to think this is not as behind them as John Middleton alluded to. But you tell us, where do you stand on that? 215-592-9494. Now, you probably do not know that Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman met with the assembled media scribes, the writers, recently, and we have a lot of information to share with you about what they said to Elliot Shorr-Parks and Jeff McClain and all the writers in the. I think the main thing, as I surmise it, and we're going to get to the quote in just a moment, is how he just got to talking, and I really thought he set a tone similar to last year in many ways, which basically is, hey, don't expect a massive free agent haul. It's going to be tough enough just to, using, his thought, keep our own guys. Now, here's something that away, and we'll tell you, we don't have the audio, but we have the
There is no audio.
Yeah, there is, but we have the written transcript that Elliot provided us. And here's one of the quotes. Howie says this: "Can we keep all our guys, considering we have, for example, a lot of key defensive players coming off rookie deals in the next few years? No. We're going to have to make choices. For us to sign them, that's going to limit some flexibility with outside players." My
more than you do. I feel like Nakobe Dean is the inspirational leader of this group and has been for the last 6 years. So, yeah, he had injury issues, but the spark that he provides,
I love him.
The ignition that he is the ignition that creates the combustion inside the engine that is the defense,
Look at
man.
this guy.
Like, you can't get enough of the green dot to begin with. Like, the guy who is the leader and calling every play, come on, guys, huddle up. He's the QB, essentially. The guy everyone knows everything. So he's that guy to begin with. And then the fact that he physically dominates everything that's set in his path during the course of a game, we as Philadelphia fans should rejoice over the way this guy plays. And I think that Vic Fangio and this team, they do recognize that. They must recognize the way, young Trot can play this way at times too, which I think is a
Yeah, but you know what
thing.
hits me, John?
But
I remember
the consistency of domination, like going in there and smashing people to where they are getting knocked off the ground. Their feet are unplanted from the earth, and they are knocked butt first into their quarterback. It's the most embarrassing thing that can happen to you, and he does it consistently to running backs every week.
All right, here's where I'm at, though, because I remember being here last year. We're often here around free agency, either right before, and again, we're at Philly spring training today, and you can join us, 215-592-9494. We're typically here either right before NFL free agency begins or right after it's basically happened. And one of the things I remember vividly about last year, and we sat here and talked about it last year, this was after free agency, is that there really were a big four last year. Okay, if you go back, it was Milton Williams, it was Sweat, and I'm not talking C.J. G.J., who was the surprise let go. It was Mekhi Becton, and it was Zach Bond. They kept one of them.
Yep.
They kept one of them. And by the way, we all, wanted all of them. It wasn't like, oh, this guy's a bum, and oh, that guy's a bum. All four of them helped them a lot win a Super Bowl. All four of them helped them go 14-3 in a regular season, 4-0 in the playoffs, 18-3 for a year. All four of them. They kept one of them. By the way, they also subtracted C.J. G.J. By the way, they didn't exactly add a ton. So, John, I hear what you're saying on Nakobe. I do not disagree about what he's done. But I'm telling you, as I read Howie Roseman's quotes, and we'll go more through them, I think what he's saying to everybody is brace yourself. We're going to lose more than you want us to lose.
I think
that's how I hear it.
I think what you're saying is born of fear, of fearfulness of the unknown as it pertains to the cap. This cap is going up. This cap, like every year, it goes up and we get an additional boost of money. Howie is better at utilizing that stuff than any of these other GMs out there. He's going to maximize the boost in cap to where our players will be better off. The way that our players are dealt with is it's not easy, but they somehow manage to spin all these plates at once and do a pretty good job.
Look,
of it.
215-592-9494 for you to join the show. We'll detail coming up next a lot more that was said by Howie and what I thought was the most important thing that Nick Sirianni said. We'll get to that. Also, your chance to win a $100 gift card. Hop aboard the phone lines and talk to us. 215-592-9494. Middleton indicates things have settled down with Bryce Harper. Do you buy it? I don't. But I look forward to talking to Bryce Harper about it today at 8:30. 215-592-9494. And the Eagles. What Howie said, what Nick said. We'll get to that more coming up next. from the Phillies spring training coverage brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies. Your chance to join the show coming next, 215-592-9494.
Since January 11th, you've had questions.
The 2025 season will tick away.
Now it's time for answers. Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Live at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Horsham. An all-day live broadcast where the entire city comes together to talk Birds football. From sunrise to sign-off, WIP hosts and special guests huddle up over free agent signings, trade rumors, the draft, and more. Plus, Elliot Shorr-Parks stationed at the Surfside Free Agency Desk.
They absolutely should not take a quarterback.
The Birds Town Hall, live at McGurk's in Horsham, Wednesday, March 11th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation, the power of physical therapy.
This piece is perfect, but I'm just not sure about the color.
Honey, this is Bucks County Estate Traders. They're a one-stop shop with their in-house upholstery service. Their design team can help us customize it to fit our living room perfectly.
Even if I'm thinking bright purple?
Okay, let's talk about this.
Bring your vision to life, however bold it may be. With Bucks County Estate Traders' in-house upholstery service, our craftsmen can redesign any piece on the showroom floor to make it yours. Visit our Hatfield showroom today or click buckscountyestatетraders.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. Imagine having reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years. With Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices, that finds and fixes any issues. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all of your devices will be working in perfect harmony with Xfinity's best equipment and no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. Even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Reach your savings goals with American Heritage Credit Union. Choose certificates and IRA savings from 3 to 60 months, including a 36-month certificate at 3.81% APY or 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. Need flexibility? Try our high-yield savings account, earning 3.15% APY. For the proactive, for the people, not for profit. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Now through March 2nd, during the BMW President's Day sales event, take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers on the versatile BMW X3. For more details, visit bmwcenters.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Today, partly sunny, cold but less windy. High 36.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Pending credit approval, offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Jack Dell and every member of the team at Dell Toyota have a heart on this month for the Valentine's Day sales event at Dell Toyota. All month long, speak to a friendly Dell Toyota associate with a heart name tag about sweetheart deals on a brand new Toyota. Now, we don't want to sound cocky, but while other dealers may tease you with a great deal, Dell makes sure you finish driving home with one. With over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs in stock. Once you experience Dell Toyota, it's hard to go back to anything smaller. And that's just the tip. If you're ready to go all in, Dell Toyota has a winning threesome. You, Jack Dell, and a new car or truck. Relax in the experienced hands of the team at Dell Toyota. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. You're only minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at DellToyota.com. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Aero Mexico and the Philadelphia International Airport. We are live from Baycare Ballpark. I'm a Philly spring training. Kyle Schwarber will be on the WIP Morning Show at 7:30, followed by Bryce Harper at 8:30. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman spoke to the media in advance of this week's Combine in Indy. With regards to A.J. Brown, Sirianni says he can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into next season, says he wants to be here, and he wants him to be here. The Athletics' Dan Pompei says Frank Reich, now the offense coordinator for the Jets, could have been an advisor to Sirianni, and he discussed the possibility with Sirianni a couple months ago. Sirianni said he interviewed 17 candidates before tabbing Sean Mannion as his offensive coordinator. Now, Aero Mexico is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Mexico City. Book today at aeromexico.com. Mostly sunny today, a high of 33. It is currently 28. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Live from Clearwater on your home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, we sure are from Clearwater. Love being here and wonderful to be with you today. You can join us at 215-592-9494. Spring training coverage brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Phillies. Well, when you call in today, let's give you a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card as we give that away today. Now, James was saying over the weekend he had watched An Officer and a Gentleman. Outstanding movie.
Great movie.
Got a lot of good stuff in it, one of which is an unbelievable fight between Louis Gossett Jr.'s character and Richard Gere's character. And a lot of tension existed between those two leading up to that fight, and frankly, even after that fight. And it's a fascinating relationship between, I guess, an officer and a gentleman.
Look at you. A future officer.
So today at 215-592-9494, for you to give us a great answer for a fascinating fictional relationship, we'll ask you, let us know. Like, when you think of all the movies and all the shows, and doesn't have to be the old movie, it can be all these newfangled Netflix. There's all sorts of stuff.
Newfangled.
Oh, my God.
There's all sorts of new stuff out there.
Oh, buddy.
All right, give us.
You just sounded a little older with that comment.
Maybe a lot.
I'm saying the Lannisters are on the table.
Oh, there you go.
Even they were like 10 years ago.
Can I just
even
say
that's not that new. Yeah.
I asked James who they were,
Yes.
and then he informed me, and he said my reaction was priceless.
Unbelievable. All right, 215-592-9494. And I think there is a winning answer.
Ooh.
I won't say it, but I think there is a winning answer for a fascinating fictional relationship. Best answer, whoever provides it today, is going to win the $100 gift card at 215-592-9494. John, what are you thinking?
Mentorship, protection, unconditional love between a father and a son. It's Mufasa and Simba.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's funny. I was thinking father-son also with Indiana Jones
Oh,
and his dad.
Wow, that's great,
in
too.
the third one.
That's very complicated.
It is
complicated.
Yeah. There's a
with
lot.
the sexy time stuff.
That's
It's
right.
very
The
complicated.
same German girl.
Yeah,
that was with him.
yeah.
You're right. Seltzer, what are you thinking? Fascinating relationship. What do we got here?
Tom Hanks in a volleyball, Joe.
Oh, for the love.
No, I'm kidding. I'll go with what I always bring up. Whiplash. Amazing movie. I've tried to get you to watch it. The drumming movie. J.K. Simmons and Miles Teller in that. It's a mentor.
Friend of the show, Miles Teller.
Friend of the show. Whiplash, the best movie of the 2000s.
There are so many big answers
whole
when you
2000s.
think of a fascinating fictional relationship. Let us know the best one. 215-592-9494. Rhea, what are you thinking?
I would have voted for Tom Hanks in the volleyball. I just want you to know that.
It's fascinating. I mean, it is fascinating.
Yes. I'm going to go with like one of my favorites, Elliot Ness and Jimmy Malone in The Untouchables.
So
What are you
Sean
prepared to
Connery
do?
gets 2 shout-outs here. How about that?
Yeah, listen, that's a great movie. And
Jimmy Malone, an all-time
great
character.
relationship right there. Look, hit us up at 215-592-9494. I mean, I'll just take one Game of Thrones off the board. Jamie and Cersei Lannister. I mean, I referenced them.
That's complicated.
So
Complicated.
Strange.
Yes, there's a lot.
Uncomfortable.
There's a lot there. All right, give us a great fictional relationship. 215-592-9494. So, Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni talked to the writers recently, and we have the transcript as Elliot provided it to us. And I think the most interesting thing that Nick said relates to the A.J. Brown situation. So let me read you an answer here from Nick Sirianni the other day about A.J. Brown. Here's the question. Will A.J. be here next season? I mean, a great just
straightforward, right to the point.
Boom. Like, hey, coach, think he's going to be on the team? Question, will A.J. be here next season? Here's the answer. Quote, I think that we're still in a spot like I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season. Then he continues and I can't guarantee that. I mean, like, I'm going to be the head coach next season. All right. It's, to me, a pretty big stumble. That's an indication that AJ will probably not be on the team. Sirianni didn't want to say no because, of course, that would undermine Howie's desire to try to likely trade him and get optimal value, but didn't want to say yes because he doesn't want to lie to the fans. To me, John, again, I told you last
I think
segment.
maybe sometimes he's just stumbly around.
Sometimes.
And we are giving credit where it might not be due.
Sometimes. What do you make of that answer? I thought it was the most important answer he gave.
Well, I felt like there was a lot of posturing. I thought that this was, unfortunately, a lot of, hey, I'm bushed because I just did 17 different rounds of interviews with 17 different coaches, and then a bunch of those guys, 7 of them came back for a second round, and man, I'm bushed from all this interviewing that I've been doing. Just me. I'm the one doing the interviewing, guys. I mean, come on. It was a little thick. It was laid on a little thick for my taste, and maybe I was.
So I didn't see it that way. I really didn't.
Maybe I was overreacting.
When you saw 17, you didn't think like, oh.
Well, I was stunned, but I didn't see it as like him puffing out his chest.
He repeated how much of his involvement he had in it, and I found that to be a tad overblown.
But I think that's purposeful by I think the
100%.
organization wants him to do that, and they want
their their
the world
problem
to
is
believe.
no one believes
I
it.
agree with you. I agree with you. I think most people believe that Howie was more running the ship for those than Nick was.
100%.
But if I don't blame Nick for answering the questions that way, if that's what the organization wants the world to think, you know?
They interviewed like 500 times.
I know.
According to the math, if you're doing the math, John, right?
James, the AJ answer
got
here
Matthew.
from Sirianni. Do you agree it's an indication that he's probably gone?
Yeah.
Let me read it one more time. I want everyone to react to this. The question was, and again, 215-592-9494. Question, will AJ be here next season? Here's the start of his answer. Before he starts filibustering, here's the start of his answer. I think that we're still in a spot like I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season.
Yeah. Joe, ask me that question. I'll be Nick how he should have answered it.
Nick, you think AJ is going to be on the team in 2026?
I want him here. He's important to our team. We love A.J. Brown. this team's better with A.J. Brown here.
This is a guy that
boom, like right, and we're done.
James,
And then if he comes back, he does it. He's done.
This is a coach that doesn't want to lie to the public, but doesn't want to undermine his own GM's
I think that's the most likely. And look, there is the possibility that they don't know for sure that A.J. will be gone, and that factors in.
Yeah.
But I think that they are trying to trade A.J. Brown and that he knows it.
They are of the mindset that he is probably gone.
Agree.
That's how I interpret it. They are of the mindset. And by the way, I put that, again, I told you in the first segment what I think is the single most important thing from the press gathering the other day, which is that Howie's telling you, brace yourself. I'm telling you guys, you've gotten used to a lot of really good players, and we're going to still try to have a whole bunch of them, but some of the ones you're used to are not going to be here.
Let's remember.
And I think AJ's one of them.
How he did that at the other press conference. Remember, hey, guys, let me just say this. And it was basically another version of that exact thing. He is messaging
By the way,
it strongly.
He also did it last year.
Yep, he did.
When it wasn't just Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. Guys, Darius Slay was gone.
Mm-hmm.
CJ GJ was gone. Like, they lost a lot. Now, the
Isaiah Rogers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Isaiah Rogers. Like, to me,
the Warren Burks is like the
I
whole
interpret
depth of the
this
team.
like he is, again, waving the flag of, like, caution, guys.
And doesn't that bother you a little bit? I mean, because he's
No,
got...
I think it's inevitable.
Well, no, but the point is you can't be put up as this, bastion of the greatest cap guy in the world and then just tell us you can't make it work. I
disagree.
I
think
there are years where you can't.
I'll tell you why I disagree.
I'm not done with it, though. Yep. There's a cash thing and there's a cap thing. They can make it work. I think that they have cash limits on what they want to do.
Well, that may be, and maybe he's covering for the owner, but I know
and that's what I believe.
Very few times in their history, very few times that they've come up in a situation, probably never actually. I mean, let's use modern day terms, where three different guys in the next 12 months are going to make $100 million playing defense.
Totally.
Playing defense.
And they already had
Jalen
guys.
Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean.
And Milton Williams left for over $100 million.
Right.
Just left for $80 million.
So, like, I can't blame Howie because he drafts so well that he drafted $300 million guys on defense in the last 3 years.
When you have the best roster in the salary cap era, like, there is going to be some pain that comes after that. Like, inevitably. It is impossible
I didn't
to
think
carry
there had
all
to be
those
as
players.
much pain last year as they inflicted upon themselves. And I'm not talking about the Milton Williams and the Josh Sweats.
Right. You're talking about the Isaiah Rogers,
correct.
the Mekhi Becton.
Correct.
Which would have made a difference.
Yeah.
Look, 215-592-9494. So the quote from Middleton about Harper and the quote from Howie Roseman about the roster and also what Nick Sirianni said about A.J. Brown. What do you make of all that? 215-592-9494. Reminder, Bryce Harper today at 8:30, Kyle Schwarber before that at 7:30, and to your phone calls next. Plus, I've got an Olympic follow-up question for you. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls and all of it, 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie from Spring Training with James and Rhea as well on 94 WIP. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can most certainly help you as well. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, I've been a patient of PI Dental now for 25 years. My mom, a patient of PI Dental over 30 years with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do, both board-certified prosthodontists who specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. Fortunately for me, I've never needed, all of that. The restoration and replacement of teeth. I've been in good shape, looking to stay in good shape. PI Dental Center keeps me that way. But you may have a major issue. And if you do, know this. PI Dental Center, the originators of the teeth in a day, that's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you have a major issue, PI Dental Center can fix you up. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Baycare Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Warm up your winter with Hatfield's marinated pork tenderloins and pork loin fillets, packed with bold flavor and perfect for any family meal. From easy weeknight dinners to comforting weekend suppers, Hatfield makes it simple to get a delicious protein-packed meal on the table in about 30 minutes. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and a store near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price, it's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters, with care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Take charge with President's Day select specials now through February 28th at Elite Acura, a Group 1 dealership. Command the road in the 2025 Acura ADX all-wheel drive with 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Sporty yet sophisticated, this premium compact SUV makes an impression everywhere you go. Don't wait. Rush in for this presidential deal today at Elite Acura and tell them Ike sent you.
Payments based on MSRP of $30,350. Includes delivery and handling. Excludes taxes and fees. For well-qualified buyers on approved credit. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Come on. No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to know.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers, and we're not your typical jewelry store. We're a family-owned jeweler and manufacturer, crafting nearly every piece right here in-house. When you shop with us, you're getting a curated, custom design experience, not just a selection of cases on a shelf. That means every piece is personal, crafted with care, and made to last. If you want something different, truly unique, and made just for you, this is fine jewelry the way it's meant to be. Come see us in Newtown Square and step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper will both be on the WIP Morning Show live as we are broadcasting from Phillies spring training at Baycare Ballpark. Schwarber, 7:30, Harper at 8:30. NFL Combine this week at Indy. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman spoke prior on a number of topics. Asked about how Jalen Hurts will fit in the new scheme, Sirianni said he's comfortable that whatever system we put in, Hurts could be able to do it. With regards to A.J. Brown, Sirianni says he can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season, says Brown wants to be here and that he wants him to be here. Roseman says, with regards to listening to offers, we're always listening, always kind of open, just like A.J. Brown's Twitter account. Be the MVP of your party with meats, artisan cheeses, and the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz & Watson, online at DietzandWatson.com. Mostly sunny, high 33. It's currently 27. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Back to baseball. Your exclusive home for Phillies spring training is Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Might be the best song of all time.
I need him to get to it. Let's go. Let's go. All right, good morning to you from Florida. Spring training coverage brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, let's rock a lot of calls here. 215-592-9494. We're also going to get to an Olympic question coming up in a moment. Let's kick it off with Tim, calling from Swedesboro. Tim, good morning, pal.
Morning, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Good, Tim. We'll be better if you're off that speakerphone, though.
I'm sorry. I had a second. Okay.
All
That
right.
better?
Joe was all over that. Heard that immediately. He's like, "Yo,
What I'm really mad at is Fran. Hey, Fran,
Yeah.
let's make sure people are ready to rock.
Yeah, pull it together back there."
Yeah, Franny.
Sorry.
All right, Tim, talk to us, bud.
Lewis, can you pull that for drop of the week for me? Thank you.
Tim, you ready at all or not? No, we'll get back to it. That guy's not ready. Let's go to Gary in Whitehall. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
What up, Gary?
Doing great, Gary.
Same old. Hey, Joe, did you bring some extra clothes today, or are you wearing the same stuff on
Got all sorts of extra clothes. They're all new and fresh, and they've only been on my body for 2 hours.
Those jeans do look kind of new.
Wow.
Yeah, they're about a month old.
Wow.
Yeah. Good for
You're
you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey,
That was an Amy from Villanova special.
Oh, we're shocked.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to tell us.
Surprises
that.
none
Yes,
of us.
yes.
So the question I have is that meeting they had with Dave, Topper, and Bryce, was that prior to Bryce giving out the injury report?
That's an interesting question. That was during the telecast Saturday. So, I mean, I believe the meeting would have been before that because this was an Inquirer article over the weekend. So probably the conversation of the three guys probably happened before the Saturday game.
So I take it everything isn't hunky-dory?
Well, I don't know that him saying what he said about Aiden Miller's Bryce stepping out of line. I mean, John,
He might not have known
Andy
that.
Reid wouldn't have been happy with you guys doing that. But, I mean, it's not a major injury.
Yeah.
It's not – think of it this way, Gary. It's not like they're about to play whomever on opening day and, 5 weeks from now, it's not like Sirianni's telling the world, hey, I'm not going to have my wide receiver for this game. It's a freaking preseason game.
He might not have known it wasn't public knowledge, too. Like, we
He
don't know
might
that
not-
Bryce didn't know that that's already out there.
He might
you
not
know?
have known. I can't imagine there's much to that, Gary.
I think the interesting part was how excited he was about Aiden. I thought that was, fascinating.
Gary, go ahead, man.
Me too.
Yeah, I was just curious because they're supposed to be keeping the stuff in house, and everybody's upset that this one's leaking stuff, and now this.
That
one's
is an
leaking
interesting
stuff,
angle
so-
on it. The whole keep
I
it
like
in-house
the
thing.
fact. I like the fact that Bryce Harper is a baseball head, and he geeks out on the fact that his teammate is excitingly good for his age, and that he thinks he's got a real future. That's a great sign.
Now
to me.
the converse to that is that he is again kind of taking shots at Alec Boehm inadvertently, indirectly.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get Aiden up here. He's going to play third base, right? That's a little.
I'm all right with that.
I know.
we know that, John.
I'm all right with that. And this is in no way. Wow, this is probably not appropriate. All right, I'm just going to start it there. But I was
Can't wait to see where this goes.
I'm talking to a man at volleyball last weekend, and he's a dad of a daughter on my daughter's team, and he came from the former Soviet Union.
Okay, wow.
He came here from, what is now Russia, because his dad was just a top-level mathematician. Okay. He was invited to come to the United States.
This is really interesting. Yeah, it's not where I was expecting at all.
Right. He was invited to come to the United States to, assist us.
Sure.
And so that was unbelievable at the time, because we're talking height of the Cold War and everything else, and you've got
he was defecting almost.
The
in a way.
KGB were coming down on his family for his family trying to.
What's the analogy?
Yeah, I'm wondering why we're hearing this.
So
it's super
Soviet
fascinating.
Union existed. What's
he
the
was
analogy?
He was telling me how different it was for him, growing up, and even now, in the former Soviet Union, if you came out for volleyball, they would be as blunt as you can imagine. They would say, "You should never play volleyball again. Do not come. Do not come tomorrow. Goodbye." Here it's every single kid who comes to the gym for tryouts is gonna be on a team, whereas over there in the former Soviet Union and in the current Russia, they're like, if you are not the greatest, you must not play, period. Find what you are greatest at. Sorry for my...
No, I like it. What's the Phillies analogy?
I forgot now.
Was it have to do with Alec Boehm?
Does it have to do with talking to Alec Boehm with how he is?
Being
and trying...
real. Let's talk truth.
We got there.
Let's be real, even if it hurts. Like they did in the former Soviet Union. No, you are not the right third baseman for this team. That's what we need to say. Let's just
Hey, Gary, we got
rip
there.
the scab off.
All right, Gary, give me a fascinating fictional relationship. There are so many.
I'm going to go with Dale and Brennan and Step Brothers.
Sure.
You got it, my man. Gary, always good hearing from you, pal.
That's a funny one. I don't know if it's that fascinating. It's pretty simple.
I would agree with that. All right, let's talk to Tim in Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry about that.
No worries, bud.
Hi, Tim.
I wanted to say I want to give a shout-out to the United States. Oh, hell yeah. That was awesome.
Well, I thought the whole Olympics was great, man. I mean, the way it ended, obviously, with the gold medal game in hockey was something incredible. But I really thought the 16 days way exceeded my expectations.
And people loved it. The ratings were outstanding. Supposedly.
Yeah, it was really good. The drone cameras really changed the way they looked and stuff. I thought it was way better than I think most people expected.
Yeah, I thought it was great. I mean, everything was awesome. The whole Olympics is awesome.
I'll tell you this, though. I know it was pretty early on, but the Lindsey Vonn thing, to find out that they almost amputated her leg.
That's wild.
I mean,
when did you see her dog died the day after too? It was awful. Yeah, it couldn't have.
I'll be honest. I'd be more concerned about my leg than my dog.
I know.
All right, Joe.
I'm just saying.
You have just upset.
I'm saying the compounding
80% of our audience.
My dog.
I'm saying the compounding part.
My leg more important than anybody's
but
dog.
Wouldn't you rather your dog not die when your leg is in peril? That's my point.
But I'd rather
Joe.
my leg not be in peril.
Of course, obviously. I'm saying it's compounding.
Most people like their dogs better than a body part.
Most people love their dogs.
You know
quite
what?
A bit.
Then that's not me.
We're aware of that.
All right, Tim. Great Olympics.
You don't know if it would be you because you've never
That's another
tried
good
to have
point.
a dog.
All right, Tim. Talk to us. What do you got on the Phils?
Well, I wanted to say this morning on my way into work, I heard that Bryce Harper is talking about potentially bringing back Rhys Hoskins. I mean, I know he signed with the Guardians, was it?
Cleveland.
But I thought, well, why? Because, first of all, he doesn't fit in the system. His batting average was 237? almost 240.
His on-base percentage was still decent. Look, Tim, to answer your
He
question,
feels comfortable being protected by Rhys
bingo.
Hoskins.
I think it's that and the fact it would have been a platoon type situation. Like, yes, Tim, not a great fit. So I can't imagine Dombrowski seriously considered it.
No.
But I think the theory would have been you'd be shuffling guys around. Maybe Schwarber's going to the outfield on a day when a left-handed pitcher is pitching, and Rhys is your DH maybe on those days instead of having, for instance, like Otto Kemp out there or a bad hitting left-handed Brandon Marsh against the left-handed pitching. I guess that's where it was coming from. But I can't imagine that they went too deep on it.
It makes no
He can't
sense.
field.
Other than the fun of it.
Go ahead, Tim.
He can't field.
Well, I don't think he would have been fielding often.
It's a shame because I know he gave you that home run. I know he gave you that big hit, but still.
Well, I agree. I mean, when we talked about it a week or two ago, I didn't want Rhys on the Phils, and I love him. But I didn't think it was a good fit either. Tim, give me a fascinating fictional relationship.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to go with Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, wow.
That's a good one.
That is. Now, I had said TV and movies. Are we going?
Leo and Kate Winslet movie.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
My fault. My fault.
Now, again,
Yes.
I think it's
we
a
said
fascinating
fictional.
one, but it is
Yeah.
young love. Like, it is explainable.
That's extremely fascinating.
It's very fascinating, but I don't know if it's like a stone cold winner.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9490 for the U.S. men's and women hockey team, Stone Cold winners. Let's go back to Alessandro just a couple days ago in Italy when the men won the gold.
Now Jack Hughes pokes it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
It was the moment of the Olympics. It was an incredible way, basically, for it all to end.
Moment of
Kenny
many
Albert, by the way,
Olympics
was
for us.
fantastic.
He was
Yeah,
great. He was great.
yeah.
So here's
And
the
both golden goals to beat Canada,
I know.
like wild.
phenomenal. Here's the question I want to get at. I mean, we'll take your reaction to the Olympics as it was, but now I want to look forward to the future. Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's February special, 3.9% financing for 60 months on every new Armin Chevrolet Equinox. Make sure you visit arminchevy.com. Visit them today. Here's the question. Do you think the NHL will capitalize on the hockey momentum from the Olympics? Yes or no? John, Stanford guy, maybe the smartest here. Is the NHL, like, for instance, John, like Jack Hughes, like his brother, like the goaltender, like all these guys, like here, how about this? The beauty of the game. I mean, one thing that both finals, women's and men, showed us, again, is the beauty of the game.
Yeah.
But most Americans, John, let's be real, most Americans, and including a lot of Flyers fans, have been asleep at the wheel for a long time. John, do you think the NHL will capitalize on it?
Well, look, with the Hughes, with Jack Hughes and his brother, you've got a real. It's a family moment with his parents being so involved as well. I mean, that's Michigan. You know, my son's house is like a block from Yost Arena up there. Hockey is everything. It didn't used to be. And think about it, hockey is. The Hughes family is doing their part in growing hockey in America. And right now we're starting to see these results coming to fruit. Men's and women's hockey. America is the best in the world. Like this is it. I don't know if it's cyclical or what, but it's awesome. I think
Look, I
we're
love it too,
finally devoting the time and resources to a beautiful sport that, we were sort of ruled from above for
Can I give this
too
simple
long.
answer?
The answer is no.
The answer is
Joe.
no.
Absolutely
The
not.
answer is no.
It's a shame, but no.
They're
is the
not
answer.
set up well as a league to capitalize on this, right?
Absolutely.
And, John, to your point, they just got a gift from God.
Mm-hmm.
And, by the way, give them credit. They put the pros out there for the first time in 12 years, so that obviously is part of what leads to it. But they get an all-time February gift. Like the playoffs are in 2 months. There's all these great NHL teams and good NHL teams. Unfortunately, we don't have one of them here. But, like, there's all these players. By the way, the Canadians show they can play as well. I mean, most of the league is Canadian, not American or foreign, overseas, across the
Well, the
across
Canadians
pond.
dominated us in the gold medal game. They dominated
in second
us.
and third period. I
The
know.
goalie stood
We
hell,
just-
stood in
yeah.
his head.
Exactly.
So, James, what does the NHL not have to land the plane effective?
I mean, they don't.
Is it a commissioner?
Yes, it's Bettman. It's the whole infrastructure of the league. I mean, when was the last time they did anything right as a league? I mean, it has been. I mean, think about when we were growing up. I mean, in the '90s, we've talked about this so many times. I could name every player in the NHL, man.
Well, that's a little strong.
But like more or less.
A lot
you know what
of
I mean?
them,
I could name 95% of them, but like a lot. Like really, like I can't with baseball. I was like that.
I know.
Like,
James isn't wrong. I used to watch if the
I know.
Avalanche and the Detroit Red Wings were
course.
playing. I wanted to see the bloodbath.
Exactly.
I mean,
you know, totally. Point being that, like, I watched that game, and there were guys playing that I never heard of before. Like,
you heard of the Hugheses?
Now I
make that very clear.
So, Ray, let me
Yes.
ask you a question,
Sure.
because I know the answer is the NHL wouldn't have the guts to do it, but let me lay this out. Bold. Because sometimes you got to be bold. So there's a lot of stuff going around social media about LeBron, how he flops. And he does. He flops. Went down again the other day. Lies there for like 30 seconds. Oh, it's like I got
Well,
killed.
he is older now.
Yeah, right. All right. So, like, would the NHL have the guts to put out a side-by-side tweet? LeBron face down after a flop. Jack Hughes with teeth knocked out just scored the winning goal. Because Rhea, that would be a statement.
Well, just saying
by
they're
the
tougher.
NHL.
I mean,
Yes.
look at us,
hey,
look at them.
Here's something we do for the 6 months of the winter sports. You know what we do? We play.
Yes. Every night.
We play.
Yeah, every night.
We don't tell me, when do you hear load management in the NHL?
Never.
When do you hear about flopping in the NHL?
You used to with Sidney Crosby.
You used to. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they could drill down on this. I don't think they will.
See, where they'll get a boost in the youth market. I mean, I think there's no doubt kids were watching that because there are a lot more Americans. There are a lot more American-born players now. And maybe they get a little bit of a boost, just people checking it out, because it is a great game. But the problem is we forget it. It's the same thing with college basketball. The Flyers have been irrelevant for years. College basketball has been irrelevant, so we don't pay attention to what's going on around the league.
Look,
It's as much the Flyers' fault as it is anybody else's fault.
I think it's both. I think the NHL and the Flyers.
League and I agree.
I think they have both taken huge steps backwards. Look, I'll ask you at 215-592-9494. Because everybody was captivated by hockey in the last week.
it was when this year ends, it'll be one of the best things of the year.
Do you think the NHL capitalizes on it? Yes or no? And how do you think they should capitalize on it? 215-592-9494. All right, more from Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni, what they said to the assembled media recently. We'll get to that. Your phone calls on all of this. Joe DeCameron, John Ritchie from Clearwater. Your chance to weigh in, 215-592-9494.
Warm up with spring training. Saturday, Phillies, Blue Jays. The first pitch is at 1:07. Catch all the action here on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Pending credit approval, offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Jack Dell and every member of the team at Dell Chevrolet have a heart on this month for the Valentine's Day sales event at Dell Chevrolet. All month long, speak to a friendly Dell Chevrolet associate with a heart name tag about sweetheart deals on a brand new Chevrolet. We don't want to sound cocky, but while other dealers may tease you with a great deal, Dell makes sure you finish driving home with one. With over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs in stock. Once you experience Dell Chevrolet, it's hard to go back to anything smaller. And that's just the tip. If you're ready to go all in, Dell Chevy has a winning threesome. You, Jack Dell, and a new car or truck. Relax in the experienced hands of the team at Dell Chevy, located on Route 30 in Paoli. You're just minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait,
what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The eye in the sky might finally have some teeth. The NFL Competition Committee is officially mulling a rule that would allow replay officials to throw flags from the booth. The focus would be non-football acts like punches or late hits or kicking someone where, you know where. And if approved, massive shift in officiating philosophy aimed at catching obvious.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I want to detail more of what was said here. You can join us to react to any and all of this at 215-592-9494. Let's start with Sirianni. And I'll go in sequence of various things he said here. We'll just, John, kind of fire through a few of these. So he did reference interviewing 17 offensive coordinators. Your reaction, candidates, your reaction is?
It felt a little forced.
Forced messaging?
Felt, yeah, like, hey, look at how much work I did doing all the interviewing myself, and look at me. I am a very good interviewer of coaches, and I am. He really didn't seem to have much to say about what went on with the interviewing part.
He's not going to detail
itself,
everything. Yeah.
and we know that he is extremely vague.
Yeah.
I just hope that those vagaries aren't based in the questions being vague or the ideas being vague. He told us that he really nailed down with Sean Mannion the vision he was looking for.
Let me get some more of that. So one key thing he said, whether you buy it or not, he said he did not go into the interview process thinking we've got to land a McVay, Shanahan type guy and run that type of offense.
But he did go into the interview process thinking we need to get a guy who called plays.
That was his initial plan, he said.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And then he said it once he met Mannion, he kind of backed off.
Found that guy.
Yeah.
But did say the interview process led him to thinking, let's do a McVay, Shanahan thing. I mean, look, you talk to 17 people, you get honest or near honest feedback from a lot of people at different organizations. There's a lot of people that are probably saying, hey, the Shanahan-McVay thing's the way to go. Hey, the Shanahan-McVay thing's the way to go. Hey, the Shanahan-McVay thing's the way. And then after like a week or two, he's like, I guess the Shanahan-McVay thing's the way to go. That's the way it looks to me.
Especially with the way defenses are now, they can't, how ahead defenses
the
are.
The time is ripe for taking advantage with this run game, with these ideas. But this is nothing new that the Shanahan concepts are craved by every coach around the NFL who knows his stuff. My coaches back in the day, I can remember Bill Callahan, the O-line coach, who's still an O-line coach in the NFL, very famous O-line coach. Yep. He's up there with Stoutland in regard. He the way that he taught O-line, it made a difference. He set the standard, just like Stoutland, just like we hope our new addition can.
Speaking of Stoutland, Sirianni was very clear that he wanted Stoutland to stay. Now, one thing that was interesting that he I'll say revealed. He and we'd heard before that he got more involved with the offense later in the season when things weren't going well and he was trying to fix it. He referred to the process that it became, and he said we've always been collaborative, but he said we became more collaborative. And it strikes me like he was indicating to Stoutland's dismay. Like, I took some power from him with my say in the matter. We became more collaborative because I was more involved, and it strikes me like he was saying Stoutland was less involved, less the guy. That's the way I heard it, particularly given that Stoutland left. I mean, if you're already really collaborative and then the coach says publicly we became more collaborative.
As an entire group.
That tells me they took power away from Stoutland.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt they did.
I mean, that's what's been reported.
They can spin it now, but no, I don't think.
But I don't think
doubt.
to Sirianni's credit, he was trying to spin it. I think he was telling you, he didn't say I took stuff away from him, but I think what he's saying is I took stuff away from him.
So did he learn from that experience to where it won't be as, I don't know, traumatic an experience the next time this sort of thing comes up?
I mean, if you take the power from Stoutland, it makes you feel like you can take it from anybody. Because I would have thought he was as rock solid as anybody, him and Vic Fangio.
Me too.
All right, 215-592-9494. One more thing. Rhea, give me your answer on this. His answer about A.J. Brown.
Okay.
How do you interpret it? Here's the question. Will A.J. be here next season? Now, I'm not going to read the whole answer because he goes in a typical Sirianni filibuster mode and, wants him back and all that. But question, will he be here next season? Here's the way he answered it initially. I think that we're still in a spot like I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season. Rhea, that
filled with certainty.
That means what?
It's just it's such a word salad that he does there. I mean, I just think he eventually got to the point, but
the beginning tells you the mindset.
Beginning. It almost reminds you of the Carson Wentz answer he gave many years ago. Remember when he gave the answer, they asked if Carson was going to be here.
Oh, when he first got here.
And he hemmed and he hauled and he hemmed and he hauled, and Carson was gone.
You know what?
Because he didn't know.
He does. Well, that's it. But he also doesn't want to lie. Yeah. If you notice, he what's the word, John? Obfuscates?
Obfuscate.
Look at you.
But he
learning. Are you learning?
Maybe.
Yeah.
He tries to avoid lying. He knows AJ probably gone.
Yeah.
Probably. He doesn't want to say, well, I think he's probably gone. And that would be dumb to say. But he also doesn't want to say, oh, he'll be back. But he's probably going to be gone.
He eventually did get there where, AJ wants to be back and I want him to be back. And that's exactly what James said earlier.
Here's my point. If you said to Nick Sirianni yesterday, hey, Nick, is Saquon Barkley going to be on the 2026 Eagles?
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
Why wouldn't he be?
Why are you asking that question? Yeah. AJ's probably gone is why I interpret all that. All right, we'll get more to what Howie said. 215-592-9494 as they both said a lot. Let's get to Corey in Pottstown. Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, guys. It's so good to talk and hear you guys. What's going on?
Hi, Corey.
Corey.
Thanks for calling, man.
Hey, I don't know if it's me. I was actually watching you guys on TV right now, but are you guys like Howie Roseman? They just throw y'all in the closet or something? What the heck is going on?
No, it's pretty nice actually here.
We are in a booth where they broadcast the games, and we just happen to be.
I think it's just the angle of the camera has to be a certain way to get us in the shot that it makes it look smaller. Yeah,
it's nice until the sun. Now the sun is coming up.
That's why I got my sunglasses on,
and I forgot my glasses.
Yeah.
That was
dumb. One thing though is for Rhea and you guys real quick when you're talking about hockey. Let me ask you this: when was the last time hockey was the number one sport in Philadelphia?
Well, it's never been.
Yeah, I mean they were extremely popular in
1975, 76. Maybe.
I mean, I would think
maybe.
I would think not,
Yeah.
but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the mid '70s. I wasn't born, but I've never heard anyone say it was number one. But obviously, it was bigger then.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why when you ask the question about is hockey going to, are they going to from the Olympics? Is hockey going to make himself better or anything? I think when the team is good, the team is hot. We follow the team. It's just the way it is. It's just.
I don't agree with that. I'll tell you why I don't agree with that, Corey. I have a fear that when the Flyers get really good, and they will at some point, I have a fear that a lot of people will treat it the way they treat when the Union are good. They actually don't care. And here's what I mean by that, Corey. Corey, let me tell you something. There's a lot of people like you and me, they're going to care. But I am telling you, 25 and under, they do not follow hockey much, ages 25 and under. They haven't seen the Flyers do anything. And I'm just telling you, man, they're going to get good at some point, and the Flyers better watch it because they're losing a whole generation or more of fans.
With that said, Joe, that was the Phillies after 2012 to 2018-19.
People were down. People were down.
It felt like they had lost a generation.
Yeah.
It really did, but they came back pretty fast.
But you got to.
And hockey has also become a much smaller sport nationally, which
Sure.
which influences local markets.
Totally.
Like it's just a smaller sport than baseball and football and basketball are just bigger leagues with bigger followings across the board.
Let me get to the Phillies real quick before I give you my answer. What's more important for you guys this year with the Phillies? Do they need to be in the top 5 in on-base percentage or top 5 in home runs?
Well, I mean, look, I don't think they're going to be in the top 5
I don't think
in
they
home
have
runs.
any chance in the world to be
yeah.
top 5 in home runs.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just...
Can rule that out.
Yeah.
Home runs matter, though.
Yeah, they matter a lot, but they're not a big power hitting team right now, Corey.
So then it's more important for them to be that team that relies on their legs and getting on base.
That's part of it, yeah.
Okay. I think that might
We got
be what
the
this team might
potential
be
to do
this
that.
year.
We got some wheels.
I mean, I will say this. It'd be nice if Bryce became a more prolific home run hitter again. Like, you want Bryce to really far outdistance the second home run hitter. Or third in this case. So I guess last year would have been what, Trey?
No, so it was actually
Casty?
Yeah, it was Casty and Kepler. I think they had like 18
See,
and
that's
17.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Yep.
Like here's my point, Corey. If let's just say Schwarber gives us 47 this year, you want Bryce to be in the 35, 36 range, 37. You know, and he can do that, but one of the big things, he's got to stay healthy. Corey, give me a great answer. Fascinating fictional relationship.
One guy was getting ready to retire. One guy was kind of going crazy. Murtaugh and Riggs.
That's a great answer,
That's a
dude.
really, really good answer.
That's a great answer. I like that answer a lot. 215-592-9494. All right, speaking of answers, more of what Howie Roseman said. We're going to get to that content as well. Plus, a point about the 76ers I want to make. Phone calls and all this. And again, Kyle Schwarber, 7:30 today. Elliot Shorr-Parks at 7:50. And the real big one, Bryce Harper. Today joins the show at 8:30. Be tuned for all that. From Clearwater, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
There has never been a better time to upgrade your ride at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Brand new year, and that means a new Lexus is waiting for you. The L-certified Winter Collection sales event happening right now at Lexus of Cherry Hill for a limited time. Receive special finance rates on select L-certified Lexus vehicles now through March 2nd. Choose from over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles, all backed by the luxury, performance, and reliability Lexus is known for. Lexus Cherry Hill, they proudly serve the Delaware Valley since 1989. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and committed to delivering an exceptional customer experience every single time. I've known it for over a decade, so long I've been leasing my cars from Lexus at Cherry Hill. They're now an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. It is a distinction earned by only the very best. So stop in today, see Tony Labello and his incredible team, and experience firsthand why they continue to earn this prestigious honor. Shop online anytime at lexusofcherryhill.com. That's Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned, veteran-owned, and driven by excellence. For more information, visit jdpower.com.
The showdown that was shut down.
Joe DeCamera got hurt playing basketball.
They want me in the boot for 3 more weeks.
Okay. But now it's back. Joe versus Jack. The basketball challenge.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball.
Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Every member of the team at Del Toyota have a heart on this month for the Valentine's Day sales event at Del Toyota. Speak to a friendly Del Toyota associate with a heart name tag about sweetheart deals. DelToyota.com.
Sell them for less.
Don't buy an engagement ring until you check out my friends Benari Jewelers. Benari offers a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee on all natural diamonds. You won't find that at other jewelers. Buy a diamond today at Benari for $10,000 and they'll give you $11,000 if you want to trade up to a larger diamond or a different shape. Benari's 110% diamond upgrade. When it's meant to be, only trust the experts at Benari in Exton and Newtown Square.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford. If you're still hibernating in your burrows, it's a great day to buy a new car. Drive home in a new Ford Bronco Sport for only $299 per month. Only at Robin Ford. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Philly, Hugh Douglas here. Look, it's winter, people. Oh, man, winter. So warm up like I do during winter with a glass of Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. Head to your local Fine Wine and Good Spirits location and pick up your favorite bottle. Try the Tennessee Honey, Fire, Apple, or my new favorite, the new Jack Daniel's Blackberry flavor. And don't forget the OG, the classic Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. All $2 off. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. And remember, celebrate responsibly.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Programming note, up next, live here on the WIP Morning Show from Philly Spring Training, Kyle Schwarber, a guest, followed by Bryce Harper at 8:30. NFL Combine this week at Indy. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman spoke prior on a number of topics per Sirianni. Eagles had quite the exhaustive search for an offensive coordinator. 17 candidates, 7 of whom they interviewed twice before deciding on Sean Mannion. Not much in the tight end room for the Eagles beyond Dallas Goedert, who might not be back. Roseman says when you look at our room this year, probably needed more of a diverse skill set at that position. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, high 33. It's currently 27. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie, live from Clearwater. Your home for Phillies spring training. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you from Clearwater. Spring training coverage here on WIP brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies. So I will tell you this, it's not as comfortably here weather-wise as you might think. Now, I'm not saying cry us a river, because it's obviously warmer than where you are. And I am curious at 215-592-9494. Tell us about the snow situation where you are. Obviously, it's now been 2 days, but it is chilly down here. I mean, this is not our typical
no
Clearwater experience.
I didn't know it got so brisk in Florida.
Yep.
I thought it was always humid in Florida. And when we got down here, the beach was actually closed. Like the beach behind the hotel. It was sorry. High winds today. We aren't going to have people out there, working, and just forget it.
Yeah.
Too cold, too windy. It's howling.
Yeah.
The wind is howlingly loud, and it's strange.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt and I feel underdressed in
Oh,
Florida.
I'm layered. I got 4 layers on, and I'm comfortable. It's chilly.
All right, so we got a Twitter poll question of the day that actually speaks to the snow. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's February special. You can save over $10,500 in every new Armin Chevy Equinox EV in stock and get a level 2 charger at 50% off. Visit ArminChevy.com. Snow-related question. Not that we know of another big whopper in the forecast, but would you like there to be another big snowstorm this winter? I'm always yes.
Yeah, I'm always no.
I'm always sign me up.
Always
Isn't that
no.
supposed to be like 5 more coming up
I don't
at
know.
the end of this week?
Well, we're getting near late February, so we don't have too much time left. But
it's been
anyway,
nice. These snowstorms, more people are coming to my
Sometimes
side. I feel like
these
people are starting to agree with me that snow in the city
Storm of the
is not
Century
that
was
awesome.
Storm of the Century was in March, John, in '93. Anyway, we asked, would you like another?
I feel like we've
another
had
big
them
one?
even later than
Sometime.
that.
Well,
April at times.
Not a big,
snow,
not a big one. Not a
flurries. You're right.
All right,
Not a big
other
one.
poll question: do you think the NHL is going to capitalize on the hockey momentum from the Olympics? Yes or no? We look forward to talking to Kyle Schwarber in about 10 minutes. We look forward to talking to Bryce Harper at 8:30. One quick Sixers point I got to say. A little flyby here. I think way too much is being made about this Jared McCain trade. Guys, they started playing bad because they didn't have Joel Embiid and Paul George. I don't know why this is so complicated. Oh, McCain, it sucked the life out of him. No! They just lost their 2 most expensive player, Embiid, who had been playing terrific. Paul George is not, spectacular, but he's still serviceable. I wish he was better. But, they're really only a 4-player team, and then 2 of the guys are out.
I agree with you.
So too much being made about McCain.
I agree with you.
I'm tired of hearing about freaking McCain.
But people could still be upset because it was a horrible trade for no reason other than money.
He's not that good.
No, he might not be, but he certainly was better than giving him away to save $8 million. It's the heart of the reason he was traded that makes people so upset.
Got a first-round pick.
Okay.
Let's go to the phones.
Great.
215-592-9494. Actually, quickly before the phones, let me give you a little bit more from Howie Roseman, and then we will get to phone calls and Kyle Schwarber shortly. So his opening statement, if you don't know, Howie and Nick met with the assembled writers recently, and they said a lot. By the way, NFL Combine is today, and they're going to speak on the record again later today. But some of the news.
I love the Combine.
Yeah, some of the new stuff though that Howie and Nick said. Let me get you some of the details here. So Howie had an opening. Let's call it remarks, opening remarks, not so much statement. To me, it set the tone. And what it really was a, hey, don't expect, and he even used this word, splash, free agents. And he was basically alluding to it's going to be challenging enough to keep some of our own guys. So I think Nakobe, I still think it's unlikely on Nakobe. We'll see. AJ, he was asked about AJ. He used the word great again. It's hard to find, blah, blah, blah. But then said, we always listen to offers. And we'll do what's best for the team, not the player. John, I thought that was all code for AJ's probably gone.
Always listen to offers. Can you imagine him saying that about just someone, Jalen Carter?
Yeah, what's that?
We always listen to offers for Jalen Carter. It's unheard of.
Would never say it.
Just impossible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there is a difference here between the way they feel about your absolute best defensive player and the guy who was supposed to be your best offensive player.
Another big thing that Howie said, and again, you can react to all this, 215-592-9494. And this, I thought, was a fascinating word that he used. He was asked about how, in the season-ending press conference, he went out of his way to pump up Sirianni. And he gave you a reason. And the reason was he said he thinks it is not, ready for this word? He does not think it is fair the way people talk about Sirianni. And look, I don't disagree with him, but I don't remember many times
ever
in Howie's tenure, forget others.
I don't remember a front office person coming out and saying people are being unfair to my coach. I don't ever remember that.
And James, I'll take it a step further. And I said it then after that season-ending press conference, and I'll say it again. Sirianni and Jalen, very similar in the crosshairs of fans. Some love them, some don't like them. Confusion about who gets credit, who gets blame. I continue to be struck by Howie going out of his way to pump up Sirianni and not Jalen Hurts.
It's notable.
I mean, he made a point to say he went into the press conference, a month ago, thinking it's unfair the way people talk about the head coach. So he wanted to make a point to say that. John used the word fair, or in this case, unfair, to talk about the coach, then make that sort of assertion about the way people talk about the quarterback. And people talk about the quarterback pretty similar to how they talk about the coach. I'll just use this word, doubt. There's doubt. Anyway, I thought that was very significant. 215-592.
And again, I think it's another thing like we talked about with Bryce, where Howie doesn't say anything by mistake, how he knows exactly what he's saying in the reaction to it, and how he, again, purposefully used the word unfair.
Yeah.
Something we've not heard front office people do.
I thought it was wild.
All right, let's
get a lot of calls in here. Kyle Schwarber is going to join us shortly. Again, reminder, Bryce Harper at 8:30 today. Let's go to Ken in Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How is everybody today?
Hey, Ken.
Hey, what's up, Ken?
Joe, I'm so delightful to hear you complain about the weather in Clearwater while I'm looking out at the.
Well, I don't think I complained. I don't think I complained. I think I just made an observation that it's colder than you would expect. All right, Ken, I want to get to Kyle Schwarber, so what I'm going to do, my man, is put you on hold. And we will get what's your first question for Kyle, Ken?
I don't put him on the spot.
We caught him off guard.
All right, Ken, hang on a sec. Buddy.
Oh, Ken just blew it. He had a chance.
He had a shot, and he stumbled and mumbled, and we're done with that. All right, Ken, we'll get back to you, buddy. By the way, spring training coverage here on WIP, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, let's welcome one of the stars of the Phillies, team leader, outstanding player, and we're hoping to see him and his squad excel this year, and his name, of course, is Mr. Kyle Schwarber. Kyle, good morning to you. How are you, pal?
Good morning, guys. How are we doing?
How are you?
Great.
I mean, it's cold, but I woke up, I was like, man, am I back in Ohio right now? But no, it's been fantastic. Great offseason. Baby number 3 deal.
Wow.
Indiana Hoosiers.
Mazel, that's amazing.
Yeah. A lot of different things happened, so it's been fun offseason. Now being down here, getting to see, a lot of new faces, a lot of old faces, getting to say hello, getting, that first day of school back, and then we're heading out to the WBC soon. So hopefully put ourselves a gold medal and come back here ready to rock and roll.
Did you watch the hockey stuff, man?
The hockey. That was an amazing game. Wow. We didn't do much in here. Let's just say that. We didn't do much that day, but we were all pretty much glued to that TV. Yeah. And I mean, just the way they came out of the start of that game, just skating like it was, I'm like, dude, these guys are going to kill themselves on the ice. Just the way that they came out skating right out of the gate. But
then they were on their heels big time. Second,
I know.
Period.
I know. I mean that 3-on-5 double power play right there. I mean, the goalie should never buy another thing in his life.
I know, seriously.
I mean, I'm sweating bullets in there, and we're all just screaming, "Get it out, get it out!"
Yeah.
And does a fantastic job all right around. And I mean,
by the way, Rob, I got to ask Rob Thompson. Was he like?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
He's
Good call.
Mr. Canadian there.
I know. I looked at him. I saw him. I've actually. They got done with the third period going into overtime, and I saw him. He was coming off the field. I go, "What are you doing right now?" he's like, they got a little time. He goes, "I got to go out, make sure everyone's good, and then I'm gonna go check the rest of this game out."
That's awesome.
But yeah, it was so cool. That's a really cool moment. 46 years.
Since
1980, yeah.
Yeah, 46 years.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, 46 years.
Crazy.
And I mean, you tip your hats to Canada, right? Like it's just always, it is a really great program. They always have up there. I mean, they're always, they're kind of like the standard, but to see it, USA knocking on the door for how many years and get it done, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Speaking of getting it done, we all wanted this contract to get done. We wanted you here. It's one thing to want it. It's another thing to actually get it done. Did you ever doubt that you'd be a Philly?
The want was there from my end, and I knew the want was there on the Phillies, and obviously at the end of the day, right? But the longer you go through the whole process of things like that, there are like questions that are like, there's times you're sitting there like, man, am I going to go back? Like, I don't know what's happening, and then that's like free agency in general, right? Is obviously, when the season was done last year, we had a great conversation. I think I said that before. Talked to Dave. John came over, had great conversations, and I knew that always kind of stuck in the back of my head. And then the off season kind of gets going. And then there's kind of like that quiet time, and then things start picking up. And then once winter meetings really hit, things start getting really serious, right? And here comes everyone else, and then here come the Phillies, right? And I knew at the end of the day, like I said, that there was the one on their end, there's the one on my end, and I'm just happy that I was able to all get done, said, over with. I wouldn't lie, if there was times I was sweating. I'm like, oh man, like what's happening, right? But I think that's the game within the game, right? Where there's so many different things that come in on the business side of things, not just on the team's end, but also the players' end. And you have to weigh a lot of different things, and I think that's something for us that we have to take serious, right? Like we're we always talk about the market and making sure that you're trying to take as not the quote unquote best money making deal, but you want to make sure that you're setting up the people behind you.
That too, and your family as well. I mean,
Correct.
For me personally, I took less money to play for my hometown team. Now, the Reds, we were living in fear that their deal would get too appealing. I mean, they're the hometown team for you. How appealing did the Reds get?
I love the ultimate speculation. Right?
That's what we do.
Yeah, I mean that's the job.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
your guys' job, right?
Literally.
The ultimate speculation, right? Like, I've always been open about this, and people love to see a quote, and then they'll turn it to the way that they want to see it, right? Like, I told everyone that, the young Kyle Schwarber would be ecstatic that the Cincinnati Reds would come calling. That was back when I was 12. Yeah. Now I've been in the game for how many years, right? Like, there's the business end of the game. There's a lot of different things that go on, and that doesn't mean that, sure, is there an appealing side to that? Absolutely, but I think that there's a lot of different things that go into it, right? We always talk about family, right? Like, I got a lot of great relationships here, and those are things that you don't forget. I think that the Phillies organization in general, I think when you start at the top with John, it's one of the best owners in the game. The passion, the care, the want, the relationships that he wants to have with his players, and the fire that he has, that's something that you don't see many places. And there's a lot of respect for that on my end, just for the fact of he really does want to win a championship. And I've been, in some places before that it might not be that way. And those are things that when you look at that, and you're like, man, like, people can say the right thing, but when you see, with your own eyes, and you see the want, and you see the drive in someone's eyes, that it really does bother them, just like it bothers us at the end of the day when, say if we're packing up, just got knocked out, whatever it is, and it's bothering us and it bothers him just as much. Like, I love that. And that's something that, it's never taken for granted, where, some people might come around and say, great year, get him, we'll try to get him next year, right? Besides that, you can see the hurt just like it hurts us. And there's the drive for that next year, that whole offseason, that's going to keep you awake up at night. And he has that, and Dave, everyone, coaching staff, players, right? I think that we really do have one of the best organizations in all of baseball.
Kyle Schwarber with us here. It's kind of like an annual tradition. We come down here, Kyle sits with us. We always appreciate his time. Kyle, let's talk about leadership, your role, and this team this year. You've been incredibly praised, and rightfully so, for the leadership you bring. And to me, there's 4 challenges this year that make this one a little different. And I want to ask if you feel it's different this year with these 4 dynamics. One, you've got rookies that are going to be heavily counted on. They may bat 9th, they may be the 5th starter, but they're going to be counted on, rookies out of the gate. 2, you've got a major star in Bryce Harper, where there's been, to use the word I'll say fair, consternation between him and Dave Dombrowski. 3, you've got players on the team who might be shipped out during the season to make room for Aiden Miller, and that's got to be uncomfortable. And 4, the years have added up of you guys not winning at all, and fan frustration and player frustration, and all of that coalescing with mounting frustration. Do you feel that this challenge as a leader is your greatest to date with the Phillies? Does it feel different for you?
It's a great question. I think every year is challenging. That no matter what, there's always going to be a different set of circumstances. Like you did say, yes, like, Crawford, Painter knocking on the door. I think that's great. I think at the end of the day, that's baseball, right? It's not always going to be the, hey, we're going out and we're getting the new shiniest toy out there on the free agent market, and we're going to be throwing a ton of money at everyone, right? Like, that's just how baseball is. That's like any sport. You're going to need guys that come up through your own system and who are going to be playing on a daily basis. That's been Alec Boehm. That's been Aaron Nola, Ranger Suarez until just recently. Wish him all the best of luck, right? But you look at Rhys Hoskins, those guys all came up through the organization. I'm sure there's plenty more that came up through the organization, but that's just the way the game is. And for a team to be good, you need players like that, and you need the guys who are going to come in, and next thing you know, they're going to be working their way all the way to possibly that free agent market and going to see if that is the thing, or the team decides to extend them, whatever it is. On the Bryce front, no one is more confident than him than I think everyone here in camp, and that goes from top to bottom, right? Like, it is what it is. He's Bryce Harper, right? Like, it's a really good, I don't want to say a bad word, but I can't say it. But, he's a really freaking good player.
Yes, he is.
Right? Like, so, I think that, whatever it is, whenever we have him on the field, that's a great day for us.
But
in a perfect world,
but Kyle, the dynamic changed because the executive doubted him. Do you get involved in?
Guys, I think that for me as the player, Kyle, right? Like whatever we have to do for us is to make sure that we show up to the field and that we're going to get our work done and that we have a goal in mind, and we all have a goal in mind. And also too, for me, like I always say this, that it's never, first off, when we go to the leadership side of things, like I'm never coming in saying that, hey, captain this, captain that, right? You follow my lead, right? Like I'm just me. And me, at the end of the day, I want to get the best out of him, and I need him to get the best out of me, just like I need to get the best out of every position out there on the field. And I want every position on the field to get the best out of me, right? Like that's what it is at the end of the day. And we go from there.
In a perfect world, would you rather bat behind Bryce or in front of Bryce to get the best out of him and to get the best out of you?
Whatever they say, right? Like I think that's the biggest thing. Like I want to win baseball games at the end of the day. I want to win baseball games. Like I didn't come here for a feel good story, right? Like like I said, there's great relationships, but at the end of the day, I do believe that this team and this organization has the opportunity to go out there and put ourselves in positions to win World Series throughout the next 5 years, right? Like I got so much more than myself to give the winning that, if it, like we said, if it wanted to be the feel-good story, that I could have ended up somewhere else, right? Like at the end of the day. But this is about winning baseball games. This is what I dreamed of doing since I was a little kid, right? And I've gotten that little bit of a taste, right? I've been a part of a team that won a championship. I wasn't there the whole year. I just got to play the last 7 games or whatever games, right? I want to do this on a whole season basis and go into the postseason and feel like you're holding up a trophy at the end of the day. So, that's what I'm about. I'm about winning baseball games, and whatever, our manager, whatever everyone comes up with, a combined thing of, hey, this is what we feel like is the best way for us to win baseball games. That's what I want to do, and I want to, make sure that, like we say, when we get the best out of everyone, and that's what we have to do is, make sure that everyone's going to get that care, that feeling, that, that I need the best out of every position, and I want them to feel that about me because that's how we're going to win.
Well, you have set that example. You've done the impossible, essentially, morphing your game to what this team has needed. I mean, you can go through the list. You raised your average big time. You improved against the lefties. You became a leadoff monster and essentially improved your base running as well. And you've done all this. You've done all this while leading this team in such a way that it doesn't even feel like they are being led because they respect you so much. I mean, is it possible that you continue to grow at that type of clip? That's got to be unprecedented.
I think that's the challenge of our game, right? Is that the game's always going to constantly be morphing. The game's always going to consistently be doing something else. And that's the biggest thing for a player is that, you have to continue to find ways to improve yourself, right? Mm-hmm. Like, just because, I had a good year last year doesn't mean that I just went in the offseason and said, I'm just going to go do the same thing. Mm-hmm. I'm going to train the same way. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. There might be a lot of common themes that I do, but I also have to address myself from top to bottom. There's a lot of things I did good, and there's some things I didn't do so well. And I have to be able to improve on a lot of different things to make sure that, I'm continuing to still, perform at a level that I feel like is going to help our team win, right? Like, if I'm thinking about, I always say the best piece of advice I ever got was just being known to win baseball games. And if we're winning baseball games at the end of the day, you know what? There's going to be a lot of freaking bad days, right? Personally, on a personal level, right? You might not go out there and you might not have a 2-for-4 day. You might not have a 4-homer game, right? Like
you might.
You could, but you know, more likely than not, there's going to be a lot of failure on a personal side. But I think that's the beautiful thing is that just because, you know, the traditional stat might not say that you had a good day, doesn't mean that you impacted something that day.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it could be that, you know what, you just grinded the hell out of that pitcher out there. And, you know what, it might have resulted in a 10-pitch at bat, but the 10th pitch you go down swinging. But then that next guy comes up, and it's first and second, 2 outs. Guy just got wore down, and now he's like, man, I got one more guy to go. And next thing you know, guy pops him first pitch because he took a little bit of a mental breather, right? Like, or it's going first to third right in someone's face. And that's that first to third. It's now you got a guy on third base with 1 out besides a guy on second base with 1 out. You know, that takes maybe 1 to 2 hits to get that guy in versus a fly ball now, ground ball. You never know. Different things like that, right? Like, just because, you know, I didn't traditionally have the good day out there doesn't mean that you can't impact the game, right? But we always train to, you know, make sure. I mean, I always say, hell, we take 800 swings a day, whatever the hell it is, to swing the bat maybe 4 times, 5, 6 times in the game. You know, that's crazy. But, you know, those are the things that you have to make sure that you're preparing for every scenario that could ever be thrown at you in a game, so that you're not going to be surprised when that does happen.
Kyle, let's talk about your mindset as someone who's been through this the last 4 years when you guys have made the playoffs. I am surprised that fans are as discontented as they are. And I'm curious if you are. We had a poll about a month ago. Are you excited for the Philly season? 50% of people, 50, said no. Now, that shocked me. Does it surprise you that people have been this, I'll just say, up in arms, that you guys haven't won it all?
I mean, I think that when we want to go off a number base, sure, that's shocking, right? Like,
because you have an outstanding team.
Yeah, I feel like we put out a really good product, right? Especially, you know, through a course of a long season and things like that, right? But also, too, you know, I think what a lot of people do care about and what players do care about is the postseason, right? Like, yeah, everyone always, like we always say that, you know, there's the steps to get there, right? You have to find a way to get there. First off, it's not just given that we're gonna make a postseason. You know, yes, we have a great team, and yes, we feel like that we have that ability to win our division. And that means that we put ourselves in the playoff, or if we don't win our division, to still find a way to get into that postseason. And, you know, I think that we've continued to show that, right? That we find that way. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I always go through those years, right? 22, 3, 4, 5. And,
we do too. We rehash them a lot.
You know, like 22. Like, I think that was like, you know, it was awesome, right?
Unbelievable,
you know,
vibe.
Yeah, it was great.
Is that replicable? Getting back to that vibe,
but also too, you know, we can rewind the back to that. It's been 10 years since we've been in the postseason.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, it was 10 years since we made that postseason. And
great point.
I mean, hell, I remember the last game of the year, our last homestand of the year, we're playing the Braves, and you know, I got the microphone, and you know, you look around the stadium, and you know, it wasn't the whole one. Then this isn't a shot at anyone, right? Like, we were fighting our little butts off, and we weren't playing good baseball near the end of 22. And, we were in position, we were out of position, in position, out of position.
You and the Brewers. It was you and the Brewers. I remember
I think you had 2 5-game losing streaks in September.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Trust me. I remember. Yeah. And, we get the microphone. It wasn't the sold out Red October feeling, right? That we were looking at, right? And then I just remember, we hit that long road trip. I think we go 10 games to end the year. We win that, the first game in Houston. We find our way in the playoffs.
Yep.
And everyone's excited.
Was lights out.
Yeah,
amazing. Nola.
Perfect.
We go Nola, who almost was going perfect. Eflin finishes out the game. 2 longest tenured Phillies, I think, at the time.
Yep.
Great feeling. Then all of a sudden now we're go to St. Louis. We're on the road for 2 games. On the road for another, 5. It almost felt like a month on the road, and then we come back, and it was like, holy shit, we're at an Eagles game.
Sorry,
guys.
All good.
You can bleep that out, but
that's how we all felt. Though, let's be honest, that's exactly how we all felt.
You're right.
But I was like, wow, here we go, and we went, right? And, we went, and that's awesome. And then all of a sudden, it was like that it's been like that for every game. And that's been like when us as a player, we get that feeling, right? Like it's never taken for granted because you can ask anyone in the locker room that when they walk out of the dugout and, you can talk about an opening day, you can talk about a game in freaking June, whatever it is, a getaway day. And you look around and our whole stadium's rocking, just in the regular season, first off. Like, that's never taken for granted. I always tell people, I go, I wish other players could experience what this is like because, heck, when we go on the road and, you're playing you could play a Friday, Saturday, Sunday game. You're not getting that places, right? Yeah, you're just not. And, that's where you got to create your own energy, right, as a team. You create your own energy. And, there is that helpful side of when you come back home, you get that little extra bump of energy, right? And it's not bullcrap when we all say that, we feel like that we feed off fans, that we feed off the energy because it's true. Like it is true. And, when that whole place is bumping at a big moment or the whole place is bumping before the first pitch or the whole place is bumping, going into the 8th, 9th inning, whatever it is, right? Like we all feel it. And I think that is what it is. We love that feeling. And I'll be the first. I always say I'm the first one to say that every year that we come out of the postseason and we haven't won a World Series, that it bothers you just as much. It doesn't mean that, it's a growing frustration. It's just how you operate as the player, right? Because every year, like we always say, every year is different, right? There's so many different circumstances that come out through one year, the next year, the next year, the next year.
But you can't go back in time and you can't change the past.
Correct. And all you can do is learn from your experiences and be better for that moving forward, right? And I mean, I can get honest on a truth evaluation of the games last year, right? That was probably two of the best teams playing each other right there in that first round.
No doubt about it.
You saw it on the pitching front,
yep.
right? The pitching front for
Battling.
both teams was just a battle.
You gave up 13 runs in 4 games, meaning the pitching pitched great.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah,
it was just and what wins in the postseason? Pitching a lot of times, right? That's what's going to get you deep, and everyone talks about pitching defense, right? That's what gets you far. And yes, you have to score runs, and it does. Does it keep you up at night? Absolutely. How many times I run different things through my head going, man, I wish I could do something different or do something like this, but you can't, right? It's over with. And that's those things that keep you up at night. Those are the things that you have to be able to keep learning from, making sure that when you do see that in the next, scenario, if that's going to be this season, that you're going to be better off for that. And you keep learning. And the next thing you know, you just got to keep trying to find that way to win that baseball game, win that series, because you know what? At the end of the day, no one gives a hell about what I'm hitting or what Harp's hitting or what Trey's hitting or what Marshy or anyone's hitting. Yep. They care about the Phillies win a baseball game at the end of the day. And that's what it should be about, right? Like, that's what this should be about at the end of the day. And we just have to keep continuing to put ourselves in those situations to be in those games and to keep trying to figure out a way for the Phillies to win the baseball game.
Kyle, we wish you the best of luck in that quest. I mean, you're talking my language. A lot of people don't want to hear it from me, but I agree with you. I mean, all you can do is retool and go for it again. And obviously you guys are going to give it another go. I think you're going to give it a go for a number of years. I wish you the best of luck in the World Baseball Classic. Hope you have fun with it. Hope you have what's the guy's name? Jack what? What was his name?
Jack Hughes.
I hope you have a Jack Hughes kind of moment. A Jack Hughes kind of moment.
Took me a second where he was going with that.
Golden goal.
Yeah, golden goal.
Yeah, get the golden homer. And Kyle, good luck with it all. And I hope. And look, I hope. And I've been saying this many times. People don't like to hear it from me, but I hope the fans aren't asleep at the wheel saying, "Wake me up in October," because I will tell you, we've gotten a lot of phone calls in the last 4 months. Wake me up in October, and it's like, look, people can have that mindset if you want, but I remember when the season was over May 1st, half my life.
Yeah, many years of our lives.
So, but anyway, my man, I wish you the best of luck this season, both World Baseball Classic and with the
Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. You guys have a great day. Enjoy the Florida cold. We will, we're going to keep going out there. We're going to keep preparing, keep battling, and we're excited. I think that at the end of the day, when you talk about us as a group, right, we're always excited to come up for a new challenge. And there's always, like I always say, there's new sets of circumstances, right? Like, we hope that we're going to put ourselves in those scenarios, and we hope that at the end of the day that we represent Philly in a great way, because it's not just about us as players, that this is about us as a organization and us representing a city, and we want to do that to the best of our abilities. And I respect the hell out of Philadelphia, and that's why I wanted to come back here, because I got a lot of respect, I got a lot of love, and I know everyone in that clubhouse feels the same way. So we're going to do our damnedest to try to keep fighting every single year and every single game to put ourselves in those positions. And like I said, we're going to need a lot of help along the way, and that doesn't just come from the players. That comes from the people tuning in and watching us as well.
We all want to hug you. We all want to.
We're happy you're back, is what he's saying too. We are very happy you came back as well.
All right, thank you guys. You guys have a good
Kyle,
one.
stay
right?
well, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he is. Phillies slugger.
Thanks,
Kyle Schwarber, 215-592-9494 to join the conversation. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today away from the Tasty Cake studio, of course, at spring training. We just talked to Kyle Schwarber. We'll talk to Bryce Harper coming up at 8:30 today. Spring training coverage here on WIP brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, two big things today. One is everything Phillies related that we are doing, have been doing, will continue to do for the next 2 hours. The other is that Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni, and it's not too often in a given year, Howie meets with the media and talks, but he did recently to the writers. So did Nick Sirianni with the writers, and we have one of those writers that was there covering that, ready to tell us all sorts of stuff about what Howie and Nick said. And that, of course, is our guy, Mr. Elliot Shorr-Parks. Elliot, good morning, pal.
What up? How you guys doing this morning?
Doing well, Elliot. Let's get to it. Combine starts today. Howie and Nick will speak again later today, but you and a few writers, select writers, had a unique opportunity to get him on the record, but with no audio. So what we have is the transcript of the quotes. What stood out to you the most of what Howie or Nick said? What was the number one takeaway you have?
Man, there's so much to get to with what they said. They spoke for over an hour, and I really think the purpose of it was to set the tone for the offseason of what to expect. So I guess I would say my biggest takeaway would be Howie explaining their thought process on what they're going to try to do this offseason. They have, if you look at it, 10 guys on the defense that are either up for a contract this year or will be up for a contract next year. And it's guys like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Quinyon, Cooper, Jalen Phillips, Reed, Nakobe. And his message to the fans via us was they want to re-sign their own guys. They want to, give the money they have to the guys that are in the building that they know can play well but they're going to have to be selective. They're not going to re-sign all these players. And I think guys that he did not say this, but my read on it is guys like Nakobe, guys like Reed Blankenship, they're probably not the guys that are going to prioritize getting the money. We'll see what the market ends up being for them, but I think the message was clear. Of the money they have, it's going to go to their own guys, and they'll maybe dip into free agency, but I wouldn't expect a lot of moves in free agency.
Well, very interesting, Elliot, that you say that, because that was my number one takeaway as well, based on the quotes that you sent us, transcribing what they said. My number two takeaway was what Nick Sirianni said about A.J. Brown. So let's get to this one. Nick is asked about A.J. Brown, and the question is, and this was one of a few questions asked, but one of the questions was, will A.J. be here next season? And while he gave a long filibustering type answer, I thought the beginning of it was the heart of it. His answer to will A.J. be here next season began with this. He said, quote, I think that we're still in a spot like I can't guarantee how anything's going to play out into the next season. That tells me, Elliot, and I've known this before or thought it before, AJ's probably gone, right?
Yeah, so I think Nick is bad sometimes at hiding what he really thinks. And I think what I saw with Nick and what you're reading there with Nick is he does not know, right? They do not know if AJ is going to be back next year. And I'll combine some of what Howie said with what Nick said, because Nick said he wants AJ back. He said AJ wants to be back. He said AJ's a good teammate, a good player, and Howie reiterated some of those things. But what Howie said, and I think this is what it comes down to, is his job is to listen to offers. When someone calls about a player, he will listen to anything, right? Because you never know what that offer is going to be. So my read on the AJ situation after spending, over an hour with Howie and Nick is they're going to listen to offers. And let's just use the Patriots, right? If the Patriots call and offer a really good value trade for AJ, I think they'll take it. But I also don't think they're going into this offseason saying, we have to trade AJ. And I don't think AJ's going into this offseason saying, I do not want to be back in Philadelphia. I think both sides will ultimately find a situation that leads to him being traded. But I don't think it's an untenable situation if they don't get a good offer.
Jeez. So you said you were there for about an hour with Howie and Nick. Walking away, what was your impression of our tight end plan? What are we going to do? Because it feels like our top two guys right now are likely not back.
Yeah, so Howie actually took some responsibility for the tight end position. I know it's something we talked a lot about throughout the season. The Calcaterra struggling as a blocker, them not having really any great blocking options. Goddard probably not blocking as well as he normally does. And Howie said,
so much worse, Elliot.
Yeah, and Howie's saying, I probably prioritize too much of one skill set with that position. So with Sean Mannion and the offense they want to run, and they certainly talked a lot about that, which we can get into. But the tight end position is going to be important. They're going to run two tight end sets. Blocking is going to be crucial.
Hold on. They talked a lot about valuing the wrong skill set for the entire tight end position.
Oh, I thought it was a shot at Goddard to an extent, Elliot.
I did not take it as a shot at Goddard. I think what he was basically saying was that he did a poor job giving the coaches a diverse kind of set of skill sets at the position. But I don't think he needed to say that.
Elliot, let me clarify when I say a shot at Goddard. Here's what I mean. I agree with you. What he's saying in part is if Goddard's breaking down physically and can't block as well, Calcaterra's not a good backup, third-string guy's not a good backup, someone's got to be able to block. But my point is, and this is where I go to in the offseason, I don't mean shot like it's out of line, what he said, but to me what he was saying in code was Goddard's not the player he used to be. He can't block the way he used to be.
So I took it more about the backups. That's just my read on it, right? Like I took it more about the players he gave the coaches he feels were not good enough, especially with the backups. Now, will Goddard be back? I think that's going to be dictated by the market. You saw Kyle Pitts got the franchise tag put on him yesterday. There's a few other interesting options out there, but Goddard is one of the top options. So we'll see what he ends up making. But again, to go back to how he set the tone, I think a lot of the money they're going to spend is going to go to the defensive side of the ball.
Elliot Shorr-Parks with us here, brought to us by Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Elliot, this was the first time Nick and Howie were on the record since Stoutland was out. What did you make of how they both handled Stoutland questions?
Yeah, so, I thought one of the best quotes of the offseason was what Jason Kelsey said on your show when he talked about how since he's been there, they've always kind of had everything very segmented, like this person does that, this person does that, and it's not streamlined. Nick kind of reiterated that, I would say, when talking about Stoutland. He said he didn't want to get into the speculation and the reporting about how maybe things were ugly at the end with Stoutland, but he did say he didn't feel there were major changes made. They just wanted to streamline things a little bit more. So, Nick kind of, downplayed the idea that it was an ugly breakup, but it was a breakup. Not many breakups aren't ugly. And then Howie kind of talked about how he's been with Stoutland a long time, and Howie's focus on it was more draft related, because we know from covering the team, watching the team, talking about the team, Stoutland is really big when it comes to developing these players. And Howie said that, yeah, of course, that's going to be, Stoutland's amazing at that. But him and Stoutland saw things the same way, and he doesn't think things will change too much in terms of who they draft. So they didn't focus too much on the breakup part, needless to say. But, Howie did talk about moving forward. It's obviously a challenge without Stoutland.
Elliot, in the interview with Nick, did you believe him when he kept really sort of overdoing I think I interviewed 17 guys at the end of the day and then had double interviews with like 7 of them, and the third interview of the day I just had an epiphany as Sean Mannion walked in the door. It just it felt a little heavy-handed, like, hey, just make sure. It felt like they had the pep talk meeting beforehand, like, just make sure you remind everyone that you're the one who did the interviews, Nick. Did you get that sort of stilted feel when you were there, or is that me reading into these words on the page unfairly?
So he definitely talked a lot about collaboration. Now, he was asked a lot about it, right? And I think that Nick is never going to say anything that'll convince anybody that he's the one making the decisions, right? Like, none of us truly know. Nick does say it's a collaborative approach. I believe Nick when he says he hires the staff. You guys might not, other people might not. But there's nothing Nick will say that'll ever truly convince people that think he's like a puppet to Howie and Jeffrey Lurie. But Nick did talk a lot about how, and going into this hiring process, they kind of knew the offense they wanted to run. And as they met with more people, it became more obvious about the offense they wanted to run. And Mannion seems like a guy they think can help them install some of that offense. But he was also clear in saying, like, they're going to mesh things together, that they're not just going to abandon everything they did last year. So my read on the situation after talking to Nick about the offense is they're definitely going to try to install some of like the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel type of concepts. And you'll see Jalen under center more. I think they're going to do a lot more play action on first and second down from under center. But I also think they know that, this is why they kept Parks Frazier. They have to keep some of the stuff from last year because you can't switch everything over. So I think it'll be a mesh, but they're definitely going into this with Nick running it, like trying to install a new type of offense.
Speaking of Nick, Elliot, I thought Howie's answer about why he went out of his way at the season-ending press conference to pump up Nick was fascinating. So I want everyone to know, Howie was asked, why did you think it was important to make that clear? That being that Howie's a big believer in Nick. And the beginning of his answer, Howie Roseman's answer, was this: because I'm kept abreast of what goes on, Bob, that means Bob Lang, Eagles Media Relations Director, Bob keeps me posted of what's going on, and I don't think it's fair. And then he continued on talking about how Nick's won a lot. I think to be a head coach in the National Football League for 5 years, to make the playoffs 5 years, and to be in 2 Super Bowls is hard. Elliot, 2 things I'm struck by. 1, he's really going to bat for Nick. 2, I don't see that same level of going to bat for Jalen. Your thoughts?
Well, so I had 2 thoughts. 1, I do agree it's noteworthy how much he's going to bat for Nick. I think that one of the reasons they're so successful as a team, obviously not last year, but over the past few years, is because Nick and Howie really get along. And you've seen other head coaches not have that relationship with Howie. So I do think it's authentic the way they get along. I also think you can read in there a little bit of Howie seeing himself in Nick, where Howie's always been viewed as like, he's a cap guy. He's not a football guy, right? Like, he doesn't actually know football. He's just someone that's good with the numbers. And I think he sees some of that with Nick, where people kind of point to Nick and go, well, he's not an offensive guy. He wins all the time, but he doesn't really know football. So I think they kind of relate in that way. And it's something I never really thought about until Howie talked about it that way. But in terms of Jalen, I didn't read that into it. He wasn't really asked much about Jalen. One question he was asked, he did say he thought Jalen could do, whatever the offense asks of him. So I didn't have that takeaway, but it is an interesting one.
Here's my point, though, Elliot. If he wanted to go out of his way to make the point, he could. And he hasn't. Twice.
Well, it could also be because he might be in a contract negotiation with you.
He doesn't want to praise him too much.
Let me tell you something, big guy. He ain't in a contract negotiation with Jalen Hurts this offseason.
Yeah, you don't think so?
No.
All right.
We talking about a pay cut or a pay raise?
Oh, geez. Here we go.
All right, Elliot. Elliot, nice work, my man. Seriously, nice work. We'll talk more about it this week. There's a lot in there. I know your Twitter's got all sorts of information. We'll continue to detail a lot of this as we move through the show. Bryce Harper coming up at 8:30, so we look forward to that. Elliot, thanks for joining the show, pal.
Yep, talk to you guys soon.
All right, there he is, Elliot Shorr-Parks. All right, 215-592-9494. Look, a lot here in the last half hour. Kyle Schwarber, then Elliot. You can react to all of it. 215-592-9494. Plus, as I mentioned, Bryce Harper, 8:30 today, joins the show. You can join us as well. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie from Clearwater. Spring training coverage brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Phils. Bryce Harper at 8:30. Coming soon on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about PI Dental Center with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment. And there's someone that just won the gold medal they might have to fix some teeth on. Dude got some teeth knocked out. Bang! You should get himself to PI Dental because that's what they do. They can fix you up. Now, small problem or no problem, they're great at that as well. I've been no problem. I've been year-to-year maintenance. Most people, no problem. Year-to-year maintenance, PI Dental Center, stay on top of that. But big problem, like you won gold and got a couple teeth knocked out, get yourself to PI Dental Center. Whatever your issue is, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, maybe a self-esteem issue actually stems from not liking the way you look. Well, know the PI Dental Center with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists who specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth. They can really fix you up. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Since January 11th, you've had questions.
The 2025 season will tick away.
Now it's time for answers. Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Live at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Horsham. An all-day live broadcast where the entire city comes together to talk Birds football. From sunrise to sign-off, WIP hosts and special guests huddle up over free agent signings, trade rumors, the draft, and more. Plus, Elliot Shorr-Parks stationed at the Surfside Free Agency Desk.
They absolutely should not take a quarterback.
The Birds Town Hall, live at McGurk's in Horsham, Wednesday, March 11th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. The power of physical therapy.
Every member of the team at Dell Chevrolet have a heart on this month for the Valentine's Day sales event at Dell Chevrolet. Speak to a friendly Dell Chevrolet associate with a heart name tag about sweetheart deals. DellChevrolet.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
February is American Heart Month, and the team at AMS Cardiology wants to keep your heart healthy and strong. Awareness and early intervention are keys to reducing your risk. Don't wait for symptoms. Go to amscardiology.com to schedule your preventive cardiac checkup today.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters. With care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's with a forecast you will love. Chicky and Pete's 2026 Snow Days. Every Tuesday, mouth-watering bread dip and good, Chicky and Pete's snow crab legs for just $20.26 per pound. Spread the word. Chicky and Pete's 2026 Snow Days. Every Tuesday at Chicky and Pete's snow crab legs for just $20.26 per pound. Restrictions apply. Snow Days from Chickies and Pete's.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Fresh off an Olympic gold in Milan, the U.S. women's hockey team declined an invitation to the State of the Union address. A USA Hockey spokesperson cited timing and previously scheduled commitments as players return to their college postseason and PWHL rosters this week. While the men's team plans to attend, the women expressed gratitude for recognition, choosing to focus on their professional and academic returns. I'm Drake Cole.
You hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has the best deals at all your favorite local restaurants, like this great deal at Scala's. From now until March 31st, get a buy one, get one free deal on Rigatoni Vodka, all on the Uber Eats app. So next time you're craving a great meal, don't overthink it. Get it on Uber Eats and save big with a great deal. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Bryce Harper will be on the WIP Morning Show next as we are broadcasting live from Phillies spring training in Clearwater. Spoke to Kyle Schwarber earlier, covered returning to the Phillies with a new deal. Says no one is more confident than Bryce Harper. Asked if he wants to hit in front of Harper or behind. Says whatever they say. You can check out Schwarber's interview podcast at 94WIP.com. NFL Combine starts this week. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman spoke. Commented on Jeff Stoutland leaving. Roseman says no secret how close he is to Stoutland. Asked if there will be a different emphasis on O-line players. Roseman said there will maybe be a little more on movement and quickness, maybe a click. Mostly sunny today, a high of 33. It's currently 28. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. The WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Live from Clearwater on your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
One. We only got a couple weeks left of the winter season. Would you like another big snowstorm? I'm a yes, but maybe that's easy for me to say as I'm sitting in Florida right now. Yes or no, would you like another big snowstorm? The other poll question, obviously the NHL got a real gift from the Winter Olympics with hockey, both women and men. I mean, just tremendous hockey awareness and thrilling, frankly. And we ask you this question, do you think the NHL will capitalize on the hockey momentum from the Olympics, yes or no? 215-592-9494 for you to join the conversation. All right, let's go to the phones. You can react to what Schwarber said, what Elliot said about Howie and Nick, and again, we'll get to Bryce Harper in just a couple minutes. Ken in Cinnaminson right now. Ken, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Great to follow two of my favorite people, Kyle Schwarber and Elliot Shorr-Parks. And my dogs are a big fat no on the another big snowstorm question. Trust me on that. So I want to keep it focused because I know we got Bryce coming up here. So the main reason I called was, Joe, you asked the question earlier about the NHL and will they capitalize? And you used the phrase asleep at the wheel. Listen, the best teams in the sport, like if they put the Stanley Cup Finals on national television and they highlight it and they make it a centerpiece of broadcast television for the network, and, you know, it's the Florida Panthers and the Winnipeg Jets, nobody's going to watch it. And nobody wants to hear this in the league, but the league was best when there was no salary cap. And, you know, the only way you're really going to put the league back front and center is if the franchises that drive the most interest, and one of those is the Flyers, but the Rangers, the LA
Bruins, the Canadians,
the Red Wings, those type of teams.
They have to be the front. Like, you think back to that lottery, right, where everybody kind of jokes around and winks about the Knicks magically, you know, winning the lottery for Patrick Ewing. Well, it's not because the league, the NBA, really had, you know, a preference for the Knicks, but the NBA knows that the NBA is a better product when the New York Knicks are relevant and they are contending. And we hate to say that, but it's true. Same thing goes for the NHL. I don't care about the Utah Mammoth. Nobody does.
Now, you're no, listen, let me tell you something, Ken. You're 1,000% right, but you're also only hitting a part of it. They got to get Jack Hughes on a Wheaties box this week. They got to be social media heavy with the goaltender that was just the star.
Absolutely.
Like, they got to flood the market fast. They got to make sure that Americans that watch those games know what teams they play for.
Yes.
So if they happen to play for Winnipeg and they pop up in the second or third round of the NHL playoffs, people are actually inclined to watch Winnipeg.
And
like, they got to market it this week.
And locally, the team should be marketing it too. Like, look at our guys who just did what, like, that it's got to be on both ends.
And to be clear, Ken, I think the NHL will fail at it. And that makes me sad, but I think they will fail at it.
Well, it's just such a great game, and it's such a great product.
It is a great game.
And, you said something earlier, we play. Like, that should be the tagline, right?
It should.
Play. And
You're
Jack
right.
Hughes,
Yeah.
maybe Jack
that should be their league tagline. The NHL, we play.
We don't have load management.
Yeah,
we play.
seriously. Like, that would hit me.
Be aggressive.
Yeah.
All right, Ken, I got a lot I got to get to, my man. Give me a fascinating fictional relationship. You can win a $100 Visa gift card.
Well, just real quick, Jack Hughes should do some PI Dental ad hits, too. So,
That's right. That's right.
I'm going to go with Frank and Estelle Costanza, the most fascinating couple.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one right there. Ken, good phone call, pal. All right, let's talk to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team. Happy spring training day.
What's up, Ed?
By the way, we'll be here again tomorrow, and Dave Dombrowski tomorrow at 8:30. Bryce Harper today at 8:30. So tomorrow, Dombrowski, today, Bryce, all at 8:30. Go ahead, Ed.
So really exciting being Combine Week, and I just think it's obviously don't really know what's on Howie's priority list, but there's the repeating theme. I know, like they don't really draft based on need; they draft based upon the best player on their board. But I really think going into this week, like they better assemble their board based upon need.
Of course they will, and it's beautiful that we'll hear all sorts of stuff like this draft is deep at edge rusher, which is a need for us, but. Let's just remember 2 offensive linemen might not be available for this season. Let's just be realistic. Lane Johnson, we hope he's there.
Well, he's coming. They said they're coming back.
I know. Yeah. Do you have any faith that means he'll finish the season?
No.
I know he'll start the season. I have very little faith that he'll finish the season as well. And I don't know what's going on with Cam's back. I don't know what's happening with Landon's myriad injuries. So we have to add a couple, like play now type ready offensive linemen from the college ranks. That's a tall order for a new offensive line coach and a new offensive staff.
Well, if there's a position group in this year's draft that is really, really deep, there are like 8 or 9 just angry, nasty dudes that you can draft in the first round. Just plug and play, and they can
big
just wreck
nasties.
people. So
that's
and,
good.
The kid from Penn State, you got, I think there's a guy from Utah. I haven't really looked into it, but, there's some, unfortunately, there are some position groups like tight end that aren't as deep in the draft, so Howie's going to have to really kind of show his mettle there. I mean, you could just sort of fall out of bed and land a talented lineman prospect.
Well, how about this, Ed? They've had a tight end going back to when Donovan was the quarterback. I mean, honest to God, really, if you want to include it to Chad Lewis by way of Brent Selleck, I mean, other than maybe 1 or 2 years like 06, 07 before Selleck burst on the scene, they've had a tight end for 25 years. They might not now.
You got to put some respect on L.J. Smith's name, okay? And
Yeah,
Luther
well,
Broughton.
that's when he was fading out. Hey, Ed, give me an answer, my man, for a fascinating fictional relationship. What do you got?
I don't know if this qualifies, but what about Thelma and Louise?
Yeah. I mean, okay, I'll write it down. It's not going to be
One of Joe's favorites.
It's not going to be a winning answer. Nice to meet you, Bryce. All right, let's welcome Thelma and Louise. Not going to win. I mean, come on. Give me Clarice Starling and Hannibal Lecter.
Took it off the board there, huh?
That's what I've been looking. That's what I've been looking for all show. Fascinating fictional relationship.
What an unreal relationship.
That one's unbelievable. All right,
codependent and all.
let's talk to Bryce Harper for the first time joining our program, and it's terrific here to talk to the star. I mean, he's one of many stars of the Phils, but he's certainly the star of stars with the Philadelphia Phillies. Entering another season with the Phils, number 3, Bryce Harper. Bryce, good morning to you.
Morning, y'all.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure, our immense pleasure. We're happy to be here. We're happy to say spring training coverage brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Phils. So, Bryce, a lot going on. John Middleton recently was quoted. I want to read this quote because a lot of our audience might not know this. It goes back a couple days ago. John Middleton talked to the Philadelphia Inquirer and said regarding you and Dave Dombrowski, and said the good news is Dave and Rob and Bryce talked it through after the last set of comments that Bryce made down here, and they've agreed that everything's fine. I'm happy they've reached that point, and I'm comfortable and confident knowing everything's behind us now. That was his quote. Do you feel that it is? Is it behind you?
Yeah, we communicated, and I think it's in the past, and just trying to move on and get ready for season.
What did you feel disrespected?
No, I mean, I don't think it was just the notion, right, of coming out and talking to the media, and like I said before, I've talked about it a million times, obviously, and just happening out in the open. So.
And that rubbed you the wrong way.
Yeah.
You think that will not happen moving forward from his end?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think Dave understands, and I think you guys are talking to Dave tomorrow.
Yeah, we are talking to Dave tomorrow.
I think me and Dave are on the same page, and obviously we're just looking forward to getting into season and making new headlines.
How well protected do you feel in the lineup?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one thing I thought. Definitely we were going to do this offseason is go out and get a right-handed bat, and we were able to go get Garcia. Obviously, I don't know where he's going to hit or who's going to hit in that 4 spot or 3 spot or 2 spot. I mean, I don't even know, lineup-wise what we're going to do yet. I don't know what Tomper, has in mind. We haven't really talked about it yet. So I'm probably, we'll probably have that conversation with Trey and me and Schwarbs and all of us kind of sitting down and talking about it. So, we'll see.
Was that something the guys in the locker room were like, hey, Reese is out there? I mean, like, we could use a right-handed power hitter. Reese is available. Was that discussed at any point? Is that?
Yeah, we didn't really talk about Reese. We talked about Reese maybe last year at deadline at a certain point, but we never talked about Reese this offseason or team-wise. We didn't. I mean, maybe internally they did, but for us, we never talked about it in camp or anything like that. Obviously, you'd always love to have Reese back at any fashion. It kind of just doesn't fit for us as a team right now. I don't know what with the DH spot, first base, outfield, that kind of stuff. So it just didn't really make sense. But obviously, we would have loved to have him back at any point, but just didn't make sense.
Bryce Harper here with us on WIP. Bryce, let's go through some of the new guys and kind of just one to the next. What you think they bring to the table? Justin Crawford, what does he bring to the table?
Yeah, I think he just brings a mold of being a pro. I mean, I think the first couple of days, as you're around him, you understand that he's out here and doing his job and doing things the right way, and understand what he needs to do as a ball player. And he stays within himself. And like I said, he understands what it's like to be a pro baseball player. Obviously, having his dad and growing up, he's got a great mom, great family. So he's learned the right way and understand what it takes. And really excited to see him, get out there and play more games.
What about Andrew Painter?
Yeah, I mean, we need him. I mean, obviously we need him to be, who he is and, what he's always been. So, losing, obviously, Ranger Suarez is, super tough for us, one of the best postseason pitchers for us of all time. Zach, I'm not really sure, what's going to happen, losing his first rib and when he's going to come back. So, that stuff's up in the air. But Andrew Painter, I mean, he's been great in camp so far. 98 to 100 and, hitting spots and stuff like that. But we need him to, go out there and do his job and, have fun, enjoy it. But also we need him to be a guy.
Let's talk about Aiden Miller. So when you came through the national system, there's a point, of course, you were the number one prospect in baseball, and your career has, spoken to that acclaim at that age. Aiden Miller recently ranked as the 10th best prospect in baseball. When he gets here, what can Phillies fans expect that he will bring to the Phils?
I'm not sure. I don't know him too much. Like, I don't know his game, so I don't really look at minor league system or anything like that. I know his comp is maybe Bregman, so I think that's what they were saying, or somebody said that. So I mean, if that's a comp for anybody, I mean, I'll take Alex Bregman at any point. The kid's an absolute stud. So obviously, we got Trey the long term at short, and Bryson and Bomer now. Never know what's going to happen in the next couple of years, obviously, but I think he just has a great dynamic as a player. I mean, speed, power, typical kind of 5-tool guy with that stuff. Speed and power and average is always pretty tough to get. So hopefully we can get that out of him and get some good defense, and he can kind of come up here. The thing that I love about young guys is they bring that that emotion and that fire, and we want them to bring that every single day. We want them to be themselves. We want them to come in and do their job at the highest level they can, and understand that we have their back. And if they do make a mistake, it's okay. If they do, run into an out, it's okay. We all do it. I think those are things that you're going to learn from and understand that you can get better. And I just think as a player, he's going to come up and do his job and be really good. But again, I don't know too much about his game or what he's done, so I don't want to speak on it. But obviously, he's everybody's really excited about him, and not just our clubhouse, but obviously at MLB level and stuff.
Is it awkward for a clubhouse, Bryce, when someone like Aiden Miller can only be a everyday player with this club if someone who's currently an everyday player is not with this club or is on the bench? Is that an awkward dynamic for a locker room?
Not really, because Aiden Miller's making minimum and somebody else is making a lot of money. So when you're trying to move money, it's really tough, especially in our game today. So, or you're trying to do anything, it's really tough for us. I mean, obviously we had a chance at Bo Bichette, and bringing Bo Bichette in would have changed our team and the dynamic of our team. So you never know what can happen during the year. Guys can get hurt, guys can not have good years, or anything can happen. But we need the best year out of Trey. We need the best year out of myself. We need the best year out of Bomer, Stott. So we can't really worry about Aiden or how he's doing or what he's doing until things happen. So it's just we got to let guys that are on the field right now do their job, and once that gets passed, or if Aiden's playing really well, then we make that move.
How much have expectations for this team changed since 2022, and how much do you feel that as a leader of this team?
I think every expectation you come into camp every year is you're trying to win a World Series. I mean,
so they really haven't.
Yeah, I mean, I think every single year you're trying to do that and get better. And obviously you get beat last year and by a good Dodgers team. They end up going and winning the World Series. But at the same time, we got to come in and do our job and have that motivation to be great, and we just got to keep going.
Are you more motivated than ever? It was 2 months ago, and I was rejoicing when I saw the T-shirt. I was rejoicing when I saw you working out in the the batting cages with the T-shirt, because I'm saying he is seething underneath it all, and he's gonna prove the doubters wrong. He's so ready to go. There's a little bit of anger beneath the surface, and that is the most accessible emotion for me as an athlete. The anger. That's what you tap into. That's what makes me strong. I'm projecting, of course, but I'm hoping, fingers crossed. Is that what I saw with your shirt?
I mean, talk radio loves it, right? I mean, media across the country loves it. I mean, it is what it is. I said it before. I mean, I said it on the Bus and podcast, and I said it before. Like, I don't get motivated by things like that. I just don't. I mean, I'm motivated to be great within myself, and obviously, you see things or stuff happens with RC on the field or other players, and other players motivate me, I would say, to do things. But at the same time, for me, I don't need somebody else to be motivated for me to be great. I don't need somebody to tell me, hey, you need to do this, or you got to do this, or you need to be great to be motivated.
Is it counterproductive? Is it counterproductive when someone tries to artificially motivate you?
I don't even think that was the case in that situation at all.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper with us here. Bryce, let's go in two different directions here with a similar topic. The first is, I'm curious how ticked you are that you and the Phillies haven't won a World Series yet. How much does it bother you?
I don't think it. I mean, obviously it bothers me because I want to win, but I don't think. I mean, the game of baseball is such a hard sport and hard sport to win. So not always the best team wins, and whoever gets hot at the right moment usually wins. So I mean, we've had opportunities over the years to do those things, and I mean that's the only thing on my mantle that I'm missing. So obviously I want it, But I mean, I can't go out there and say, we didn't have a good year last year because we didn't, make it to the World Series, or we lost to the Dodgers. Obviously, the goal at the end of the year is to win a World Series, and that's what I want to do, and that's what this team wants to do. But I'm not going to take anything away from the group of guys we have, or the motivation that we have to do that again. And we need to do it. I mean, it is what it is. We can't talk about it enough, or we can't, do all these things. I can come on here and tell you guys, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, do this. No, I mean, whatever happens, we got to go out there and do it. We can't, we can't communicate to everybody, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. No, we just got to go out and play and see where we're at the end.
So let's talk about sort of the other side of that. And people get mad at me, Bryce, when we do this show, when I talk about how good you guys were last year. They don't want to hear it from me. I say it, but they don't want. I mean, I remind people, hey, the team won the second most games in the regular season. And they say, Joe, shut up. And then sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. The other side of that last question, does it bother you that so many fans have turned so negative on a team that has won a lot of games? You haven't won it all, but you've won a lot of games. Does the negativity bother you?
I think there's so much more happiness in this world than negative. And I think there's people that love our team and understand who we are as a team. And it's not that, I mean, they see everything out there. Everything's negative and everything's this, that, and the other, right, in the world, and not just sports, but in the world. So, I mean, there's plenty of people out there that believe in us and who we are, and we believe in each other in this organization and this team. And so, we'll see. I mean, like I said, we could talk about it until we're purple in the face, but it doesn't matter until you get out there and you play the game. And, I'm with them. I understand where they're frustrated and people are frustrated at, but at the same time, like, we're as frustrated as you guys are, and we want to win. And
that's
trust
awesome.
that we want to be out there, doing our thing and doing that.
Let's talk about winning.
It's not awesome that you're frustrated.
No,
but
no.
it's great
no, I'm
to
not
know that
frustrated.
we all
I mean, there's no frustration.
the
It's
same
just
page.
like, of course we want to win, but I can't be frustrated every day I walk onto the field. Like, I have to go out there, and
that's got
to
be hard to balance.
I can't be frustrated walking onto the field in the spring training and think to ourselves like, oh man, everybody's frustrated with us. No, like, we can't worry about that. So
let's talk about a winning moment and not a frustration. Did you rub it in Rob Thompson's face when the U.S. beat Canada twice?
No, I can't do that to Tom, man. He's too nice.
Was he wearing it? Did he feel? I mean, he's a Canadian, and Canada lost twice. They lost twice in the finals. I mean, was he wearing it hard?
I don't really think we talked about it too much. I mean, we were all screaming and yelling inside the weight room when it was on, and then he walked through and was like, man, what a game. And I kind of just let him keep going. But obviously, what an incredible moment for the U.S. I mean, so proud to be an American in that situation, and understanding how hard fought that's been for a long time. I mean, last time we did it was a miracle. I mean, that's an incredible thing. Like, wow. I mean,
did you ever play hockey at any point in your life?
No, I didn't.
I would think that with your skills at putting this, like the stick on the ball, the implement on the ball, you could.
I would love it.
Shoot.
I mean, obviously, I would love
too.
I would love my son to do it. I'd love to be a hockey dad.
Get
away from the baseball world. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I would love to just watch. I mean, I have a nephew. I have two nephews that play, and they're absolute studs out of Nevada.
Did you ever wish that you could hit people in your sport?
I played football, so.
Oh,
I loved hitting people.
We're talking Richie's language right now.
I didn't like getting hit, but I loved hitting people. I can tell you that.
It purifies your soul. It really does. I saw some of your.
He's right.
I saw some of your cooking videos. The banana bread. I totally disagree with slicing a banana long ways and putting it on top of the banana bread. But
that's fine.
If that's the way you want to do it.
You didn't expect someone to rip your banana bread, did you?
It looked good.
It tastes good. So
it actually looked very visually appealing.
Awesome.
But what are your other specialties? You got one dish that you just dominate with? Because mine is halibut piccata.
Okay.
I nail fish piccata.
Tiramisu.
Oh,
homemade tiramisu. I love that.
Wow,
it's really good.
Wow,
that is a wow.
Yeah, I can do that.
No,
I did that last spring. I didn't post that video. Or did I post that video?
Did you do it like healthy tiramisu? Because I noticed you're using like
I do like good ingredients. So like
sugar.
Yeah. So
I like healthy way.
I do good ingredients.
Healthy tiramisu. You've somehow mastered that.
I mean, as long as the coffee and espresso is good, you're fine.
You're right.
I mean, if your espresso is good, it's usually pretty good. So
there you go. Bryce Harper here with us on WIP. Of course, getting ready for another day and another season. Bryce, the contract thing. 7 in, 6 to go. Do you still want an extension?
I mean, obviously, I'd like to be here for the long haul, whatever that looks like. I want to play time, over 40. If we make that happen at the end, then we make that happen. If not, then we'll figure it out.
Do you think it was a mistake when that was publicly stated a few years ago by Scott Boras? And did that shift the fans for you? Do you think that should have been kept in-house?
I think Scott does what Scott does. I can't control what Scott does or what he says or anything. So I can't answer for Scott. I mean, that's what he kind of does for his clients, and I mean, at the end of the day, Scott's going to do what he thinks best for everybody.
He does make his
He's very good at his job. He's very, very good at his job.
A lot of money. Yeah. The World Baseball Classic, how different is this February/March than a typical? Just the next couple of weeks, what does it look like as you imagine it?
Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait. It's something I've been, wanting to do for the past, couple of years. Actually, I take that back. I haven't wanted to do because I've wanted to play in the Olympics, like the real Olympics. So, but this year, obviously having the team that we do, I wanted to do it last year, but obviously with my elbow, I couldn't. And so being able to get out there and play and put the colors on my chest and represent something greater than myself, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, we have such a great group of guys on that club and a good pitching staff as well, bullpen, everything. So a lot of guys really checked in this year and wanted to do it. So we're looking forward to it.
How does it change the Phillies dynamic? You won't be here for a stretch. Some are, most will be, most of the best players won't be. How does that affect the Phillies and baseball teams at the major league level?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm going to go play and do my
happen,
thing.
Right?
I'm still going to get ready and keep going and do what I need to do. But me and Schwartz will be gone, and I guess Trey and Bryson will take over the infield. Bomer. But yeah, I mean, I think they'll be fine.
Bryce, you've said before over the last year or two that you'd be willing to change positions if need be. People have doubted whether you mean it. Do you mean it? Would you happily go to the outfield if the Phillies say, we can get a first baseman, we want you to go to the outfield? If Dombrowski says that to you, do you happily do that?
I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I've talked about it over the years. They've told me they wanted me to be at first base. I wouldn't come out and say something if I didn't really mean it. So, I mean, yeah.
WIP gets kind of, I know you're a listener, and we thank you for that. When criticism is swirling, do you listen less?
Do I listen less to you guys?
Less to the station. Like this last 4 months, did you listen less than like after the 2022? It wasn't as fun. 2022 was fun. Everyone's in a good mood all the way through.
I don't listen too much in the off season just because I don't have you guys on my radio in the off season. So in season, I listen all the way every time I go over the bridge. So I mean, 10, 12 minutes over the bridge, I usually get the afternoon show.
Fritz is going to lose. Fritz is going to listen to me in the basketball game, right?
I learned I was getting cut on WIP.
Did you?
I learned I was from Ray Dininger. I learned I was getting cut, and I was mad. What does he know?
Yeah, no, I'm off-season stuff because I don't have it on my radio. So if it's not on my FM, then I usually can't really listen to it. I mean, I could get it on my phone, but it's too much work.
Yeah,
I saw your new cleats. The new Under Armour. They're awesome.
Thank you.
Are you a sneakerhead too? Are you a cleat head? I love.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Jordans myself.
Yeah,
so you got the Vans. Are you skater?
I grew up like that, snowboarding, skating.
Wow.
Wakeboarding.
So when did they tell you you're not ever allowed to snowboard again because you're gonna mess up your legs? For baseball?
I mean, Scott told me that when I was younger, but I got my ways.
You
No, I mean, it's such a passion for me. It's such something that like gets me away from everything.
The snowboarding is?
I love it.
Wow.
That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, I don't do it now.
That's pretty amazing. I mean,
being able to get away when I was younger and understand like that was big for my dad, just getting me away from baseball. We always took off into November, like right after Thanksgiving. We always take off, and December, January, we were always snowboarding and up in the mountains.
You and your dad?
Oh, I mean, our whole family. But he made sure like that we were away from sports.
And those are like real mountains with powder.
We'd
not
go
like
up to
where I was here in Lewisberry, Pennsylvania, where it's all ice and it's a 2,000-foot elevation.
Man. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, no, we'd go up to Bryan Head, Steamboat, canyons up in Park City. That's probably my favorite run.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, beautiful. I love the mountains. My kids love it.
And you prefer snowboarding over skiing?
Yeah, I tried to ski when I was like 4 years old, and that didn't work out. So I switched right over to snowboard.
So you're going to have your kids be snowboarders too?
My son already he's on a board, and then and then my daughter she'll get on a board this off season.
Like 6-7 range or somewhere in there, like 6 or something like that.
So so my son started. He was 4.5, 5. Yeah, he just turned 5 that year. and he started, and then we'll start.
They're going to be
start
good. They're going to be
I hope so.
tearing it
We'll
up.
see. We'll see.
That's awesome.
Bryce, being a focal point, in my lifetime, let's say the last 30 years, to me, there's 4 athletes that have stood out in Philadelphia where when it's playoff time, the city, millions of people look at them and say, lead us there. Lead us to the title. Last 30 years, Eric Lindros, Flyers, Donovan McNabb, Eagles, Joel Embiid, Sixers, you. What's it like to be the focal point that millions say, lead us there?
Yeah, imagine I would have started my career here.
You're right. Well, Lindros had that because he was, I think, 19.
Yeah.
And when I asked him that question about 10 years ago, his thing was like, that's what I get paid for. That's the goal. That's the challenge. I take it on. He didn't shirk it at all.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you were like 20, 21, 22 when people were doing it. Now you've been 30, 31, 32. What's that like?
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing. Like, obviously, I love going out there, being in those big moments and understand situations and stuff. Obviously, didn't have the postseason I wanted to last year. Wasn't good on my end. So, blame, all that kind of stuff. That's totally fine. I understand the blame. I understand the good, the bad, all that kind of stuff. So I never shy away from any of that stuff, man. I don't think I'm ever scared to answer questions or, media walks in and talks to us. Like, I'm going to be standing there right front and center, and here you go. But at the same time, I understand why, and I'm with them. I understand that if I have a good postseason or I play well, we're usually going to have an opportunity to win. But sometimes we're not. I mean, that's the name of our game, and I think one single player can sometimes change that dynamic in a postseason, but sometimes they can't as well.
Yeah, Bryce. Last topic, and we appreciate some time here with Bryce Harper. The baseball landscape. This is not a Phillies thing. This is an MLB and players thing. 2 questions. 1, gut feeling. Will opening day in 2027 happen on time? Gut feeling.
No.
Second question. Gut feeling. Will there be a 2027 Major League Baseball season?
Yes. I think for me personally, we want what's best for the game. I think I want what's better. Me personally, I want what's best for the game for owners and players as well. And our game is at the peak of where we're at right now with so much talent. It's an international game right now, obviously, with the players that we have. And I don't think we want to lose that. I don't think owners want to lose that. But we're at such a standstill right now with where we are that it's going to be tough to figure things out in a 3-month span. If you can't figure it out, in a 3-year span, how are you going to figure it out in a 3-month span? Yeah. So I hope we figure it out. I don't want it to go slow. I don't want it to, be bad on both sides or anything else like that. But these guys are attorneys for a reason, and they've gone through all this stuff. I mean, Manfred's gone through it. Bruce Meyer's gone through it. I mean, it's a tough situation for both sides, and Manfred's going to do what's best for the owners, but also I think he wants to do what's right to the players as well to a certain extent. And I think obviously Bruce Meyer is pro player, so I think both sides just really need to calm it down, hash it out, and get this thing done.
The players would sit out a full year though to prevent a salary cap, correct?
I think you should have to ask owners about that too.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
but you guys would, right?
I mean, I don't want to do it for the young guys if I'm not going to do it the right way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the stepping stone into what guys did for me to get me to where I am, I think I owe that to the young guys in our game as well. So for the next, 20 years, 30 years of this game, I owe it to them, now for the Aiden Millers and the, Justin Crawfords and, just the guys that are going to be in this game for the next 20 years. Like, I owe that to them now.
All right, final.
That's virtuous, man. This guy is a pillar of baseball honor, man.
Well, it started with Kurt Flood, and that was
Marvin Miller and all that. Yeah, for sure.
All right, final thing, Bryce.
I really appreciate that. Like, I
he was a
appreciate
players' union guy,
the baseball love, like the old head commitment to baseball. Like, that is awesome.
I think there's
we
things
as
that,
fans appreciate that.
Yeah, but I think also, like, I understand why fans could get mad or, people can get upset or owners or players or whatever it is, because everybody's in a different situation, right?
Yeah.
Like, each player's in a different situation, each owner's in a different situation, each fan is in a different situation. This is a getaway for fans a lot of the time. So, like, I understand everybody's notion on it, but just, like, think about the people that did it before you at your job, or made it the way that they did it your job for you to have the opportunity, you to have this going on for you. So I have to do that for the young guys.
And final thing, Bryce, for those just tuning in, we talked about this about 20 minutes ago, but you feel you and Dave Dombrowski are good now?
Yeah. I mean, we talked for a good amount of time, and Dave knows where I came from, and what happened, and obviously, I think that's a big thing for us.
You aired it out?
Yeah, for sure. So,
Bryce, good luck to you.
Cool.
World Baseball Classic, Philly season, rest of the career. We really enjoy seeing you play.
Thanks, brother.
Bryce,
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, big man.
There he
you
is.
guys. Thank you.
First and foremost,
Thanks,
WIP
brother.
listener Bryce Harper. He just happens to also bat third for the Phillies. All right, 215-592-9494. Back with all the calls. Reaction next on 94 WIP.
If you're engagement ring shopping right now, do not buy a diamond until you check out the bridal collection with my friends at Benari Jewelers. I recently spent time in one of their showrooms, and I was so impressed with their industry-leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee on all natural diamonds. Let me explain why this is so incredible. If you buy a diamond today at Benari for $10,000, but later you want to trade up to a larger diamond or maybe a different shape, Benari will give you $11,000 toward the new diamond. That's a guaranteed 10% appreciation. Let that sink in. You paid $10,000 originally, but Benari pays you $11,000 for that same diamond when you upgrade. They pay you more than you paid them for the same diamond, folks. Now that's peace of mind and a company that believes in its product. So if you're ring shopping, don't get distracted by the latest fads and the promises. When it's meant to be, only trust the experts at Benari Jewelers, with 2 showrooms in Exton and Newtown Square, and online at benarijewelers.com.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Baycare Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford. No seeing shadows at Delco's #1 Ford destination for over 6 decades. If you're still hibernating in your burrows, it's a great day to buy a new car. Jen from Marple, you're on the air.
Aren't car deals the same every day at every dealership?
It only feels the same when you haven't shopped at Robin Ford. Break the cycle today. Drive home in a new Ford Bronco Sport for only $299 per month. Only at Robin Ford. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now at 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Tim in Springfield.
Having a tough time finding the truck I want at a price I can live with.
That's why people come to Robin Ford. Nobody gets plucked on price. Whether it's 6 more weeks of winter or an early spring, you'll be riding in style in a new 2026 Ford F-150 with 0% financing for 72 months. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Bronco Sport 2025 Big Bend, 48 monthlies, 7,500 miles, $4,000 due at signing. Offer subject to credit approval and can change at any time. Excludes taxes, title license, and dealer fees. Offers end March 2nd, 2026. See dealer for more details.
Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home, with PJ Fitzpatrick. They have the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just 1 day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You've got places to be, and Wawa's got $5 deals all day. Kick off your morning with a $5 big breakfast meal deal. A sizzly breakfast sandwich, hash brown, and hot or iced coffee. And later, that $5 feeling keeps going with a crispy chicken sandwich. Bold flavor, real value. Because great taste doesn't need to cost more. Order today in the Wawa app or in store. Big cravings, big deals. Gotta have a Wawa.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The clock is ticking for the WNBA. With the season set to tip off May 8th, the league has issued a new ultimatum. Negotiators have until March 10th to reach a deal on the new collective bargaining agreement, revenue sharing, and player housing. As players fight for their share of the league's historic growth. The 11th hour is here. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Philadelphia International Airport. Bryce Harper just appeared on the WIP Morning Show. Says he and Dave Dombrowski are good, talked for a good amount of time, airing it out. Much speculated the 2027 Major League Baseball season in jeopardy due to a lockout. When asked by Joe DeCamera if the 2027 season would start on time, Harper replied, no. But he did expect the season would play, just not on time. WIP Morning Show also spoke to Kyle Schwarber earlier. You can check out both of those interviews, podcast at 94WIP.com. Philadelphia International Airport's new premier valet parking service, managed by the Philadelphia Parking Authority, reserved now at phl.org. Mostly sunny, a high of 33. It's currently 29. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
And Louis Coco not messing around with the music.
Fran Rojas not messing around.
Oh, Fran, I'm sorry.
Wow.
You know why?
What?
Sorry.
Been back here the whole time.
I was just texting with Louis.
Well, it's nice of Fran not to play any of his heavy metal, hardcore metal bands that he usually plays. So I appreciate that.
Fran, my apologies.
Death metal or whatever.
How dare you?
Hey,
love you, Fran.
Spring training coverage here on WIP brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, a lot in the last hour and a half that you can react to. The Kyle Schwarber interview, the Elliot interview on what Howie and Nick said, and, of course, the Bryce Harper interview. If you don't know what Howie and Nick said, we'll give you a flavor of that as we move through this segment. I know that was about an hour ago we were there. James, Rhea, your reaction to what you heard from Bryce, and then we'll get to the phones. What stood out to you?
Yeah, I thought Rhea just hit it in the update, but I think that, at least from a national perspective, the fact that he said he doesn't think the season's going to start on time next year, I think is a massive deal. He is obviously a big-time player, part of the union.
Didn't hesitate either.
Said it immediately.
Yep.
I thought that was fascinating. I thought obviously interesting that and good that him and Dave have talked and that, they've kind of reached some sort of stasis, hopefully, with this and aired it out, as was said. But I don't know that it's fully figured out and everything's, there's no hurt feelings or anything. I think they'll be able to move forward, but it's going to be fascinating how this plays out moving forward.
I think that, you can sit down in a room and air things out, when management brings you together. It doesn't always mean that you are cool with it or copacetic. And you just be like, hey, I'm going to come to work. I'm going to do my job. But I don't like what you said. I mean, I didn't get the feeling that he's like, oh, yeah, everything's great. Just that they talked. And that could be a good thing because that's got to start the process. But, yeah, the lockout stuff, I mean, he was like, nope. And, he said it so fast I wasn't able to get the video started. Then I started it after that because I expected him to pause at least. But at least he did. Here's the thing is, he says, no, that's going to go right up to Major League Baseball. We know that. Sure. But he did say he expected the season to get played.
You know what? I was just happy to hear that.
Yeah. I was thrilled.
Because I actually thought that he might take a stronger public stance for the purpose of supporting the union. I'm not saying he wasn't supporting the union, but he was more optimistic than I
thought he was going to be.
Well, then I feel.
Well,
I feel.
After the first no, but I love when you asked about the salary cap. He goes, "You going to talk to ownership about that?" You're like, "I will." You're like, "You're darn right I am."
I'm happy.
No, I know, but I just thought it was funny.
Look, we did a poll a week or two ago. Do you want a salary cap in baseball? And more than 50% of people here in Philadelphia said yes. You can imagine in Tampa Bay, 99% yes.
You're lucky I didn't jump in and say how pro owner you are to Bryce all the time.
Well, I am pro owner. He should be pro owner too. He's got a $330 million contract. John, what hit you?
I wanted to tattle on you for being pro owner the whole time.
I got no problem with that. I am pro owner.
What hit me was while we were sitting here talking to Bryce.
But I don't want to start.
No,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I kept thinking to myself, I'm so amazed and impressed at how engaged Bryce Harper is with these questions that we're asking him. I felt a level of intensity coming from Bryce. Yep. I felt like he was conscientious in the way he was so earnestly trying to answer the questions that we were asking. And they were not fun questions in some cases. He was locked in, all business, ready. It just felt like he was ready to take on anything. And as he sat here, he was very intense about this season, very intense about this team, and I think those are good things for the Philadelphia Phillies. I can't help but feel confidence in his presence, confidence in Schwarber's presence. But, last year I felt the same way, and we went nowhere close to where we wanted to in the postseason.
Well, I will say this. I thought a big theme of Bryce and Schwarber both. They were both saying in so many words, look, we can't unwind the past and go win in October that we haven't won. Yeah. All we can do is do our best moving forward to try to win it all.
Well, I also like that,
and
I
they
think
believe
that's fair.
that is achievable. They have a belief that concept is not insurmountable.
But John, you know why? Because it is.
Reach.
This is what I've been saying for 4 months.
It is truly within
because
reach.
it is achievable.
But a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of luck needs to be had, and a lot of ads need to be made before the trade deadline. We're all aware. So a lot of finesse needs to be applied. Massaging needs to be applied to this team between now and that trade deadline, and then maybe even a little bit more. I mean, like I said, the luck factor is huge. We just haven't had some balls bounce our way over the last few years.
But
you go back to 2022.
Self-inflicted.
Some of it has been.
I agree with that.
The center field position was a joke.
I agree with that. But it does feel like this team, this group, they felt 2022. You know, these leaders know what that vibe felt like. And so that does make me believe that that's somewhat more replicable than if they were trying to do that from scratch.
I will say
that's a positive.
I did appreciate their messaging from both of them. It was a lot of like, we know we can't say, hey, we're going to go. Like, we just got to go out and do it. Yeah. And I think after, like the last couple years.
They let me take the Bulls for 4 months.
That's good. They should. That's smart, right? It's smart. Let you take it.
But I'll just say.
But you know what I mean? Like, instead of coming
but,
out with that messaging of like, World Series.
They didn't step in it the wrong way.
Exactly.
But I will say, and you guys know I've been saying this for 4 months, like, the Phillies were one game removed from the best regular season record in baseball. They have an outstanding team. They will again have an outstanding team.
And they keep going backwards.
Hopefully they play better in October.
That's what going backwards.
Yeah, no, in the postseason they do. You're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, reaction. Where do you stand on all of it? We'll get to the Howie and Nick stuff shortly. 215-592-9494. Mike in Voorhees. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. How you guys doing?
Good, pal.
What's up, Mike?
Good. I'm usually calling in about the Eagles, but I heard the tail end of Bryce's interview, and I really appreciate what John said about it. I think he said virtuous, but Bryce was really caring about the future guys of baseball, and
totally.
I think he always has been.
Yeah,
and
it means a lot to him.
An analogy. One of my heroes, John probably can appreciate this, was Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy always cared about the future of rock, and hosting Ozfest and Youngblood, and I just got a lot of respect out of that comment from Bryce.
And Ozzy was amazing in that respect. Completely different behind closed doors. Like, I had a chance to meet him, and he was so kind to me, almost like a father figure.
Right,
couldn't believe it.
Yeah, but I mean, I really got Bryce, a lot of new respect from Bryce just now with that comment.
Yeah. That I was really, really impressed with that interview from Bryce, and that was a lot of questions that were not, like I said, not fun. Not hey, happy-go-lucky interview.
You didn't back off.
Let's talk about Bedlam at the Bank. That was great, huh?
Well, Mike,
it wasn't that. Yeah,
Mike, you didn't back off the. I mean, he didn't.
No.
Publicly say, like, I want a new one, but he didn't disavow the concept.
Yeah.
That has been out there, I believe, now for 2 years, I believe.
Yeah, and I was a huge Phillies fan growing up. The first team I saw at the Vet, even though I'm a 51-year Eagle season ticket holder. And I always loved Pete Rose. But, Pete Rose had attitude. And I really appreciated, like I said, Bryce's comment about not just his and the Phillies' performance, but the future of baseball. Sure. I thought that was very, very, very. All
right, Mike, give me a fascinating fictional relationship. You can win the $100.
Okay, so I gave one thing to Lewis, but I'm going to change a little bit. Batman and Catwoman.
It's sometimes. I mean, there's better.
It's not that interesting.
No.
That's good.
Well, it's a
relationship.
Who was the best Catwoman? Was it Holly Berry?
Yeah, I mean, in our.
Yeah, I think so.
Was it Eartha
Michelle
Kitt back
Pfeiffer was good,
yeah,
too.
she was.
Oh, Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I forgot about Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
It's tough to compare. You got apples and oranges, but it's Halle Berry and Michelle Pfeiffer.
That's
two of the most beautiful women who've ever lived. So, yeah,
that's big time. Let's get to another Mike right now. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
What's up?
Michael.
Oh, hey, Bryce, if you're still listening, let's keep the momentum going, baby, and let's bring the WBC back to the U.S. Another championship. Let's keep it going.
There you go. Let's get to one that matters more. It's the Phillies World Series.
One thing at a time.
Fair enough.
So listen, the NHL, wanted to, ride this momentum. I think we would all love to see it. Now, look, I know you know me as an Eagles caller. Hockey is my favorite sport. I'm a diehard Rangers fan. Messier bringing the cup to New York, biggest moment of my life. Now, here's the problem. The NHL, hockey itself, ice hockey, can never be a national sport in this country. It's just not set up properly. Playoff hockey, as we all know, Flyers, Rangers, what a rivalry, but for us for years. So we know what we're talking about because we love this sport. Playoff hockey is the greatest sports entertainment out there, bar none. Unfortunately, for most of the country, they'll never even care to know about this or even attempt to watch it because it's overshadowed by the start of the baseball season. And baseball, it just dominates the country. People are looking forward to the warm weather when it comes March, April. Not many people are interested in watching a sport that takes place on a sheet of ice in a freezing arena.
Look, Mike, I agree with you to an extent, but I'm going to give you a name.
Go.
P.T. Barnum.
That was not the name I was
expecting.
No,
it wasn't.
No.
But what's the point, Mike?
Entertainer? Put on a show?
Be a marketer.
Yeah.
Be a marketer. Be Walt Disney. Like, here's the thing, my man.
Yeah.
Hockey has enough that if someone with vision came in and said, let me show you how I can take this to America, it could grow big time. Mm-hmm. They haven't had that for generations. It's ridiculous.
Joe, I wish I can agree with you because I've loved this sport for nearly 50 years of my life. And I've had this conversation with my friends over and over, thousands of times. But at the end of the day, this country's not set up for hockey.
Look, you're not wrong to an extent, but I think Rhea nailed it, Mike, when she said the NHL slogan could be, we play.
I know. It's amazing.
Think about that.
I think
how mad the NBA would be?
That would be pretty funny.
That would be
really
awesome.
You know what? You know the word I'm thinking of.
I mean, you could even put the word actually, like we actually play.
Yeah.
Like we don't sit out, we don't load manage.
Yeah.
By the way, guy gets 2.5 teeth knocked out. He grabs his shift and scores the winning goal.
Yeah.
Like we play. If they want to differentiate themselves from the NBA, make that the slogan. We play.
I agree with that slogan. It's brilliant, but we're hockey fans. We get it. Look, most of the country, most of sports fans in this country, they have been catered to the individual. All right, the individual award, the individual accolades. That's not hockey. Hockey is like the ultimate team sport, where very rarely is the individual the centerpiece of the league. I mean, let's think about how many individuals have really run this league. And guess what? Yeah. Most of those individuals, we on opposing teams, we hate that guy.
Well, pretty much. I mean, look, here's the thing. The last 15 years have obviously been Crosby and Ovechkin. And unfortunately, and this is actually no knock on them at all, but they're just not Wayne Gretzky.
Correct.
It just is what it is. My mom knew who Wayne Gretzky was. My mom would have no clue who Ovechkin is. And that's not Ovechkin's fault, but it is the NHL's job to do a better job marketing people like that. All right, Mike, I need an answer from you. Fascinating fictional relationship. What do you got?
I got Oscar Madison and Felix Unger.
Ah, sure. Yeah, The Odd Couple, sure. I mean, everybody knew Gretzky.
Oh, yeah.
Not everybody knows Ovechkin and Crosby.
Without a doubt.
I mean, it's a big difference. Very big difference. All right, let's talk to Bam. He's calling from Upper Darby. Bam, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, morning crew. Hey,
what's up,
I like your interview with Bryce, but, I like how you joked. That question where you asked him about, you were great. I think you were asking him about the Dombrowski thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think I felt like he got kind of heated, like he was kind of upset about that, and he couldn't
First time
answer.
or the second time? Beginning or the end of the interview?
The beginning of it.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the dynamic I think in play, and I can understand how this would be awkward for him. So they meet recently, and to just use the term break bread, they put it behind them, and it's like, let's put it behind us time. And then 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days later, here are questions about it, and he probably doesn't want to do a deep dive on the past because he and the Phillies were in a room together like 5 days ago and said, let's put it behind us.
But
I can understand.
Well, to the Phillies' credit, no one was told not to ask about it.
No, of course
And they
not.
know that they were coming down
Well,
here.
That's why you
And he
didn't spend the entire interview talking
They
about
could
it.
tell me
like,
anyway, but
also.
it wouldn't change the matter.
But no, I mean, people have done that before, and we just go, well, we're asking anyway. You choose how to answer it. And he also said, you're talking to Dombrowski tomorrow. He knows Dave's schedule tomorrow. So they both knew that they were talking to you today.
That is
and tomorrow.
interesting. I didn't think about the fact that he said, "Oh, you're talking to Dave tomorrow." Like that meant Bryce knew we were.
Well, to be fair, I said it as he was walking down the hallway.
Okay, my bad.
So
My
he
bad.
may have
That's
only
possible.
heard it.
That's possible.
Because right before we had him, I
That's
previewed
possible.
Dombrowski.
Okay.
But Bam, I do think. Listen, it was a different interview than it would have been Thursday of last week, because John Middleton had come out in the Philadelphia Inquirer piece over the weekend and announced that Bryce, Dave Dombrowski, and Rob Thompson met, and in so many words, came to a meeting of the minds and put stuff behind them. Now, whether you believe that or not, he said it, so then we go into it knowing, okay, that's been said by the owner. Let's see if the player confirms that, and he did. But I think he didn't want to do the deepest dive, and I can respect that because, think about, Bam, if you and your employer, have a disagreement, come to terms on like, hey, let's put it behind you, and then someone starts asking you a week later about it, about what happened in the past, you're probably not going to go out of your way to say too much about the employer.
No.
Yes, I understand. I got you.
That's what I think happened.
Okay, got it. And hey, Seltzer,
What
how
up,
you been?
Bam? I'm good,
Guess
man. How
what?
you doing,
remember
Bam?
I told you I was going back to school.
Yeah.
All right, so I started school, right? But guess what? I'm coming for your boss's job.
Oh, look out, Rod Lakin.
Yes, and Joe, I know you're gonna be president of the United States one day. So Seltzer, you going in that chair, right? With Richie.
I like that. Joe, if you become president, I'll take your job.
I'm down with that. What if I want him to be my chief?
I was about to say you might need me.
Ben, what if I want him to be my chief of staff?
Chief of staff. So I'm gonna have to put Fran Rojas in there.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that.
You better start treating him nicer when it comes to beat the hammer. He's not going to be your chief of staff.
Hey, Bam, I need an answer, my man. Fascinating fictional relationship.
Edward Lewis, and I forget her name in Pretty Woman.
It's decent.
Vivian, I believe.
Yeah, Vivian and Edward. Okay.
Wow, he went Edward Lewis.
Yeah, I was like, how do you remember his name but not her name?
Yeah.
I definitely.
Edward Lewis.
No idea what his
and
name was.
Vivian
Ward, I believe.
Vivian Ward, I think, is
I'm
correct.
almost positive it's Vivian.
All right, let's round out both Twitter poll questions of the day. They're both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's February special. You can save over $10,500 in every new Armin Chevy Equinox EV in stock and get a level 2 charger at 50% off. Visit arminchevy.com. All right, let's all go on the record on whether we would like another snowstorm. Big. Yes. We've had two. One affected I had to fly out a day early.
Oh, my God.
You did? The travesty.
What? You had to leave a snowstorm a day early.
But Rhea, I didn't want to.
What were you doing on
All
yesterday?
I wanted to do
was sit and watch
was
the snow.
hunker down with Amy from Villanova and watch shows. And this broadcast in Clearwater ripped us apart. It's a travesty. And then and by the way, and full disclosure,
Probably would have to sleep at the station.
Full
You would have
disclosure-
been watching shows
full
at the
disclosure
station.
for the audience.
Yes.
You know why I had to sit one out yesterday? Take a guess, geniuses.
Sit what out?
A show. I'm down
Because
here
you're
yesterday.
here, yeah.
Yeah, we're all here.
Yes.
But the three of you had taken vacation, and they couldn't ask you to give your vacation day back. Right decision, by the way.
Yeah.
But basically, I had to sit in a freaking hotel room all day. 'Cause
Oh,
you
what?
three-
They wanted us to come do the show here?
Well, it wasn't broached. I think everyone understood. There's no way to.
Oh, well, no,
they
because
could ask you.
Angelina was in New Orleans. We didn't have
They
an
could
engineer.
have gotten someone down here. All four of us were here. We sat out, but it's because you three had vacation. That's all good. I'm playing around. All right, Rhea, would you like another snowstorm?
No, I'm done with them now.
James, we know you're a no.
Absolutely not.
John, I'm a yes.
I'll take it.
Thank you, John.
I mean,
Thank
crazy.
you.
I
It's
feel a bit at a loss. Like we missed a cool one.
We did.
And I guess there's about a foot on the ground.
So happy we missed it.
And it feels
It
like
should
it
be
was
gone by
light
the time we get
snow
back.
because my daughter was only delayed 2 hours today. It seems like there should be no school. 2 hour delay means they must have done a bang up job getting all that snow relocated.
And maybe it's not as. I mean, we're not there. Maybe not as cold.
It's not as cold.
Because last time it was like 10 degrees.
20 degrees
That was
for
the
like
problem.
3 weeks.
It was a rock.
No, it was literally the first day last Wednesday where Clark looked out and he went, wow, I could see the backyard for the first time. We hadn't seen it in 3 weeks.
All right, John, what percentage of our audience
snow?
wants another big snowstorm?
29%.
21.
Welcome aboard. Thank you, people. You are correct.
People are tired of it. The other poll question, do you think the NHL will capitalize on the hockey momentum from the Olympics? Yes or no? John, how do people vote?
Do you think they will capitalize? 60% say yes.
70% say no.
So 30% are wrong.
They better get
There
that.
is no way they will.
They better
will
get
not.
that Jack guy on a Wheaties box
Of course.
this week.
They won't.
This week.
They won't.
Wheaties box this week in stores.
Be prepared for it
Brother
not to
Quinn,
happen.
too. You know, he
Put 'em
kinda
both.
helped- Put them both. The family. The whole family is like so
Michigan.
involved.
How about a photograph of the team holding the kids?
Drows,
But, dude, I was
Like, put that on the Wheaties box.
Anybody who didn't watch it,
I was
ball,
crying.
no.
It was one of the most beautiful, sad, but like amazing
Yeah.
thing. When they brought the kids out, when they're skating around with the jersey, like
I know.
they're showing the parents, like it was like, and you know that those guys came up together, and they like it was like that. I'm getting like emotional talking
I'm
about it.
with
It
you,
was
man.
unbelievable.
All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on all this, reaction to what Bryce said, Schwarber said, and if you missed it, we'll tell you more of what Howie and Nick Sirianni said when they recently met with Elliot Shorr-Parks and other beat writers. That and more up ahead next from spring training today on 94 WIP.
You hungry? Good thing Uber Eats has the best deals at all your favorite local restaurants. Like this great deal at La Scala's. From now until March 31st, you can get a buy one, get one free deal on rigatoni vodka, all on the Uber Eats app. So next time you're craving a great meal, don't overthink it. Get it on Uber Eats and save big with a great deal. Order now only on Uber Eats. Terms apply. See app for details.
The showdown that was shut down.
Yo, the camera got hurt playing basketball.
They want me in the boot for 3 more weeks. But now it's back. Joe versus Check. The basketball challenge.
I mean, listen, no one cares when I win.
It's 2-2 on the basketball. Coming soon, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Community College of Philadelphia. Rise from within.
Shine bright like a diamond at Borgata during the $500,000 Brilliant Affair drawing. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get $25,000 worth of diamonds. Drawings every Saturday. Grand prize drawing February 28th. Shine bright during the Brilliant Affair. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the blues with Westwood One Sports. Bubble trouble has arrived in L.A. UCLA and USC square off in a game with gigantic at-large implications. With the Bruins 24 spots higher on board tour recover last month, and the Trojans soul-searching after consecutive L's, UCLA has the edge. Mick Cronin's frown turns upside down. I'm laying the points on Bill Walton U. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you would need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps, when you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity, imagine that. And now you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, visit xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters, with care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pending credit approval, offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Jack Dell and every member of the team at Dell Toyota have a heart on this month for the Valentine's Day sales event at Dell Toyota. All month long, speak to a friendly Dell Toyota associate with a heart name tag about sweetheart deals on a brand new Toyota. Now, we don't want to sound cocky, but while other dealers may tease you with a great deal, Dell makes sure you finish driving home with one. With over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs in stock. Once you experience Dell Toyota, it's hard to go back to anything smaller. And that's just the tip. If you're ready to go all in, Dell Toyota has a winning threesome. You, Jack Dell, and a new car or truck. Relax in the experienced hands of the team at Dell Toyota. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. You're only minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at deltoyota.com. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Bryce Harper with a simple no when asked earlier on the WIP Morning Show if the 2027 baseball season would start on time. However, Harper did say he expected the season to get played. Of course, many believe a lockout to be coming. Harper said he and Dave Dombrowski spoke for a good time and aired it out. We will talk to Dombrowski tomorrow here on the WIP Morning Show. Also talked to Kyle Schwarber earlier, and you can listen to both of those interviews podcast at 94WIP.com. NFL Combine this week at Indianapolis. Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman will speak later there this afternoon. Mostly sunny, high of 33. It's currently 29. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Live from Clearwater. Your home for Phillies spring training. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
From Clearwater, Joe Cameron and John Ritchie, along with James and Ray at 94 WIP. Spring training coverage brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Phillies. Well, this is one of those days we've really had two different topics, and as sometimes happens, like with these interviews with Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber, the Eagles topic sometimes gets washed away. So let me reset the table for you here of some of what Howie and Nick said when they recently met with writers. As Rhea just pointed out, they'll both be speaking later today at the NFL Combine. Now, what we have is a transcript of what was said in recent days when they met with the assembled writers. No audio. That's why all we can do is read you specific quotes or just tell you the general themes. So let's go through the themes of each. We'll start with Sirianni. The major things he talked about, that he interviewed 17 people for the offensive coordinator job, and John, as you pointed out, he pointed out, 7 of them he brought back for at least a second interview.
Yes. Or at least that's what he really wanted to get that concept across.
Well, remember, it did take him a long time, so I do think it probably is all true. I mean, it is an opportunity.
Who do you think is likely to have done the heavy lifting in these interviews?
I think they were both. I think they were both in each interview, all interviews. I don't think there was an interview without Nick. I don't think there was an interview without Howie.
I agree.
They're both in all.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
All right. In hiring a new offensive coordinator, Sirianni made a point to say the most important thing for him related to his job is to, quote, be the head coach. Which, I've pointed out, I don't have a problem with him not calling plays. Some people do. John, you have. But, he made a point to double down on that.
But, come on. This feels, once again, like, I don't know. They're trying to set it in order, before problems begin, because this has become problematic at times.
At times.
The whole, well, what is it that you're doing, Nick? It just felt a little contrived that they're trying so hard to convince us.
But I think it's also
that
what
our
it is.
Coach,
like John Harbaugh just got
John
Harbaugh just got $100 million from the Giants to just be the head coach. Not doing defense or just be the head coach, John Harbaugh. Here's $100 million. I mean, that's what Sirianni is, whether you like it or not. He referenced.
I played
no, you don't like
John,
it. I know you don't like it.
I played for John Harbaugh in a different capacity.
Yeah.
I, still stay in touch with John Harbaugh.
Yep.
There's such a different vibe coming from John Harbaugh and Nick Sirianni. You can't tell me that CEO coach in New York feels the same as our CEO coach here in Philadelphia.
Well, look, you and I have gone round and round a million times with this. I think Sirianni's better than you think, but, look, a lot of people agree with you.
I think Sirianni has a lot of strengths, but, I mean, there are times where they try too hard to cover his weaknesses, and it's contrived.
Okay. I think they do try to cover his weaknesses. All right, a couple other things on the Sirianni front, things he said. He indicated he did not have a preconceived notion of what type of offense he wanted to run going into the interview process. But the process led to him and the gang, I guess, saying, okay, let's do a McVay, Shanahan-style offense, and let's hire one of those guys. He said his expectation, and that was the word he used, his expectation is that A.J. wants to be here, but I thought he fumbled in answering the question as it relates to whether A.J. will be here. And when I say fumbled, I just think he's too honest to lie and kind of stumbled and mumbled his way through an answer where it spoke to me like A.J.'s probably gone.
He was too blatantly honest. He was too dodgy.
Unwilling to not be honest?
Yeah, he was too clearly steering around things.
Yeah, he was. He indicated he wanted Stoutland to stay, but we all know Stoutland left. And he referenced that last year's struggles on offense at a certain point, and we've known this, he's talked about it, he got more involved. And this was an interesting phrase. He said things became more collaborative. And to me, that was code for...
We took the power away from him.
Stoutland.
Yeah, 100%.
He wished that Stoutland would have stayed.
You read it the same way, Rick?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. More collaborative means less Stoutland.
Yeah, it means, he wasn't the singular voice there anymore.
Yeah.
And I think Stoutland felt as a,
disrespected and led to what it led to.
I wish
All right,
that he would acknowledge that. I wish
Who,
that,
Nick?
Yeah. I wish that it feels like that part's still being, I don't know, dodged.
Well, see, now, John, I think we're going to get that later today because they can't hide behind a transcript on this one. They're at the combine because the transcript had a break in it at that point. Like there was some discussion over whether Stoutland was demoted, whether he's not, and it was really weird. Yeah. So like I want to see them, talk about it.
On the record with verbal.
Yeah.
Audio. Yeah, I hear you. Because there's very few things these days that aren't with
accountability.
Audio.
Once again, just let's be totally transparent and totally accountable. It is the combine. It's like the official time where we'd like to get a State of the Union, so to speak.
A couple of quick things on Howie's front, things he said. And reminder, Dave Dombrowski tomorrow at 8:30 with us on the show. Things Howie said in this recent session with the writers. He had an opening, I'll say, remarks that basically indicated, and he even used this term, splash free agents. Don't expect many splash free agents, and seemed to indicate it'll even be challenging to keep some of their own, in part because they have so many of their own to keep. I mean, if you really go through it, Jalen Carter could be this offseason, Nolan Smith this offseason, Ojomo could be this offseason. You know that Quinyon and Cooper are coming up. You know Nakobe, if you can fit him, if you want him, on down the line. He referenced A.J. being great, as he said before, and again indicated hard to find players like that, but indicated that the Eagles he's always willing to listen to offers, and that he'll do what's best for the team, not what's best for A.J., which is what Howie's job is. I thought he gave a pretty vanilla answer on Tanner McKay, referenced having confidence in him, but it wasn't an answer that really moves the needle one way or the other. He spoke about Sirianni and specifically referenced that when he talked in January after the Eagles season ended and went out of his way to pump up Sirianni, he said that he thought the chatter about Sirianni was not fair, that people like John and others were like dogging Sirianni too much. And he said he wanted to make a point to indicate that he thinks Sirianni is really good because he thinks people weren't being fair. And the final thing I'll say that was of note, I thought, was he referenced the evolution of the tight end position and how he, as an executive, has probably gotten too attached to pass-catching tight ends and indicated that this past season the Eagles needed more diversity. What I think he's saying is more blocking with the tight ends. And
the inline guys, the Gronk guys who can do everything.
And you know my theory, John, I take that as an indication that Goddard won't be back because Calcaterra as a backup was never a problem when Goddard could be a great blocker. But when Goddard lost the blocking because his body started wearing down, I think Sirianni's like, I think Howie's like, I got my pants down. I don't have a blocking tight end. But you had a blocking tight end with basically the same group before when Goddard can do it. This past year wasn't very effective at it.
This position could take such a massive step back.
Huge.
We got a little spoiled with Dallas Goedert. His smooth route running, his ability to make things happen after the catch. He really was gifted.
You could have just
as
a guy.
Blocker
just
also.
A guy.
He was outstanding all around this last season.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I think he was a lot more banged up than we ever got fully informed on because his blocking suffered so dramatically.
Yep.
The physicality was completely gone.
Hurt Saquon.
Yes, it did.
Zach Ertz is coming back for a 14th season.
Listen,
he's not a blocker.
He's getting,
I know.
Yeah, no, he's not going to be here.
Throw them out.
Tell you what, he's getting closer to a Hall of Fame career. I don't think he's going to make it.
He might be a great
he's
ad,
getting closer.
though. I mean, if you want a guy out there who knows exactly where to be and how to score and how to break down a zone, that might be a nice addition.
I doubt it.
He's got, if he just has the want to
well, he's coming off a bad injury too. It was later in the season.
Brutal.
Yeah, remember, so.
Brutal. All right, let's get some calls in here. We're not going to do times yours today. We want to prioritize phone calls, and I want to play some A.J. Brown audio for you of what A.J. posted yesterday on social media, an important message to people struggling out there in the world. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment. Gary right now in Vineland. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, sir and ladies. That hockey game was like watching a 2026 Eagles game. All offense in the first period, relying on the defense too much in the next two periods, and then we won. Well,
more entertaining,
except for the Eagles at the end.
Remind me, when did the Eagles have a good first quarter on offense?
Dallas.
A couple years ago.
Yeah, I guess
Dallas.
the first game, right?
Yeah,
the first,
that game. You remember that game,
the
Joe?
first one.
prior to the games that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just it was amazing to watch, but unfortunately, being a hockey fan, I don't think it's going to bring any juice to hockey because people just don't see it the way that we see it. It's just a hard game to follow, and like you said, it's just like what Major League Baseball with Mike Trout. Like they're not prioritizing their stars. Nobody knows who these players are.
Look, Gary, part of it is personality. Bryce Harper's got a lot of personality, a lot of flair. Just take the Flyers. The Flyers have lacked star power. And that's just one team. And by the way, that's a team in a major market with a historically strong fan base. You got to have flair. You got to have star power.
JR was the last one, right?
He was
Chris
great.
Pronger.
Yep.
He had a little something. He didn't play long enough.
Yeah, Pronger was tremendous. All right, Gary, I need an answer from you. Fascinating fictional relationship.
How about Raymond and Charles Babbitt from Rain Man?
Oh, that is interesting.
That's a good answer.
The Babbitts are pretty good.
Yeah, I like that answer.
I like that answer. Let's talk to Joe calling from South Philadelphia. Good morning, Joe.
How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing well, bud.
All right. Yeah, to quote about that, I'm glad that John was saying how Harper, he's just a class act. And like you said, with Dombrowski, you got to remember, in 19, we were getting $20,000 a game. He came to get $48,000. I know you say he's a GM, but most of these players are here because of him. And he's just a class act, like how John said. And he tries his best. He went from right field to first base. He plays it like he's been there for 10 years. I mean, he wants to win every game. What could he do? I mean, Mike Schmidt had to get Pete Rose. Right now, he really don't have anybody to bat fourth. Hopefully, he'll get someone, like he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, they are a three. Look, Bohm's decent, but man, like we talk about how the Sixers only have four real players. I mean, the Phillies are so reliant on those top three guys, and then Bohm, and then it just falls off a cliff.
Yeah, and then as fans, it's tough. And as fans, like people go all year round, they pay a lot of money, and then come October, they leave their bats in the batting cage. You can't get tickets. The tickets go up 3 times the price. That's why fans are disappointed. I don't blame them. But Harper just is one person. But he tries his best. And if you wanted somebody up there with bases loaded 2 outs out of this team, I would want Harper. Even though Schwarber hits home runs, I still will like Harper because he walks half of the time because there's nobody behind him. But he's been great for this city. And, I just hope people don't. One day they're going to miss him. But getting
there's no question.
There's no question about that.
Right.
I think he's ready. I'm really excited.
Yeah,
And I've been feeling this way for ever since I saw the Not Elite T-shirt. I've been fingers crossed for quite some time now. Now that I've had a chance to sit next to him, he is intense. There's intensity coming off of Bryce Harper this year. Now I haven't sat next to him in previous preseasons, but there's something. Someone's going to pay. Like, he is going to go out there and play some great baseball. He wants to prove doubters wrong. You can tell.
All right, Joe, I need an answer from you. Fascinating fictional relationship.
But the hockey, real quick, the problem with hockey is that they don't have we have a gambling generation, and you can't play a lot of betting on hockey.
It is hard to bet on. That's an interesting point.
And all that stuff. Yeah, and Rhea, we love you from South Philly. Go Acme, 19th in Oregon. And Archie Bunker.
I know the Acme.
It's the Acme. And Archie and what? Archie Meathead?
No. What do you call it? We're all in the family.
Yeah, well, what's the fictional relationship?
You're talking to Archie and Edith?
Yeah, Archie and right, exactly.
Oh, terrible. It should have been Archie.
Archie and Meathead's a great
answer.
answer.
Archie and Meathead could have won.
Could have won. That's
could have.
Fascinating
Would have won.
Yeah.
Would have won.
Archie and Edith is not.
I mean, it's
fine. It's a married couple. But it's just a married couple. It's not
Yeah.
fascinating. There's nothing fascinating about it.
Disappointing way he ended that call, but otherwise a good call. What I want to say here. Sixers real quick. So I've been saying all year, they basically got 4 players, and then they got like the 2 other guys. So the 2 other guys basically are Grimes and Oubre. Okay, you got the 4 main guys. So here's a fact.
Oubre's a main guy now.
But he's not.
But he's not. But he just has to.
That's why they've lost 4 or 5.
He can be.
Because he's supposed to be a main guy with this iteration.
He's a main guy.
Here's my point.
He needs to do better.
Stunning fact. If you've heard it, you know it. But if you don't, then here we go. Even with Grimes the other day scoring 19, it was a good game by him. Even with him having that good game, he didn't get to 20. The Sixers have not had a player score 20 points off the bench in 34 straight games.
Wow, really?
That's amazing.
Now, that's basically a Grimes stack because no one else is like, who else even could? Drummond's not going to.
Barlow.
I mean, but think about that, guys. Like
Yeah,
when
and
I've been
starts,
saying all
yeah,
year
yeah.
they're top heavy, which they are. 34 straight games without a guy scoring 20
insane.
points off the
That's
bench.
an insane stat.
You have blowouts. You have
Yeah.
blowouts where bench guys are in there with 9 minutes to go. You're way up or you're way down just because you're up or down by 30.
Just the fact that no one was hot for a night.
Correct.
Like someone wasn't just shooting it well that night.
Correct.
That's really crazy.
And that's my point. I know some people look at that and say, well, that's why they shouldn't have traded McCain. I look at that and say, that's why people are misevaluating the backslide recently. They didn't backslide because they lost McCain. They backslid because they lost Joel and Paul George.
They should have never traded him.
You know what? I am totally indifferent.
You're letting
totally
Josh
indifferent.
Harris off the
No,
hook.
it's a bad move.
You are
Like,
letting
it's okay.
him off the hook.
I think you're right that it's not just the losing McCain that has caused them to lose games.
It's
but
why
I
they
also
did
think
it.
you are underrating that it's just a bad move. That if
All right.
you're the Sixers, we talk about this a lot of baseball at the trade deadline. How like the team responds to what the GM does in that situation.
Yep.
Like if you're the Sixers, you're going to the deadline. Joel's playing well. He's playing games. It's all happening and stuff. And then it's like, oh, not only are we not adding anybody, but we're just going to give McCain away because it's a cost.
No,
thing.
I agree that should not have happened, but my point is I still don't think he's going to have that good a career. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe not.
But I agree with you. Would I
But
wish,
wouldn't it
would
have
I
been
wish
nice
they
to
had not
know?
made the trade?
Like,
Yes.
wouldn't it have been nice to know for ourselves, seeing with our own
Nick
eyes,
Nurse wasn't playing
whether he could?
So
be
that's
that
the
guy?
problem. Okay, we got Mike and Angelina and I were having this
Yes.
conversation at dinner last night. Isaiah Joe is playing great right now.
Yep.
Best
Yeah,
of his
he's
career.
good. Yeah.
Well, Doc Rivers won't play. Well, maybe your coach is the problem.
Maybe.
I mean, it's
McCain's
ridiculous.
played well when given an opportunity in Oklahoma City.
All right,
so far.
but SGA's been out, and that's
No,
why
I know.
Yeah.
Well.
All right, no time's yours today. When we do it, and we'll do it tomorrow, brought to us by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Make sure you watch all of your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Again, we'll get back to time's yours tomorrow. Let's get to some A.J. Brown audio. I thought we'd do this earlier in the show. We got so in all the interviews and topics we had. But A.J. put an important message out there on social media yesterday, and he was primarily talking to NFL players because there have been a couple that have committed suicide in
Well, it just happened.
recent times.
Rondale Moore,
I know.
I think that's why it
that
was-
one just happened.
Yeah.
There have been other situations. So AJ wanted to put a message out there. 9-minute video. We're going to cut it way down. 3 parts. These 3 parts really speak to the heart of what his message was. The first one, he lays out his purpose for the video message yesterday.
I want to get on here and chat really quick. I won't take too much of your time, man. I just want to kind of spread some awareness around mental health. It's been a tough past year, tough week for the NFL community. We're a brotherhood, regardless of whatever team we play for. I just wanted to come shed some light on it really quickly. My love and my condolences goes out to Marshawn Nealon, Kyron Lacey, Rondale Moore family, because it's a tough time.
It is. It has been a tough time. NFL's had some big situations over the last few years, and mental health, whether it's a self-inflicted wound or not, has led to some deaths. I really respect AJ for putting this out. Let's listen as he continued on describing his own past struggles and current life circumstances. Here's AJ.
But don't take the easy way out. I once thought that was the way. I don't even know how old I was. I was 23 years old. 23 years old, and I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. Man, I have so much life ahead of me. I have so many family members who love me. I have accomplished so much. I have a beautiful family. I have a 2-year-old. I have 2 kids. I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. Beautiful family, man. So much life that is ahead of you. God has so much in store for you guys, that so much more than just a game of football, guys.
This was a really nice message, and in many ways reminded me of Brian Dawkins' Hall of Fame speech from 2018.
Yeah.
It's a similar type of message. Final one we'll play here. His message to people struggling. Listen to what AJ said.
Stay in it, bro. Stay in that fight, bro. You're going to learn that nobody is out here against you. It's you versus you, and it's all start here. It all starts right here, dog. Man, be strong, bro. Do whatever you need to do. Get on your phone. Record videos of yourself talking to yourself. Say affirmations around the crib, sticky notes. Do whatever you need to do, dog. Talk to yourself, bro. I don't care. Talk in third person to yourself. We do not act that way. We do this. We move this way. I am loved. I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Though that does not define me.
An important message by AJ. And certainly we want to say if you are struggling, and I know some of you are right now, pick up the phone, reach out to someone, go to their house, tell them you're struggling, and ask for their help, because there's people that love you and there's people that will help you. But it's important, very important, that you let people know if you're struggling, if you are struggling in that regard. Very important. All right. Let's come up with, and I really respect AJ for putting the message out there. Let's come up with a winning answer here for a fascinating fictional relationship of those that have been said today. I thought Murdoch and Rick, Murdoch? Is that Murtaugh, that's right. And Riggs was big. Romeo and Juliet was big. The Costanzas was an interesting one. Vivian and Edward from Pretty Woman is big. And The Odd Couple. And the Babbitts.
I thought the Babbitts was a great.
Babbitts
I think
great
it's
too.
fascinating because the whole movie's about.
All right, John, the
relationship.
Babbitts or Lethal Weapon?
I thought the Babbitts. Yeah, I could go either way. Lethal Weapon with the '80s vibe. I love that relationship is as crazy.
I kind of like the Lethal Weapon.
Think about
one.
Riggs
one,
is a
two,
maniac.
off the toilet, the house blows up.
Lethal Weapon?
That's crazy.
I'm going the other way, but you.
All right, 3-1. The Lethal Weapon.
I
Corey,
would vote the
congratulations with that vote, and you or that nomination. You win the $100 Visa gift card. Corey,
great answer.
We appreciate you. Hey, everyone, have a wonderful day. Reminder: spring training coverage here, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Phillies. We'll crank it up again tomorrow. Dave Dombrowski tomorrow at 8:30. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Sixers in action tonight. We'll talk about it all tomorrow on 94 WIP.
Pending credit approval, offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Jack Dell and every member of the team at Dell Chevrolet have a heart on this month for the Valentine's Day sales event at Dell Chevrolet. All month long, speak to a friendly Dell Chevrolet associate with a heart name tag about sweetheart deals on a brand new Chevrolet. We don't want to sound cocky, but while other dealers may tease you with a great deal, Dell makes sure you finish driving home with one. With over 400 cars, trucks, and SUVs in stock. Once you experience Dell Chevrolet, it's hard to go back to anything smaller. And that's just the tip. If you're ready to go all in, Dell Chevy has a winning threesome. You, Jack Dell, and a new car or truck. Relax in the experienced hands of the team at Dell Chevy, located on Route 30 in Paoli. You're just minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
Ever wanted to go to the NBA Finals? Well, now's your chance, courtesy of FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future. You'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA Futures lets you lock in your pick for who you think will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Limit one entry for Profit Boost token. Opt-in required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. The last several years, I've been making this joke that we're Marvin E. Cans Air Conditioning because Philly really hasn't had much of a winter. But this year, winter's here. It's here to stay, and it's no joke. And furnaces are working harder than ever. So if you haven't had your heat service this year and you don't enjoy frozen pipes and you don't want your wife to turn into a popsicle, then call Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanz.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid to now sell half.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offers end March 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni says he can't guarantee star wide receiver A.J. Brown will be on the team next season. And if I'm the Buffalo Bills or the New England Patriots or another team that needs a number one receiver, I'm calling the Philadelphia Eagles right now. I think Philly needs to move A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown will be an asset to another team. New England, Buffalo, and others need to call the Eagles today. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you get aboard. We got a lot to get to today as the NFL Combine gets set to begin in Indianapolis. Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni set to speak during the afternoon show today. They also spoke to reporters on Friday, a little off the record, or I guess pre-record session. Now it's out there. We'll get to some of those quotes because there's a lot there, especially when it comes to A.J. Brown. Of course, the Phillies spring training. Great show this morning by the Morning Show. We got a lot to react to off of that with both Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber on their show. Devin joins us at 1, Elliot at Devin at 11, Elliot at 1 o'clock. Lot to get to, including Hugh's Clues today. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, fellas, especially fellas, don't be afraid to express your feelings, man. I think a lot of times as men, we kind of keep our feelings all bottled up and stuff. Don't be afraid to express yourself.
It's a good message, Hugh.
Yeah.
I mean, and look, we express ourselves every day.
Every day.
At 4 hours, they allow us to express
things.
ourselves. And you express yourself with us. 215-592-9494.
I just burped. Every day. Live your truth every day, man. Just makes you feel better.
Yeah, I'm not
sure
that we need to live that truth on the air with the microphones on.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. But what we do on a daily basis is a lot.
It is. It is. You know what else was a lot? And I was captivated by it. Bryce Harper on the morning show today. So the first extended interview on WIP with Bryce Harper since, well, a dramatic offseason. Let's hear some of what Bryce Harper had to say this morning, including how he felt during the whole Dave Dombrowski situation.
Is it behind you?
Yeah, we communicated, and I think it's in the past, and just trying to move on and get ready for season.
Did you feel disrespected?
No, I mean, I don't think it was just the notion, right, of coming out and talking to the media. And, like I said before, I've talked about it a million times, obviously, and just happening out in the open. So.
And that rubbed you the wrong way?
Yeah.
Well, of course, Joe led him to that. That rubbed you the wrong way, but obviously it rubbed him the wrong way, which is why we got the offseason we got to. Bryce Harper also spoke about this. So a couple days ago, John Middleton gave some quotes to the Inquirer saying that he was confident that this was beyond everyone. It was they were done now. That him and Dave talked, and Harper and Dave talked, after he spoke to start spring training, and we were done. Here's Bryce Harper this morning on whether or not that's accurate and whether or not this is all not going to happen again.
You think that will not happen moving forward from his end?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think Dave understands, and I think you guys are talking to Dave tomorrow.
Yeah, we are talking to him
so
tomorrow.
I think me and Dave are on the same page, and obviously we're just looking forward to getting into season and making new headlines.
It will not happen again. Confident Bryce Harper says it will not happen again. Hugh Douglas, lot to react to. We're going to bring the full Harper interview to everyone who missed it later in our show. But as we start our show today, you heard Bryce Harper on the morning show. Hugh Douglas, do you think this is over? Or do you think the Dombrowski-Harper, whatever you want to call it, is over? That those two kind of jawing at each other is over. Are you confident it's over?
I'm gonna allow me a little bit of time to answer this because it's a long time.
Long talk on a Tuesday.
Because I feel I'm using myself as a reference. Now, there's a lot of times as a man, you do what's the right thing. Okay. And you squash certain things, but you never forget it. You never let the transgression go. But for business purposes, you play the long game. So I'm gonna say Bryce is gonna do everything within his power to keep it cordial, keep it civil, keep it funky. But he's not going to forget that. He's not. Because, I know we're going to play some of the cuts, but there was some other stuff that he said in there that kind of resonated with me and made me feel the way that I feel. Because it's one of those things you forgive, but you never forget. And you adjust the relationship accordingly because you have to work together. You had to have a working relationship. So you adjust accordingly, and you don't allow whatever happened between y'all to fester. So, yeah, I'll say no, it's not over with, but he's going to be in a situation where he can work with him and function with him.
Well, Bryce Harper is saying the right things, said the right things this morning. And to that Middleton quote, Saturday in the Inquirer, Scott Lauber got John Middleton on the record. And here's what John Middleton said. He was asked about his perspective on Dave Dombrowski's comments and whether or not Bryce Harper's still elite and the rumors that followed about trading him and all that kind of stuff, right? So here's what Middleton said, quote, I just kind of chuckled to myself like, well, I guess they know something that I don't know. The good news is Dave and Rob and Bryce talked it through after the last set of comments that Bryce made down here, and they've agreed that everything is fine. I'm happy they've reached that point, and I'm comfortable, confident everything's behind us now. All right, so here's where I'm at on this. I do think it has calmed down. I do think it is calmer now than it was a week and a half ago. I don't expect Bryce Harper to say anything else in the next couple of weeks about Dave Dombrowski. I think we've reached a little bit of a pause on this. But do I think this thing is absolutely over? Absolutely not. I mean, Bryce Harper later in the interview this morning, we'll replay the whole thing for you coming up. He talked still about wanting to finish his career here and talked about wanting to finish his career in his 40s. You don't have to be a genius to realize his contract is up before his 40s, so he wants to finish here, which means he wants more of a contract with the Phillies. So that is still out there. He also has been very open, Hugh, about not being sure what they have in this lineup around him, specifically batting behind him in the 4th spot. And if that spot doesn't produce this year, I mean, I don't think it's crazy to think that Bryce Harper is going to look at Dombrowski sideways like, hey, you didn't protect me again. You didn't provide the team enough to protect me. And then I just go back to this. Harper having to sit down to kind of clear the air. Yeah. That's not normal.
No, because you're doing that to get through the season.
Yeah, you're trying to calm it down.
Yeah. And so you're going to do what you can during this season. But there's a lot that has happened the last couple weeks that leads me to believe that Bryce Harper is probably going to be more vocal than he has been in the past. I do believe that Bryce is going to put a lot of pressure, especially if he's not getting that protection in the lineup that he wants. It's going to put a lot of pressure on this organization, especially when it comes to the trade deadline as the season progresses. If it doesn't go well that first half, yeah, he's going to put a lot of pressure on the
organization. Well, of course he is, and he should. 215-592-9494. Or where do you come down? Harper was on the morning show today. He seemed to throw some cold water on the fire that has been one that he's part of with Dabrowski and himself. Are you confident this thing is over? Do you think the Harper-Dabrowski thing is done, is over, kaput? I don't. I think it's going to calm down for now. I think the Phillies have. I think this was strategic the way John Middleton gave a quote on Saturday saying that they sat down and talked. I don't think it's a coincidence that the Phillies made Bryce Harper available to speak to the morning show. Let's just go with the timeline on this, guys. The morning show is there today and tomorrow. The afternoon show is going to be there the next couple days. Bryce Harper at some point in the next week will leave Philly spring training.
Go to World Baseball
to go to the
Classic.
World Baseball Classic. And he could be gone for a couple weeks, depending on how far the U.S. goes, right? So Bryce Harper's opportunity to throw cold water and put the fire out here was basically this week. He had this week to do it, and he did it, and good on him. And it was a good interview with Joe and the whole morning show. But I think this is more of a, hey, we're good now. We're good for now. Then it's just totally over. And when I hear him still talk about his contract, when I hear him talk about the 4-hole hitter, I hear a guy that will still have some things to say as time goes on. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on this? Do you think the Harper-Dabrowski thing is over? I hope it is. I mean, Hugh, I would love for us to never bring this up again. That'd be surprising to me.
Nah. This is going to rear its ugly head in certain ways. It's not going to be direct. It's probably going to be some indirect stuff. It's going to probably be some stuff about the lineup. It's probably going to be, as the course of the season goes, protection in the order, things of that nature. I think it's going to be more so that he's going to do it. It's not going to be ugly. I don't think Bryce is going to, make it ugly. He's probably going to be a matter of fact about it. As far as like some of the things that happens or don't happen with this squad, he's just going to be more forthcoming this year, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think it's going to come down to this. If Bryce Harper has something to say or wants to get a message out there, he absolutely knows how to do it. From the T-shirt to his comments to going on podcasts to going on WIP. He's going to control the message. Right now, he's in control of it. Ironically, tomorrow, Dave Dabrowski gets to speak, so we'll see what he says on the morning show. 215-592-9494. All right. Kyle, what are you feeling this morning? As Bryce Harper spoke, we'll replay it in full later on in our show. Do you think this thing is squashed?
So I'm glad that he spoke, and I'm glad that he didn't make things worse.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean that I have to believe everything that came out of his mouth. Like him saying, I didn't feel disrespected by it. That's a lie. I'm sorry. Like you did. You brought it up multiple times.
It's all he talks
went
about.
on a podcast and talked about it. I understand he was asked about it in front of reporters and stuff, but he went on about it, said it was wild. He wore the T-shirt. The fact that he and Dave had to sit down and talk about it means that it was a big deal, right? Like he clearly felt disrespected or rubbed the wrong way, as he said, whatever. And I would hope that wouldn't happen again, where Dave, questions whether or not he'll be elite again publicly at the end of the season. But it's out there now. And clearly it affected him enough to where he was talking about it's in his mind 4 or 5 months later. So do I think all of a sudden now, another month later or 2 months into this season, it's going to be gone? Like, no, it's going to be in the back of his mind. And it's good that he's saying all the right things now. But this is, I think, this hasn't changed from the Dabrowski comments, but I think this is slowly starting to get worse just based on that, is that he is clearly very opinionated on how he views the roster, how he views the team. He's open about it. He's been open about it for a very long time.
Heck, before you continue, he brought up Bichette unprompted this morning. Unprompted.
Right. Yep. So that's always going to be out there. Say they go down in the playoffs and the issue we run into is the guy who's protecting him in the 4-hole. That's something that he's brought up as an issue. He talks about the lineup construction being the same as last year. You don't think he's going to have an opinion on that next offseason or think that Dave didn't do enough?
Of course.
So at every single phase when they have an opportunity to make this lineup better, this roster better, he's looking at Dave and wondering, what are you doing to help me? If you want to say I'm not elite, well then put things around me to help us win. And then just the contract thing. That's not going away. You think next offseason, even though now he's saying the right things and Boris isn't open about it, that he doesn't want a contract extension
Well, of course
anymore?
not.
Of course he wants a contract.
Every day we get closer to the end, and it's still far away. We're still 6 years to go. Like, it's more of a thing for him.
This thing's not over.
No, you know what it reminds me of? And I it's kind of silly saying this because these are two grown adults that are high-level professionals. I have two kids, 11 and 8. And they bicker, right? They get in arguments. One says something they don't like or hurts the other one's feelings, and then everyone has to calm down and sit down and talk it out. It's not really over. They just calm down for a little bit, and then the next time there's an argument, someone does the same thing over again, and we're back at the same stage. Like, it's not over. It's what it is calm down.
And
I
just waiting for your chance to strike.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just for now. Yeah. I would say it's for now.
Well, it feels like it's tense, and it's not like as strong of a bond as maybe it once was.
Yeah.
Which means that little things have bigger chances to set things off.
Of course they do.
Than they would have before.
Yeah, there was also and we're going to get to. We'll replay the full thing for you coming up in a little bit. But he also spoke about Joe asked him, would you change positions if necessary? And he said, well, I don't think they're going to do that, but yes, like almost to the fact of they don't want me to, but I like it. There's a lot of passive aggressiveness. There's a lot of kind of weird stuff in there, but I will say this: if I feel better about it short term, my mind hasn't changed long term.
He's a professional,
yeah,
and he's going to handle it like a professional. Yeah. But he's not going to forget. I mean, that's the thing. When you're petty, and I know petty. I mean, I'm serious. I know petty.
This is who you are.
Yeah, because you do what you're supposed to do as a man. You apologize, but you're looking for your segue to get your get back. You're definitely doing that.
Sure are. All right,
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Do you feel like the Harper-Dabrowski thing is over? Yes, no, where do you come down? Bryce Harper on the morning show earlier today. Jeff in Wilmington starts us off on a Tuesday. Good morning, Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
So I think I'm more in line with Hugh on this. And when I was talking to Kyle, the contract thing's probably going to be there. I mean, until he re-signs or re-ups the contract, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's what he wants to do. But I don't think this is going to linger on the back and forth between him and Dabrowski all year long. I mean, if I'm him, I'm using it as motivation. So there's one of two things you can do when you get criticized about how you work. You can either say, bleep it, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do, or I'm going to do what I can to improve and show you that you were wrong.
Well, you do, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's a lingering thing day to day. I think he's got it in his mind that this is what's going to happen, and I'm going to do everything I can to improve myself and show them that they were wrong and that we're going to win some ball games.
Yeah, and Jeff, if he could channel into a great season, I mean, we're all good with that. I mean, that means it's still there, but maybe he makes it into a positive for his on-field play.
And also, Dombrowski's got to kind of stop on his end too. I mean, this is a two-way street here. It's
totally agree.
If Dombrowski keeps saying these things, what do you think Bryce is going to think? I mean, I know I would. I would be like, dude, what's your problem? I mean, I would come back at him and well, get somebody behind me. If you want us to win, one of the things we're missing is a good bat behind me, and you keep batting Schwarber in front of me. I guess I'm as opinionated as Harper would.
Well, you know what? We all are, Jeff. I mean, I think we've all felt the same thing that Harper probably is feeling internally for the last, I would say, since that LCS in 23, and then into 24, and then 25 is in a big moment. Like, why would I pitch to Bryce Harper? Like, Alec Boehm, you beat me. Brandon Marsh, you beat me. Castellanos last year, Garcia this year. Like,
baseball.
Yeah, like, so I'm sure Bryce feels the same thing. Like, they're not giving me anything to hit anymore, Dave. That's your fault.
See, but if we're talking about throughout the rest of this season, I don't think this is going to come up through the season. I'm not saying it won't come up again later on, like next off season. There might not even be 2027 season, at least start. So I just think it's quelled for the rest of the season between the two of them. Publicly.
Yeah, I hope it is. Jeff, I hope it is. I don't know it is, but Jeff, I hope it is. We appreciate the phone call. 215-592-9494. Hugh, now I'm fascinated to hear Dombrowski tomorrow morning because Jeff was saying the ball's in the other guy's court now, right? So if we just go with the timeline here, Dombrowski gave his comments in October. Then Dombrowski went on the Foul Territory podcast and kind of shut down any sort of trade speculation, right? Then Bryce with the Not Elite t-shirt. Then Bryce to start off spring training. Then Bryce on Busted with the Boys. Then Bryce on WIP, right? It's been the last few times there's been anything between these two guys publicly, it's Bryce is the one that's talking. Now, for the first time since October, Dave's going to talk about this because I don't believe he was asked about it when they did that press conference when they introduced Real Muto.
Yeah.
And they did the Schwarber one and obviously the Bichette nonsense. That wasn't really about Bryce Harper. This is good. Like tomorrow morning, we'll see how quickly into the interview. I'd imagine Joe's going to ask him pretty quickly. Hugh, tomorrow morning, for the first time in a while, Dave Dombrowski's going to have to be asked again, hey, what were you thinking? Why did you say it? And now where are you or Bryce at? I mean, that's tomorrow morning. I mean, tomorrow morning, Dombrowski's going to have to try to
wiggle.
Well, yeah, give his take on all this.
Well, the easiest thing to do is say, hey, you know what? I misspoke. Bryce is a hell of a player. Like, walk it back.
I think he should do that.
Yeah, I mean, because you've already extended olive branch. Bryce is taking it. So there's no need to add more fuel to the fire. Now, the camera's probably going to press him a little bit.
Should, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're Dave, you gain nothing by backtracking on what you've already said. You gain nothing. So you just play the game. You have to know, like, once you say it, it's never going to be the same. It's not. You try to adjust and you move around, and eventually with time it'll get better. But as the season progresses, I just feel like Bryce is going to have a lot to say. I really do.
So you
especially if it doesn't go well.
Yeah. Well, he might. Sure.
It still feels to me like they're slowly losing Bryce Harper.
Yeah, again, Kyle, this is the long game. This is the chess match. Because right now there's really nothing's on the line. You know, we're ramping up for the season. So Bryce is going to go out there and do Bryce things. But to your point, when it becomes something where, you know, it's a critical moment and Bryce needs protection and he doesn't get it, that's probably when you see it. Or as the season goes on and we get close to the trade deadline, he's probably going to say something, especially if he's in a situation where he's not getting quality pitches. He's going to say something about that. Or it's not going to be a sharp, direct thing, but it'll be like, hey, you know, I didn't get the pitches that I wanted because, you know, we're having trouble in the 4-hole, whoever the 4-hole hitter is, you know, something like that. So you just have to – I feel like this year, because they're going to be subtle jabs, that you're going to have to pay attention to the subtleness.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear Dombrowski tomorrow on all this because it's his chance to respond to all the stuff that Bryce has said and his feelings over the past couple weeks. I mean, it's all out there now. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop board. We got a lot to get into today. We start here with Bryce Harper on the morning show today and what he had to say about Dave Dombrowski, their relationship. Do you think this thing is over? It has been the biggest story in Philadelphia sports for the past 10 days or so. It's been the biggest one. Now, that's probably going to shift in the next couple weeks with the Eagles and the Combine coming up and the A.J. Brown stuff, which we'll get to the quotes that Howie and Sirianni had about A.J. Brown. Goodness gracious. But this has been the biggest story. Is it over, or do you feel like this thing is still bubbling? Because I think it's, I use the example of kids when they have arguments. I think it's like any disagreement any of us have, right? Like sometimes you have a disagreement or a kind of words back and forth with anyone. It could be a friend, could be a coworker, could be a spouse. Sometimes they go away, right? Everyone just kind of, we brush it off. There are those that don't, right? I mean, you're the king of petty. That sometimes things stick, they linger, and you may say you're good, but then it comes back.
No, you're not good, but you're functional. And I think that's the thing. You're functional because I think we all do it to a certain extent, but it depends on how you handle it. You know, for an example, on a lesser thing, the fact that I talked about last week about being late to work, and when you and Kyle were teasing me about that,
and we sat you down.
Yeah, I mean, but
it was an intervention.
But to that point, you need motivation like that sometimes. And maybe this is something that can motivate Bryce. Bryce.
We motivated him.
How about that?
I mean seriously, like all jokes aside, yeah, you did because I knew I had to change something, but when you verbalized it, it made it
and
more
when I walk
real.
in that meeting now, there's Hugh Douglas early.
But you know what I kind of equate it to is the Jalen Hurts AJ Brown thing. They can do a handshake or a little dance in the end zone, and everyone's like, see, like everything's fine.
But it's not really.
They're good, but like at the end of the day, when we think about Jalen taking the snap, is it in the back of his mind that AJ wants the ball? Like is Bryce Harper when he sees when he gets on base and there's 2 outs and the guy behind him can't get a hit, is in the back of his mind, well, like what the hell are you doing, Dave? What are you doing?
Yeah, so he's saying this guy, Dave, when Alec Bohm grabs to a double play on opening day. I mean, I'll be saying it. I mean, I think we all will. 215-592-9494. All right, your phone calls on this coming up. Do you think the Harper-Dombrowski thing is over? We don't. Where do you come down on it? Is it over? Plus, what he said about an extension. He's been vocal in the past on this. Asked again this morning about wanting an extension. Plus, your chance to win Bill Burr tickets. We'll tell you when the show is, where it is, and how you can win. And if you were listening yesterday, you know what's back. And I think Hugh Douglas has a big one planned today. 215-592-9499 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
5,000 cups, 2,400 baseballs, 1,200 bats, and 8,000 fans.
It's gone! It clears!
Broad Street arrives at Big Air Ballpark. 94 WIP takes you with the Phillies as they begin spring training in Clearwater. Live coverage, player interviews, and more as the Phillies embark on the 2026 season.
Always trying to have the best club that you possibly can.
Back to baseball.
Let's go!
On your exclusive home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode, too. Log in to BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania, New Jersey only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. Now through March 2nd, during the BMW President's Day sales event, take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers on the versatile BMW X3. For more details, visit BMWCenters.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC PDS data of home internet providers with download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Day and night, PGW puts our energy into keeping you safe at home. PGW's 24/7 safety monitoring, infrastructure upgrades, and industry expertise help to deliver the essential energy you rely on and trust. And every mile of infrastructure we upgrade keeps energy delivery in Philadelphia more clean and more affordable. When you see us in your neighborhood, we're working harder than ever to stay on schedule and continue the work of keeping you safe at home. Remember, natural gas smells on purpose. Smell us? Tell us. PGW.
Join the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Philadelphia March 24th for the Paradigm Award Luncheon, honoring Ellen Cooper, Chairman, President, and CEO of Lincoln Financial, the region's premier award celebrating professional women. Learn more at chamberphl.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Winter is here, and even small roof problems can become big leaks. I'm Merrill Reese for Impriano Roofing and Siding, trusted by local families for over 50 years. Their experts handle roofing, siding, and energy-efficient windows with no pressure, no gimmicks, just honest work and lasting results. Be proactive. Protect your home before the next storm hits. Visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444 today. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, family trusted since 1973.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision.
Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on the countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is it time to Dave? We losing Bryce? Does feel like it at times. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Do you think the Harper-Dabrowski thing is over? We don't. I think this morning was a little bit of, hey, let's put this fire out.
Let's get ready for the season.
Yeah,
that's
but
what that was.
It doesn't feel over. It doesn't feel over. You know, Bryce Harper spoke about it a lot. We're going to replay it for you coming up later in the show. If you missed it earlier, we'll have the Bryce Harper interview with the morning team on our show in a little bit. Devin will join us at 11 this morning to talk about all things Phils and some Eagles as we get ready for the Combine. Speaking of, Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni spoke on Friday to the media. Those quotes were kind of held until this morning, and now they're out there, what those guys spoke about. They had a lot to say about the new offense, Mannion, the process of getting the offensive coordinator, how we make a choice this offseason, and a lot to say as well about A.J. Brown. We'll get to all that. But the Bryce stuff to start the show today, as he was on the morning show, I don't think it's over. And there's a lot of elements. Hugh, you've mentioned the number 4 spot in the order. The team, out of nowhere, Bryce brought up Bichette, which means he's just upset as we are as fans that they didn't do more to improve this offseason. And then the specter of his contract, which isn't just going to go away. Here's Bryce Harper this morning on the contract thing. I thought he was subdued about it, but he didn't deny it that he'd like to be here longer than he is. Here's Bryce.
Do you still want an extension?
Obviously, I'd like to be here for the long haul, whatever that looks like. I want to play time, over 40. If we make that happen at the end, then we make that happen. If not, then we'll figure it out.
Do you think it was a mistake when that was publicly stated a few years ago by Scott Boras? And did that shift the fans for you? Do you think that should have been kept in-house?
I think Scott does what Scott does. I can't control what Scott does or what he says or anything. So I can't answer for Scott. That's what he kind of does for his clients. And at the end of the day, Scott's going to do what he thinks best for everybody.
I thought it was a really interesting answer.
That's why you hired Scott, man.
Sure, but it was a mistake publicly for it to. I feel like the tone on the Harper thing among our fan base has changed since the money stuff started. I think it's changed. Like, Bryce Harper walked on water here for about 4 years. No one said a bad word about the guy ever. And then when that contract stuff started 23 into 24, I think it was, so 2.5 to 3 years ago, that's when I sensed people started to say, come on, man. And to be fair to Bryce on this, it was mostly the Boris was pushing it. But I don't know. Bryce had a chance this morning to say, yeah, I kind of wish Scott didn't do it publicly. He didn't say that. He's cool with it.
Yeah, because that's your agent's job, man.
Right.
And let me tell you.
But your agent does dictate how people sometimes feel about you,
Well,
good or bad.
But normally he's the one that takes the heat.
But that hasn't been happening
Well,
here.
because Bryce Harper had made it known that he wanted some more money.
Yeah.
He made it known. And on top of that, the production has not – it's still high. I don't want to say he's not elite, but it hasn't
you
been –
can say that. He wasn't elite last
well,
year.
no, but it hasn't been what you wanted it to be.
Careful.
It hasn't been what you wanted it to be. And that's what people see. Because you're still – like the euphoric feeling that everybody had when you first got here – starting to wear off a little bit. That dopamine. That dopamine starting to wear off a little bit. So that's what you're going through. And to ask for more money when you have progressively been getting worse as far as your playoff appearances is concerned, that's what people are seeing. You know, the sentiment hasn't totally changed on Bryce, but people are starting to look at him sideways. That's why this year is so crucial. This year is a crucial year for him.
It's different. I mean, it has been different as time has gone on. There's no question. 215-592-9494. Let's go to the phone lines here. Tyler in Delaware up on WIP. Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, man. How you doing?
Tuesday in the Delaware Valley.
Good morning, Tyler. What are you feeling this morning?
Oh, man. So I told Kyle, Joe, as I like to do on most mornings, I get my hot cup of coffee, and I read your email in my Gmail inbox. And look, I agree with you and Hugh. I don't think this is the end of the saga. I genuinely don't. Having somebody of Bryce Harper's caliber be as coy and as real as he was so, to me as a fan, like, we as humans don't like when somebody throws us under the bus or doesn't back us up. And I think whatever happened behind closed doors between Dave and him is a Band-Aid over a bullet hole right now. You know, what you said in your article, Joe, about Howie Roseman, what would Howie do? I don't have that confidence in Dave Dombrowski to do that for this Phillies team.
Tyler, and I feel like Harper doesn't either. And that's what's striking about it, right? Like, I think we all hope that Dave Dombrowski does everything. He turns over every stone to make the baseball team better. But, Tyler, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like he does.
You read a blog, dog?
Yeah, I got a newsletter. You don't subscribe?
I need to. I didn't know.
Hurt my feelings here.
I want a blog now. I want a blog.
Well, so I write it.
What do you mean, like a whole?
That's a regular blog.
I'll send you the link.
Vlog is video log.
Oh, well, whatever it is, we're gonna do that.
Don't you do video vlogs on your drive-in?
Well, sometimes. It all depends.
Yeah.
Anyway,
when you get live in the bathroom. Tyler, we're sorry. We're sorry.
That's all right. Hey, Hugh.
Yes.
I have a question about your team back in 2004, because this ties in very, very well. Why did the Eagles, back in 2004, why did they go out and get Terrell Owens?
Oh, to get him over the hump.
Why did they make that trade?
To get him over the hump. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was something that happened. He was supposed to go to Baltimore. Mm-hmm. Somebody the paperwork didn't go through or something like that. Yes. And then they had a chance to get him and all this other stuff. So, yeah, it was something like that. So they saw opportunity.
Yes. They did it because they wanted to be elite. They saw that the past 3 years that they got to the NFC Championship game and didn't make the Super Bowl, they didn't get over the hump. Okay? When Bo Bichette signed with the Mets, every single one of us was infuriated. But when you have a guy who, and again, Hugh, if you go to Joe's article, he put this in there.
You're missing out.
Yeah, I got it.
Reese Hoskins said he wanted to come back here. And I get that Hoskins is not the same player that he was 4, 5, 6 years ago. But you have somebody who, A, wants to be part of this team. When you had him, you went to a World Series. You have not been to a World Series since Reese Hoskins left. And you need to have somebody on that side of the field and batting from the other side on the right-hand side that complements Bryce Harper. You have an issue where the guys hitting behind Bryce Harper are not doing their job. And I'm sorry, but if you don't do your job competently, a boss will find somebody that will. And what Dave Dombrowski is doing is he's letting, I'm just going to stand pat because I think I've done my job in my mind. I can just sit back and let these guys fend for themselves. No. If you want to win a World Series, you need to put your money where your mouth is and put guys in a position to put the best possible product on the field. There's no guarantees there's going to be a full season next year, and all these guys do is keep getting older and older and older. And even if you inject youth, these guys don't know what playoff baseball and what a pennant race is in Philadelphia. These older guys do, but they're getting older. You need to see the urgency of a fan base and the players. See that from the front office. When Dave Dombrowski comes on tomorrow with the morning show, I want to hear, what are you going to do that you're not just going to say, we have a couple young players and that's it. You need to see results. And you need to get the best out of your team.
Well, there's no question. And they need to make sure that they're doing everything to make the team better. And that was my thing on the Hoskins thing yesterday. And Tyler, we appreciate the phone call. And I think that's why Bryce is feeling part of the way he does. And that's why he brought up Bichette unprompted this morning. Unprompted. He talked about the team like a fan this morning more than he did as an active participant on the team. I mean, that tells me he's feeling a certain way about this whole thing. It's why I don't think this is over. All right, before we go any further here with your phone calls, we do have a pair of tickets to give away here, Hugh, to see comedian Bill Burr. I know
he's a big one today.
He's your guy at the Hard Rock Live in AC,
dude, man.
April 25th. Again,
he came home a couple years ago.
He did, yeah. He's one of a lot of people are coming home these days. All right.
Do you think people tend to be funnier or less funny if they go bald?
Funnier, yeah.
Funnier because you don't have nothing holding you back like a bald spot or something.
No,
So
I think you could be more self-deprecating. I mean, like, what are you going to say? I don't have hair. I know. I shave it off.
Counterpoint is George from Seinfeld.
Well, but he didn't come on home.
He didn't come on home.
He just he was funny.
That's what I mean. But he was hilarious.
That's true. I mean, that's a good. Is it just me, or are there less just like balding people? I think shaving your head has become more of a thing the last 15 or 20 years than it was like in the 90s. Then I didn't see anybody
do it. I think Michael Jordan was the one that kind of got everybody. It was okay to be bald.
You don't see the cul-de-sac and the
cul-de-sac's kind of out. It's kind of out. I mean, he was trying to bring it back.
No, but people go some people go overseas, like to Dubai or whatever, and they get that hair transplant thing.
Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. Yeah, but if you're going to stay here,
he unsuccessfully tried to bring back the cul-de-sac.
No, I did. I did it, man.
Work.
They put pressure on me to do it.
Who did?
The job.
No. We were talking about the cul-de-sac last year.
Oh, I'm talking about I thought you were talking about because I was supposed to go back.
You're talking about your failed hair restoration.
Well, no, I had the front. I did the front, but I was supposed to do the back, and I was like, no, I'm good.
The one guy who failed hair restoration.
No, because it hurts.
Tried to force it to grow back.
It hurts. It does not feel like, dog, to try to get your hair back.
Here we go.
It's really how bad do you want it? I didn't want it that bad. I was okay. I was okay being bald, because it hurts.
How bad do you want it? Not that bad.
Is anybody out there that ever done it? They know exactly what I'm talking about. It hurts.
I'm not surprised.
It does. It hurts bad.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you're happy the way you are.
No, I'm okay. Okay. Yeah, man. Okay, and I let this bald spot grow in every now and then.
And there we go.
People this looks bald, but it's cool. All right.
How it's supposed to be.
I don't know how Bill Burr feels about this, but I do know we have a pair of tickets to give away to go see Bill Burr. Hard Rock Live, AC, April 25th. For tickets, Ticketmaster.com, or you can play a little game we like to call Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with a tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
Before I get a first clue, let me say this to everybody that's listening trying to win these Bill Burr tickets. Been here for 3 years, right? Y'all know how I think. You know how I operate. You know my modus operandi.
This is set. What do you
No, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know because people are probably going to be upset with this one.
Yeah, because I already don't like this because we left you to your own devices to come up with your clues today.
To pull the curtain
we didn't
back,
We didn't workshop this one.
Most days, as a team, we kind of come up with our what what is a good subject for Hughes Clues, right? And then we'll workshop it. A lot of times Hughes tells us something on his brain and we just go with that. But sometimes we'll workshop it together. What the order of the clues. This morning I noticed as we're doing the meeting, Hugh had his notebook out. And
he goes, I have the 4 clues.
Yeah,
you see this notebook.
Basically said, screw you guys, don't need you. I got it today. This is my show, all right?
Yeah.
So God bless everybody.
So if you're mad at the clues, this is the Douglas show today.
Yeah, and I'm just telling y'all know how I think. So the first clue is this. This iconic actor made his film debut in the 1930s.
All right, iconic actor made a film debut in the 1930s. There is your first clue today from Hugh
so
Douglas.
annoying, isn't it?
Well, I mean, first of all, you're taking us to the way back. I mean, 1930s. I mean, we're almost 100 years out from this actor.
Yeah, not all of us were born in 1971.
Yeah,
might have
back
some
in the
recollection
day.
of these people.
Y'all ain't right.
Well, that's true. I mean, 71 to 30 is not that long, right? I mean, it's just like 40-something years, the end of the 30s to the 70s.
This could be a child actor that became an adult.
Yeah. To us, though, the 30s is a long.
Yeah.
It's 2026.
Black and white.
Man.
Yeah.
It's still doing silent films back then? All right. First clue today for a pair of tickets to go see Bill Burr at Hard Rock Live. Actor debuted in the 30s. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Good morning, man.
Good morning, Chris.
Guys, seriously, this is what we're doing today. After a nice snow day, we're out the gate with this foolishness of Hughes Clues.
Yes, that's exactly where we are. That's where we are.
Guys, all right, we'll get to that in a second here. The Harper-Dombrowski thing, I mean, it's clearly not over. I mean, this thing is just heating up, and it's just starting to get good. So, folks, sit down, get your popcorn. The show is about to begin. Like, the nonsense that they're trying to put out there is just PR spin, and I know about PR because I was on Hughes' PR staff.
He does. He does.
They're trying to pretend like the problem's solved in the public eye, like Bryce, when Joe DeCamera interviewed him, they're trying to move past it and they're all happy. Dude, there ain't nothing like that is what's really going on here. It's clear that Harper is just done with Dave. Like, he wants nothing to do with Dave. Like, let's recap. When he wanted the contract extension after the World Series appearance, Dave told him, no, kick rocks. He then recently went out and torched Bryce publicly and told him that he's not elite, which, we know Bryce didn't really care for. He still has yet to give him that financial apology, but I do say yet because I told you that's coming before the season starts. It is happening.
It better not. I mean, you might be right on that, but it better not.
It is. But when I heard the general manager speak Sunday during the game, that's, Bryce Harper, when they had the headset on, they interviewed him during the game, and he talked about Aiden Miller and how desperately he wants him there, can't wait to see him, needs him there, and then also leaked some of the information about the bad back going on with Aiden. That was a way that he publicly, Hugh, I'm sure you picked up on this, he publicly went out and slapped Alec Boehm right across the lips and said, I don't want this stiff batting behind me. He comes out and says, I need somebody with swagger, and we all know that's not Boehm. So, guys, there's no way Bryce is trying to play nice here. He's trying to act like, oh, Dave and I are all kumbaya. We all love each other, but he is trashing Dave publicly.
Chris, I don't know. I thought the same thing. I think he, in a way, has publicly smacked Boehm a few times the last few weeks. First, the fourth hitter, when he talked about that to start spring training, that's likely to be Boehm, and he doesn't trust him. Then what you heard on the broadcast Sunday with Aiden Miller, and then I don't know if you picked up on it this morning, Chris, when he was asked by Joe, is it awkward, like Miller's on his way, right? And the only way Miller gets a starting role here is either someone has to get hurt or he has to take someone's job, right? That was kind of the question by Joe. Is that awkward? And Bryce's response was, I thought it was really interesting the way he framed it. He's like, well, it's not that awkward because there's a lot of guys here making a lot of money and those guys are hard to take off their spot. And when I heard that, Chris, it was like, well, he's not taking Trey Turner's spot because Trey Turner makes $300 million. He's taking Alec Boehm's spot because he has 1 year left on his deal.
We know he's done with Boehm.
Yeah.
I mean, he's publicly come out and called him a female dog and just he's done with him. He's cooked. He's good with him. So, Hugh, very interesting though. I did find the new favorite Philly that Hugh Douglas is going to be rooting for, a good underdog story. Zach Pop. The second he came in the game, I thought, Pop. Oh my God, this is Hugh's guy. Like immediately. How crazy is this, though? In all seriousness, all I think of is Pop Douglas.
Pop.
Like, I hear the name Pop, and I'm like, yeah, Pop Douglas. Hugh, there's your new dark horse.
There it
man.
is, Zach Pop. Got you.
I could see Hugh becoming a Zach Pop guy out of the bullpen.
Pop.
Get a Pop jersey for you?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. No,
Pop.
he's all in. I mean, he's already a Mannion man, so now he's going to be, all on board.
Well,
with
he's not
Pop.
really a Mannion man. We're trying to get him there, but it's a shame how he won't do it. All right, Chris, what do you got for us? Guess for Hugh's clues. Actor debuted in the 30s.
I know Hugh and this guy were best friends when they were kids growing up, and Hugh's mentioned him many times. Actually, Hugh's a little bit older, but Humphrey Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart.
That's not a bad guess.
Not a bad guess, but that unfortunately is not our answer for Hugh's clues today. Let's grab Brandon in Cherry Hill up on WIP. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Brandon. What's up?
About the Dombrowski thing, I got something to bring up that no one really talks about yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, Bryce Harper is the captain of the clubhouse. He's the guy that everybody goes to. In my experience at my old job, I was kind of the guy that everybody went to. So when someone was called out publicly, it got spread around fast, and all the new hires and all the new people, all the young guys, all the people who are unexperienced, they looked at that experience and they formed their own opinion, or they kind of formed the opinion of the leader, the team leader. So if they see that Bryce Harper isn't happy or isn't thrilled with the management, the young guys, the new guys, they're not going to be happy. They're going to form their opinion. It's not going to be a positive opinion.
So you're kind of saying his opinion kind of permeates throughout the clubhouse? Like if he's happy, they're happy? Is that kind of the thought you're giving us?
Yeah, I think that's a huge part where, he's a big reason that JT's here. He's a big reason that Trey Turner's here.
Sure.
And if they're upsetting the golden goose over here, then how can everyone else just kind of shrug it off? Like, he's the guy. He's the man in Philly, and he's being called out. So now all the new guys are looking at that, too, like, I can't be the guy here. I might get called out. All the new guys, they're looking at this as they might get called out in that way.
Brandon, I agree. I mean, I also I think of it from the perspective of, like, they publicly said their best player, or they're one of their best players, him and Schwarber, right, is not elite anymore. If I'm other players on other teams, I'm looking at that like, what the hell's going on over there?
If Bryce Harper, a two-time MVP, the guy, the man, one of the most known and most elite players in baseball, is being called out by his own management as not being elite, then how can other new guys and younger guys feel safe and secure with that management?
I think it's fair, Brandon.
I don't know about that, because you also have Kyle Schwarber in that locker room, who just got paid and who is considered a leader.
And probably the leader.
Yeah, and I think that, if anything, just like Bryce said, if Bryce not, say for instance, for the sake of this argument, Bryce not playing elite, that's an opportunity for one of the young cats, because the Phillies have made it clear that they're going with a youth movement in a sense. So I would think, especially in spring training, now that sentiment might be more so when the season starts, but I think right now it's more of, hey, I have an opportunity to make the squad. Because who is it? Who do we just get from Texas?
Adolis Garcia.
I mean, he's not guaranteed to make the squad like that. There's an opportunity there. So I don't know if that's the case. I mean, but I hear you. I mean, I'm not shooting it down, but I think for that sentiment, it's just a little too early for that.
I would notice it, though, if I was a player or and one of his teammates, Brandon, or a player on another team. Like, what the hell's going on in Philadelphia? Brandon, give us a guess for Hugh's clues, an actor that debuted in the 30s.
I'm going to be terrible at this. I have no idea. I'm just going to say Chaplin because I know he's old.
Sure, yeah.
He said because he's old.
I like
crazy.
that. It's not it, Brandon. But
how can I get into Hugh Douglas' mind? Is he old?
Is he really old? Was it 100 years ago? That's you. 215-592-9494. All right, Devin joins us next. A lot to get to with her on the Phils. And we will start to look at the Combine, which starts today. Howie and Nick are going to speak this afternoon. They also spoke, though, to the media and gave quotes and wide-ranging discussion about AJ, about the new offense, about the hire of Mannion, Statler. We'll unpack all that coming up over the course of the show as well. 215-592-9494. Do you think the Harper and the Phillies-Dombrowski thing is over? Like, is it smoothed over? Do you believe them? I don't. Plus, Hughes clues your chance to go see Bill Burr, Hard Rock, in AC April 25th on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other books, well, they don't give you the rewards that you get at Fanatics. It's the same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency And betting with Fanatics lets you stack fan cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fanatics fan cash to unlock all Fanatics World with unlimited profit boots, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want to value bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different over here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Since January 11th, you've had questions.
The 2025 season will tick away.
Now it's time for answers. Sports Radio 94 WIP's 2026 Birds Town Hall. Live at McGurk's Pub and Grill in Horsham. An all-day live broadcast where the entire city comes together to talk Birds football. From sunrise to sign-off, WIP hosts and special guests huddle up over free agent signings, trade rumors, the draft, and more. Plus, Elliot Shorr-Parks stationed at the Surfside free agency desk.
They absolutely should not take a quarterback.
The Birds Town Hall, live at McGurk's in Horsham, Wednesday, March 11th. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by NovaCare Rehabilitation. The power of physical therapy.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Breaking news! TurnersvilleJeep.com is now the #1 volume Jeep, Dodge, Ram dealer in South Jersey. Come see why more customers trust TurnersvilleJeep.com for the best inventory and the best prices in the tri-state area. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get the vehicle of your dreams and at payments anyone can afford. Reserve your vehicle today at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Adam Kasabi with Long & Foster can help you find your dream Delaware beach house or a trusted local realtor, and his customers love him.
My wife and I had always wanted a beach house, especially when we had children. Our dream was to have a place at the beach for vacations and to rent for income. We had searched around for a few years and eventually had given up on the search, and then we reached out to Adam Kasabi. He immediately jumped into gear, eventually settled on one. Adam was able to negotiate a great deal. Our kids are going to grow up going to the beach.
Call Adam at 302-864-8643 or go to buyindelaware.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a let's go again, y'all.
With
with 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dallas Cowboys are likely to place the franchise tag on wide receiver George Pickens, but if it were up to me, I would trade Pickens after franchise tagging. Dallas already is paying wide receiver CeeDee Lamb a ton of money. Dallas traded Micah Parsons because the cap was getting too heavy on a few select players. The defense needs to be rebuilt. If I'm Dallas, I'm franchising George Pickens and trading him for assets to rebuild the defense. I'm Nick Custos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Your exclusive home for Phillies spring training.
Just looking forward to getting into season and making new headlines.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys what up? 215-592-9490. For 1 hour from now, we will replay for you Bryce Harper on the morning show. If you missed it earlier, we'll let you hear it. Bryce, a wide-ranging discussion on the relationship with Dabrowski, an extension on his contract, Bo Bichette, and they also spoke about the impending lockout. And Bryce was very open. This is the first time I've heard an active player answer questions as straightforward as he did about whether or not he thinks baseball will start on time next season. So we'll get to all that. We'll get to Bryce. We will also dive into what Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni said about A.J. Brown coming up in a little bit. Right now, though, we talked to Devin Caney, who's with us here. Not yet. Well, we will talk to Devin Caney, who will be with us. Coming up any sec. You know what we'll do while we wait for Devin, and we'll get her up. Let's grab Ed in Westchester. We also got Hugh's Clues for you with a chance to win a pair of tickets. Go see Bill Burr. Actually, so I'm getting the signals here. We're good now. All right. We got her. Erase the last 10 seconds audio, and let's just go to Devin Caney, who's with us as she is every Tuesday at 11. Hey, Devin.
Dev.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're just. I'm just trying. I'm looking at hand signals, so I feel like I'm playing baseball here. I'm like, do I swing? Do I not? Do I bunt? I don't know. But Devin is with us here, and we're happy to have her. All right, Devin. So before we get into what's coming this week, which is all the shows down in Clearwater for the next couple of weeks, and of course the combine starting for the Eagles and the quotes that are out there now. I just want take us through your report from Friday, which I think everyone found fascinating, which was about Rhys Hoskins. Like, when did you hear that there was some thought about Rhys maybe coming back? And then was it, from what you understand, was it a quick decision by the Phillies to say, no, not now? Or did you think it was more of an actual thought they had to maybe, and then just ended up not being a fit?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to that report, we're all kind of missing the plot a little bit on it. Because when I first got this report, what stood out to me was that Bryce Harper went to Dave Dombrowski in this Phillies front office because he felt there wasn't enough right-handed power. So Rhys Hoskins, being one of few right-handed free agents left, obviously his name came up. Now, when Bryce Harper went to them, or if he went to them about Rhys Hoskins specifically, I don't have that in my report. I don't know if that was earlier in December before they added Adolis Garcia, but I was told that Bryce would have been willing to move back to right field if Rhys were to rejoin. In terms of the timeline of Dave Dombrowski kicking tires on Rhys Hoskins, that was in February. So that was recently. That being said, I think when it comes to Rhys Hoskins himself, and I was told this by my source, with the team, they're like, just be careful because his name is going to set people off. Like people are going to get either fired up or mad or excited because everyone loved Rhys Hoskins. We loved his bat spike moment and everything that he did for the Phillies. And they're certainly right about that. Now, as recently as this morning, I was told that Phillies brass, which obviously includes Dave Dombrowski and perhaps even John Middleton, sat down with Bryce Harper very recently and talked it out and said, let's just keep everything in-house moving forward. And they're trying to mend this relationship. That being said, I was also told Bryce Harper still might not be totally satisfied because he's aware. He thought, and this goes back to his answer to me in Bryce Harper's press conference last Sunday when I asked about Kyle Schwarber and JT, and Bryce said, I thought Schwarber was signing with Cincinnati. Bryce had this idea in his head that the Phillies were going to look vastly different this year. I think a lot of us did. And that's not the case. And he knows that next year could be a lockout year. And then after that, he's 35 years old. So I think that he feels similar to the fan base in a lot of ways in that, he's surprised that they are, in fact, pretty much running it back. And the team looks very similar to how it did last season. So whether he's totally satisfied with the lineup now moving forward, whether he's content and he and Dave Dombrowski have truly mended everything that was going down, I don't know. But that's where it stands as of an hour ago, last I heard.
So I think there's a lot to take away from what you just said there. And I agree with the way you framed it. Like when I read your report on Friday and I thought about it, I felt that way too. Like, man, I'd like to bring Rhys back, especially if it could work out on a small deal. And then, by
you definitely wanted to do that.
I did. And then by Sunday it was over because he went to Cleveland. But the concept, like the root of it is that maybe they're not good enough, right? That they need more.
And they were trying to upgrade.
That feels like the story here. And I think it's interesting the way you framed Harper's comments this morning and him on the morning show, because he did kind of say what you said there. It's over now, him and Dombrowski. But Devin, I'm not sure if you heard the whole interview, but he brought up unprompted that they tried to get Bichette and didn't. Like, it's almost like when I listened to Bryce the last few weeks, he's talking like a fan. Like, he's like one of us. Like, hey, I wish we got Bo Bichette. Like, it wasn't like Joe asked him about Bo Bichette. He just brought it up. I felt that was pretty notable.
Yeah, and I think that, it kind of backs up what I just said in that, and this was my, unconfirmed kind of thought and takeaway once we heard from Bryce Harper. And then I went back and re-listened to his full 15-minute press conference, essentially, that he held with us last Sunday, was that he clearly wasn't totally satisfied. And of course, the big headlines were the not elite comments, but I really think it all kind of ties in together. And I've said this on air, several times over the last week when I was down there and even back, that it felt like Harper was saying, you're going to call me not elite, but then you're not going to go out and get me more help to get more pitches, to see more pitches. You're not going to get more help in the lineup, but you're going to criticize me publicly and not keep everything in-house the way that we talk about, multiple times. And I think that is really the root of the issue. And, when it comes to Bichette, I also have to say, I'm very curious to know Alec Boehm's thoughts on all of this, if he's even paying attention, because Bryce Harper praised and said he's super excited for Aaron Judge to hit behind him in the World Baseball Classic last week. He said that the 4-hole cleanup spot just hasn't been enough. And obviously, anyone can see that if you just look at the stats. Phillies have consistently had one of the worst OPSs in that spot. Said that they need to be better. And he never really brings up Alec Boehm's name. And then today, unprompted, brings up, the fact that they went after Bo Bichette. So clearly, Bryce Harper, not the biggest fan of Alec Boehm, at least hitting in the cleanup spot behind him. But that all being said, this ties into my report on Friday, is that Bryce Harper, the root of that report is that Bryce Harper felt, I don't know if it's in the past truly or not, that this team still needs maybe one or two more pieces to really boost their lineup, because they are essentially running it back. And like you said, Joe, similar to how fans feel, Bryce Harper doesn't know if he can have total confidence that this team can get it done. And he's aware with the timeline, with the lockout and his age, that his window to win it all is closing.
Feel a little bit of pressure.
Yeah.
That feels like a pressure situation.
Well, Hugh, it's funny. It's like it's the way you framed it in the meeting this morning. Almost like, hey, kind of thinking what Bryce might be thinking. Hey, you said I'm not elite. Well, then why don't you make the team around me better? And that's not really what happened this offseason.
Yeah, and I also feel, Devin, I was telling Joe this, that I feel like this year Bryce is going to be a little bit more candid with his criticisms of the team. I mean, not so much throwing anybody under the bus, but he's definitely going to be more candid about how he feels about certain things that are going on. Like I'm curious. Like when he was in an interview last week, we felt like he was a little melancholy. Do you feel like Bryce is a little bit more reserved when he talks now?
I think he's always been very reserved. Like I think that's kind of his MO. I think we see him in these big moments, and now it's been a while since we've seen Bryce Harper come up big in a playoff moment, but he gets so fired up out there on the field. And I think he's like a true